That's brilliant.
Like twin streams. Really, we should do this in 1 week for 9/11 for the Twin Towers. And then both of the streams have to get taken down. It'll be
That's
like a
funny.
murder mystery. It'll be a murder mystery, and then you have to do a whole conspiracy theory thing to figure out who conspired to take down the twin streams.
Oh my god, that's
Anyway, but,
amazing.
but this stream, this is the end of White Boy Summer. Because, you know, it's just the first week of September. I think you get a little bit of a grace period, right? That still kind of gets to count as summer a little bit, you know, because seasons aren't really a hard line, you
Well,
know? So it's
I
still
remember.
White Boy Summer, but we have to all take a moment and recognize, you know, the thing is called a summer. It needs to end with the summer, you know, if that's kind of as far as it goes. There'll be a
Yes,
new
that's
thing,
correct.
right? But,
Oh, absolutely.
you know, no, it is the season now. The white women get their pumpkin shit, you know, and you know that's fine. That's good.
Yeah, it's like but like I remember when I went to school, there was like this retarded teacher. She basically said that October, November, December are winter, and January, February, March are autumn, and in April, um, wait, what the fuck? The next three was like she basically shifted like what is summer and
Oh,
what
so
is
she
like.
just
Like just because she said it was too complicated for us to learn that winter was in 2 years at the same time. The same winter was across the year. Even though we had very easy to learn it and she just refused to accept it. She basically said, "Oh, but I always said it so many times. You should learn by now." I'm like, she's fucking retarded, like for real. Like she's really fucking dumb. But
the only
she
thing
sucks,
that
by the
I
way.
usually screw up is like mentally, I want February to be spring. And it's like why, right? It's like you always know February is like it's all cold. It's fucking full of cold days. March is full of cold days. Like
Because you
why
don't
why
want it to be
mentally
cold.
even think that, right? Ugh, my goodness, my shit seems to be running pretty. Oh, I didn't run OBS as admin. That might have been the issue.
Yeah, that probably much explains it.
Ugh.
But you shall we like get into the gist of this video because I'm going
Yeah,
to
let's
do.
go ahead and do that. Mine's just gonna have an interruption here, but that's fine. Now, see, now it's already funny. Now there's already like two distinct versions. Mine's the shittier one.
Yeah, it's like the backup with more on a bigger channel, and if you're gonna get a good one, you need to go to the small one.
Let's see. Resize more. Run it. There's probably a setting I can just do to make it always do that.
Probably that would be kind of cool.
Okay.
I used to realize I linked a video on a channel where we are the only two people on the channel who are actually live
Do
on
you
Discord. That
have
are kind of
do you have
pointless.
your link? You can put your link in
Oh,
the.
I have the link. Is I
Oh, here we
posted.
go. Here's mine. Well, mine's still live, even though it's like down. I can still link the thing.
Yeah, I posted in like private chat. And hello everybody in the chat who are very patient. I really
Do we
appreciate
have
how
people in the
patient they
chat?
are. We have two
Oh,
people, which is
hey, we have DJ
more.
and Metal. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're pretty nice. I like those people.
All right. Well, yeah, that means we have to get interesting here. No more
Yes.
dirtling. No more
Okay.
dirtling and like mandatory boomerisms. Yeah, so this was the video that what do you even call her? She is almost in the tradition of these like mid to late 90s feminists that are like almost like 2.5 waivers where there were like certain like trends like ecofeminism and like the divine feminine and shit like that. The kind of shit that we had looked over. I think you were probably I think you were on at least several, if not the majority, I think, of those streams where we were reading through women respond to the men's movement, right? A couple of years back. But anyway, The feminist, she's almost like cut from the same cloth there, in my opinion.
Like, I also kind of like find the audacity of like people that like they're not saying radical feminist response to men's rights movement or like left wing women to the men's rights movement. They're saying women, like it's like that's what women would feel like. It's like that's like so arrogant. They're literally saying that they think that all women are like that, and it's like if people wanted a reason to like be like sexist towards women, they would just say, well, look, they believe that too,
Yeah, and there's a particular assumption that comes with it, which is like that it's often they come at it with a presumption that they know that women don't want it, but that they're wrong about themselves and what they want, and on a spiritual level. Like that's what a lot of this, that kind of like pagan, witchy, like naked in the woods, occulty kind of feminist, right? It's not really the mainstream vein of it, but like particularly I think as far as like the more intellectual feminist were concerned, there was something really foundational, and it was, I guess, a little bit of like a phase that they went through, which was, I think, I don't know, it seems kind of 90s appropriate, but I don't know, I might be mistaken now that I'm saying it. I'm not sure if this feminist is like the same, because like you almost can't be if you're as young as she is, but I feel like it's only
like
those kind of feminists who are even interested in it.
like
Your
she
video
do have a
still going
mother
here? Why is it's like spiraling, or is that mine?
Man, it's that way all the time. That's because we haven't started it yet, so I think we should start it. It's nice how this
Okay.
American
Yeah,
flag
let's
for
go
so
ahead.
long.
Let's see if we can. And then are you gonna do like double speed with captions or something?
No, we just have like we have yeah, we do have not double, we have faster than ordinary.
Okay. Oh, and if anybody listening notices anything about like the audio as far as like doubling or echoes or anything, that's always appreciated, especially early on in a stream.
Oh yeah, because otherwise it's kind of ruined, not just for
Yeah, exactly. Don't be shy
watching,
about those, particularly if it's very early on in a stream, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
because then it's like people turn it off, and if you find out earlier.
Didn't she wasted like a whole bunch of fucking time at like the beginning of I think it took, if I recall correctly, like at least half the video before she even, I don't know, got to any actual points. Wasn't most of this just straw manning like one particular case for the first like 20 minutes?
I haven't watched it yet, so like that is like the first time I
Really?
like
You
put
haven't
it on hold.
okay, let's
Just
go.
for it to be more entertaining, I would be more
Okay, let's
shocked.
go. We gotta watch it.
Yeah, now let's do this. Let's do what we do best on streams.
I'm
What
gonna
we do
get
a lot of
comfy.
good things on stream.
Rational skeptics, gamers, and edgelords of YouTube, take heed. Western masculinity is in crisis. The murderous equity doctrine of feminists, the gays, and cultural Marxists.
Why am I already pissed? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. This is terrible. I hate it so much. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Yeah, fuck me. Oh my god. Like, I hate this so much. Like, I hate that she's beginning this, like, because like what the fuck is wrong with this last, like, really I hate when they are like this. I hate when they're like this projection of these other people's worldviews, right? I mean, like, am I someone who would call myself a so-called rational skeptic? No, I'm not. Like, and also like, why does these retarded people always use term, but why do they always portray the gays as being like on like their side, right? They're all saying that they are the ones that are in favor of people who are homosexual, but they are literally the main opponent of people who are gay should be our right to use our basic property even more so than people who are heterosexual, if that makes sense. Like, because they literally wanted to make it illegal for not she. I don't think she wants to, right? Because I think she's American. But the more mainstream feminists, not all of them, of course, but a lot of them in Europe, right? Literally want it to be illegal for gay couples in particular to like have a family, because they don't like the fact that men could like be in charge of anything. Because the idea of like women being supreme would go against that, if that makes sense.
I only heard the first half because I I tried to log in because I thought that was the reason I couldn't comment in the thing in the StreamYards, and then that kicks you out and has you reset and everything. So anyway, I made it back.
It's good you made it, but I managed to get triggered already. Like, that's like,
Yeah, I'm glad we made it 20 seconds into the video.
and I'm all like cringing my like arse off. Like, I don't even know it's possible, but I can do it anyway. Because
I mean, I know she's mocking us, but the Murderous equity doctrine of feminists, the gays, and cultural yeah, it is murderous. Their equity doctrine is all those things, and those groups are all, if not like by definition 100% complicit, just like disproportionately.
Yeah, I mean, like, no, I mean, I would say that people who are gay and don't want families would be complicit, but those who do want families are not, if that makes sense.
No,
Because like that might be different.
Some kind of a duty.
Yeah, like, it's different in different continents, because mainstream feminism in the EU is very, very homophobic compared to in America, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we don't see feminists in America saying it should be legal for gay couples to have children, for example. We do see that saying in Europe all the time. So it's kind of like, if that makes sense.
That reminds me, we got to get through this video because I have to show you the funny ass Twitter thread that specifically you'll find like outrageous and funny, and we need to have your reaction to it.
Okay, now we'll talk about this last, because she's so stupid. I don't like her.
I think you should play her double. I know she's like it's kind of a B version of ContraPoints, but I mean that's better production quality than I have. So
well,
you know,
it doesn't really matter. It's what's being said that matters. If you only focus on production value, you like, rather than to make a good case, then you basically only get smoke and mirrors, and you don't really got much to go with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean she's hitting the ground running that way. Go ahead.
Upending the natural DDLG social order, and social justice warrior professors on college campuses are calling masculinity itself toxic. I mean, what am I supposed to tell my sons? I, for one, am dreading the day little McCaden and Brayson come home from school or a friend's house and tell me that they can't wrestle anymore because a Gillette commercial from 2 years ago said it was bad. Where does this idea of toxic masculinity come from anyway?
Okay, it's now gonna like drop a little bit of a weird bomb here, and then it's kind of not really a bomb, but I'm gonna like say that I, personally speaking, does not think that the term, the concept of toxic masculinity is not entirely invalid, if that makes sense. But the way that
it's like any term, it depends on how you're using it.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And how and what they mean.
Because, like, if I'm going to use the term toxic masculinity to refer to as a TERF, who, for example, think that having makeup make you a slave, and like being like, and they're like being so against femininity because they think it's like oppressive, right? And they basically just try to be masculine, like super like fragile about being too masculine as they possibly can be. Like, regardless of whose definition, they're like fit the definition of toxic masculine very clearly, if that makes sense. At least that's how I see it. If somebody were fitted, that would be them.
Well, the that's the thing, right? Is that she's like kind of I mean, I know she's not literally harkening back to it, right? But the character she's playing is saying, like, expressing a concern that's ridiculous about Gillette discouraging the boys from doing like a male activity like wrestling, right? But that the reason there was a controversy with the Gillette ad is that you have like a bunch of products that are like marketed toward men while they're producing ads that are like they just like blatantly offensive and insulting toward the people they're marketing it to.
Yeah, it's almost like they say that you cannot expect respect. Why
Yeah,
should
it
you
wasn't.
expect
It
respect?
wasn't that there was like an uproar that they were trying to like feminize boys. At least not in particular with that. I get that she's not literally saying that that's what it is because she's just kind of making a little joke of a character, right? But I don't know. That is, I mean, in a way, it is like a B version of it's like what a B version of ContraPoints would do. Which is they do layer on a lot of these like novelties and sophistries to kind of like distract people, and then if you kind of think, oh haha, that's a funny little hyperbole, silly little joke, it's disarming, and it maybe can trick people into thinking, oh yeah, that Gillette controversy was much ado about nothing, and obviously it wasn't the end of the fucking world, right? But like, you know, I don't think it's not unreasonable to boycott a product from people who are just like brazenly insulting you. The
Yeah, like, why would?
stereotypical white boy names that she chose for the character that were pretty funny. That was what brazen and
Yes,
whatever. That's
Aiden.
I don't know.
It's like, yeah, I actually do. I used to find it quite entertaining, but it's like it's kind of like I do think that it's like knowingly doing a straw man here, if that makes sense. I don't think it's
Oh,
just like genuine.
absolutely. And
Like I don't think
mean,
it's just
she wouldn't
absolutely
disagree. And she wouldn't disagree. You know?
exactly right.
Yeah.
So therefore,
Let's at least maybe just see if we can't play out like this section where she's doing this intro.
yes, we should definitely do that. It looked like my dumbass computer screen froze for some fucking reason. So let's move on.
Well, my fellow travelers on the path of reason and logic, to discover the answer to that, we're going to have to peel back the layers of gentility and politeness imposed upon us by modern society, gaze deeply into the pool of our innermost self, and see the wild man reflected there.
Why didn't I watch this before?
Hello, boys. Welcome to the Yongo.
I think it says Young
Second
Lee.
wave feminism is generally defined as the period
No,
of
it
feminist
was a little
philosophy,
hoot. That's her
political
name.
activism.
Okay. But like
Yeah.
before we address this, I basically just want to say that I really don't like the idea of people say like, "Oh my God, we need to defend the West." I'm like, why?
Yeah, well, that's a whole topic to bring up when we're talking about Afghanistan, right? It's your first thing.
Well,
every
yeah,
time.
that makes sense. Like, I mean, like if you look at it, like if that's, I kind of like don't get like what exactly is it that people want when they say defending the West? Because like what, like it's like very nebulous. And when I think about uniquely Western ideas about basically anything, then basically it's all bad. So like, I'm like the main like center of Western ideology seems to be opposition to like discrimination, which is kind of like the the thing about the heart of the civil rights movement being the opposing like discrimination. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like the like central virtue has become like that, like anti-racism and all that.
Right.
I will speed it up again. I just have to make it a little bit slower now because it's too. Otherwise, I can't like hear her. But now she was like talking about second wave.
Put her on double speed, and honestly, we could probably just like make the quality lower if you're if it's like an issue with it.
No, it's just that I didn't hear her because she was speaking so quick. That's the reason why. But I will make it faster again later.
And direct action that started in the 1960s, coinciding with the wider civil rights and liberation movements of the time, and culminating with the feminist sex wars of the 1980s, after which it was succeeded by a movement that would come to be known as third wave feminism in the 1990s. The term second wave feminism was popularized by New York Times Magazine journalist Martha Lear to describe what was really the first big push towards liberation and gender equality since
before I'm gonna debunk that, I'm just gonna say that all these movements that she just like went over and listed, all of those were bad. Like if anyone disagreed, and like that's just my take. Like I'm kind of a hot take, but I think that like these like oh my god, it's like these this like oh, you shouldn't be these like civil rights are like stupid. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, well, she didn't technically say this is all good, right? But that's just obviously that's the implication, right? I mean, generally, I guess this is not that controversial, and she's not wrong to set things up in this way because
No.
you know the early men's movement, the early mythopoetics, like they were very cooperative, working alongside feminists, which you know makes sense, right? Because you know that's I guess before it had been obvious to enough of them with what was behind the mask, right? So, like it makes sense that a movement that's like dissident and countercultural relative to feminism would have to follow an attempt that you know had tried to play nice with them, just logically. So this was a stage that I think was basically I would call it the nascent men's movement, would be like everything before like a voice for men, essentially.
Yeah, that kind of makes
It's
sense.
like it was like a nubile, like the hatchling baby stage of the men's rights movement, and because of the nature of the conflict, right, that stage lasted for like decades, because it's like it's just I don't know, things had to get so much worse and continue to have to get so much worse for there to be any real motivation behind it. But yeah, so anyway, this part of it is like fine. She's just gonna talk about the mythopoetics emerging from them, and then eventually she's just gonna say that the founders were all kooky weirdos, and then she's just gonna talk about this like one particular guy who I guess like had killed himself after he went to a retreat, and like therefore these guys are all just a bunch of like fucked up weirdos who are like hurting them and that they say they're helping. That's kind of the gist of it, if I recall correctly, of like the first chunk of it. But I guess we can see if I'm wrong. We can see if I didn't straw man her.
Yeah, no, that makes sense actually. I didn't know that, but it's interesting to see. It's like, but also the idea about choice liberation and gender equality. I'm like, no, not really about gender equality. Like, no, that's not entirely correct. I mean, like,
Right.
then wasn't really about like we need gender equality. Like that wasn't really a lot of their actions, at least not what it seems like to me. But like even if they
I
were,
mean, yeah, it was kind of silly, I think, to link it to like suffrage too, right? It's just like I don't know, like to most people, it's like nothing in history happened besides suffrage and then the civil rights movement, and then gay marriage got legalized, and now we're like running out of everything.
well, we aren't, but like we're running out of everything that a lot of these people would want to promote, because they are like real issues that they are like ignoring because they're like in favor of those things being unaddressed.
All right, let's see what she says next.
Yeah, but before that, he's gonna say that the like equality. I'm not gonna explain why, but I'm gonna say he's gonna say that equality is not like a good standard of measurement for something being like how good something is. It's a very unimportant like measurement.
Oh yeah.
The campaigns for suffrage of the late 19th and early 20th centuries.
Fun fact is they basically was for women only suffrage, and they never got any further than that. And that's about it. And then they just like then they basically just pretend it was like already solved. Like it's like they're like, oh, we need to have this right for women, right? And but like nobody had the right? I mean, they're like just wanted it anyway, and they got it, and then they just like left it, and then just like, no, we need to ignore. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. Before the last century, women were cattle. They were literally cattle.
It was just like I can't understand how anyone believes that. Like that makes no fucking sense.
They're just all cows.
Like it's so like dumb.
This one's still a cow.
Sorry,
that's rude.
Well,
we're gonna get banned for being cyberbullies.
No, she's more like a bear. So, but I don't think that's. I mean, like, isn't that kind of like whatever?
Feminist thinkers in the mid-20th century began openly critiquing the patriarchal institutions and cultural norms that kept women and femmes confined to roles of domesticity.
Whoa,
women and femmes, right? Like
what the fuck?
Did you know that there's a rich lineage, rich history of just like tranny housewives, tranny femboy housewives?
Yeah, it's like what the flow there isn't. Like look at the reason why. If I want to get married to a man, which I do, and then I want a lot of babies, which I do, right? And I want to get a housewife, right? That is what the not all, but the mainstream feminist movement, at least in Europe, are against, right? They literally want that to be like illegal, right? Which it is in many parts of Europe because of them, because you make men have to pay for something, right? And then you make it impossible for them to access what they have to pay for anyway, which is literally gender-based fucking slavery.
I guess her argument is that without the patriarchy, that you would have like just like femboy twink housewives would just be like, I don't know what, like 1 to 3% of your housewives or whatever. I guess that's not totally unreasonable, but it is a funny way of wording it. I don't think she's really thought of it much. I think she just knows that with her audience, she like has to always like include the gendered thing. Yeah, but is she gonna say like men in masks?
No, because it's only everything that they do only goes one way, so that's why they're not gonna do that.
Do they have to say women and femmes and gentlemen in masks?
No, they don't have to say anything. They just have to. I don't even know if they keep up with.
They
what
should
they
stop saying anything.
Yeah, they should just be quiet.
Let's see what happens next.
Okay.
And servitude and enforced a de facto gender caste system.
Okay, now that is have something, but a gender caste system actually exists. And I'm actually going to tell you, no, all the countries that actually have a gender caste system, and the reason why they have that is because they're objectively speaking, legally speaking, a female supremacist state, right? And I actually believe it's like over 10 countries fit that list. It's like basically the majority of them are Western countries, I might add, right? And that's the reason why I hate when people like defend the West, because like that's like one of the main like aspect of the West is to be female supremacist states. Most of them, it basically vast majority.
God, that guy has so many fucking pillows.
Yeah, it's so uncomfortable. I wouldn't stand it. So like the gender caste system exists today, but women are always at the top. So I don't know what she's complaining about.
No, I think she doesn't complain. She's just stating that there's a gender caste system. We agree, and
that's true.
And men are the untouchables, and are the lepers on the outside of the city gates.
Yes, exactly.
And then there's this guy, and then there's this one guy with like 12 fucking pillows, right? And therefore the women are oppressed.
It's like they basically just made this up. It's not true at all. But yeah, there's a gender caste system, absolutely.
I can't decide if I like that tie or not. Is it like stairs?
I don't like the tie. I think it's kind of disturbing.
I like it if it's not abstract, but I think it is.
I think it's like passe.
I don't think I like it.
Neither do I. It's retarded. I'm gonna move on now.
Of the modern world. There are a lot of criticisms of the early feminist movements, but second wave feminism did lead to a lot.
I have to say one of the main criticisms for feminism would be that they basically wanted men to be forced to die in wars to get the vote against their will, but they want women to get the vote for free. So that would be a very good criticism. But it's correct to say that they're like racist
right?
bitches.
They're like bombings and hatchets and shit, and all that.
And it's kind of funny that she basically ignores all that, right? And then she basically says,
but she's really referring to the racism. That's what she really means. That's all she cares about.
Yeah, it's almost like
that she has to mention that and patch that up. They all know they have to, right? You just like mention the women's movement on the heels of this big equity thing, right? You can't.
But it's like a very minor.
They have to. She knows she has to do the apologetics. That's what she's doing. So she's laying the groundwork so that everybody's happy.
That makes. But like, it's so fucking wrong to choose to ignore how the other like major flaws with it.
Lot of net gains. no-fault divorce, reproductive rights, the recognition of marital rape and the establishment of women's shelters, and even just the ability for a woman to open a bank account on her own are all thanks to second-wave feminism. As one would expect.
I actually don't believe the thing about the banking account. The no-fault divorce is a horrible, 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 horrible law that is basically just gender-based slavery in a way. It's like it's not that on its face, but it basically means that women can divorce and keep all the obligations, and the men would have a marriage, right? No-fault divorce is like horrible. We need to stop it immediately. It's terrible.
The thing with that is that they had good reason to not just like let women open up credit cards all the time, particularly when it was like not common for them to be breadwinners, right? So like it's just like logical that the privilege of doing that kind of thing would come with the responsibility of like earning all of the money. And I don't think it would preclude them from like managing and working with it, right? Which would be like a more common logical arrangement. And like, I'm not even sure they had evidence of like that there's just these droves of women that all were like chomping at the bit to get all of their all their credit cards and blah blah. And if only they could, it was like there wasn't really an interest in it. The moment there was, they realized, oh yeah, we should adjust the system now that more women have the money. But I guess I would be I don't believe that was like illegal. I think it was just like they could at their discretion say, nope, we're not going to let a woman open this. Which is like that you have the right to. You absolutely have the right to, obviously.
Well, yeah, it's your like fucking property. You decide what you do, who you want to help, whatever.
But yeah, it's all thanks to second wave feminism. Okay.
Like it's like she accepted that. Now move on. That's basically her like her shtick that she's going with here.
Expect women's liberation led to a lot of backlash from reactionary men and some women, but a decent chunk of other men looked around them and said, yeah, this sucks. All of this fucking sucks. It sucked more for women.
No, it didn't. That's just like complete fabrication.
Yeah, they always have to mention that.
Pardon?
Yeah, they always have to do it. Hey, I think this is still single speed, isn't it? I think we should make it faster.
We should make it faster because now she's being a little bit, slower. Because before she was like really fucking like.
For us too. Why isn't anyone talking about how it sucks for us too?
Because of genocentrism, maybe.
Won't somebody think of the men?
Yeah, somebody think of the men, etc. So she's saying that it's like unironically, right? Or ironically, but
like here's the reason why. I still have
an emotional intelligence moment,
Yeah, because like I actually have another screenshot I want to share. Okay, I'm still gonna go back to the video and just kind of share this little shebang. Sorry, it takes a while, but like I'm going to show you guys a map that I drafted. Ironically speaking, called what it is called drafting a map. I think it's called that. Never mind. It's called where I'm from anyway. So here's the deal. Right, you have this, right? You see this particular map, right? All these red parts of the map, right? All of these are countries that I know for a fact are, legally speaking, female supremacist state. Wait, I forgot Israel. Look, all of these countries are female supremacist state, right? And that's a fact because you can just read the laws, right? And then you can see how they are female supremacist state, right? In the law, like objectively speaking, in the law. Right, so if she made this case unironically, wouldn't that unironically also make her a female supremacist?
Wait, what are the? Sorry, what is the red?
The red are what I know to be female supremacist state.
No, but by what standard? Like, what's the?
Legally speaking.
I know. Okay, but what? Like, what determines that they're red? Or did you decide like country by country?
Yes, and I say that any country that have laws that makes the countries more rights to women.
By the J. Willie standard.
No, objectively speaking, if there is a law that says women can do this, men cannot do this, right? Then you would say it's a female supremacist state. Does that make sense? And there are like different laws in different countries to decide if there are female supremacists.
Right.
Like, do you want me to give an example, or should you just take it at face value?
Well, I mean, I'm sure we can think of ones and all. Like the Western ones are easy enough, I guess. I mean, yeah.
I mean, yeah, and I think we should. I'm just gonna take it that everybody already knows it, and then go back to the video. But while I'm going back, and just tell one example, right? One example will be that like if you basically have, well, the draft will be one example in America and Switzerland and South Korea and Israel. No, not really Israel. Well, Canada, Israel. That basically is a law that literally says that women are autonomous beings when it comes to where they want to spend their life, where men have to be forced to join the military regardless about what they think of it, which is like literally rape. Not literally, but you get raised. Like it's like literally saying that you need to do this regardless of gender. And I think that's kind of clear about gender supremacist legislation. And she's just gonna ignore all that because and here's my definition.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go more
into the default, so of course, right? So if someone like us doesn't mention it, then it doesn't get like thought of.
And if anybody in the chat or in the comment section later want to know what the other examples of the other countries, right, then I can tell you that. I just don't want to go over all that because then I would be here all day. But I do have the facts. Absolutely, I do.
I'm sure most of the audience does too, honestly.
Yeah, I think that too because of.
This video is like a very like. I mean, as far as like the actual points and the content, like very like 2014, like basic bitch.
Yeah, but actually my definition, well, the most logical definition of what makes someone a female supremacist is that I don't actually think that everybody who consciously self-identify or believe them to be female supremacists, I think they're not the only one. I think a lot of people are female supremacists too, even if they don't self-identify as a female supremacist, if that makes sense.
Right.
They had a point. The masculine ideal of the post-war period was a man whose only two emotions were pride and rage, whose diet of red meat and Marlboros would kill him by the age of 55, who never had very much of a relationship with his father or his children, and whose idea of masculine friendship is just like a firm handshake.
I find it kind of gross that she basically said post-war and all these problems and didn't mention the draft. I think that's kind of awful because then you kind of have to know it. You cannot not know it at that point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So like this whole thing happened with a bunch of men getting drafted into war and dying horrifically, and then the ones left over come back all fucked up. And she's just like, and then boop. Okay, now after the war, like, since we're so concerned with having a reasonable and equal look at both genders and how everything is fair. And since women obviously had it worse, right? I'm glad that she's very thoroughly considering all the history that's relevant.
Indeed, this is actually kind of like off-putting to me because usually when the facts are wrong, you can well, the facts are wrong, so what the fuck? It's like they don't know, right? But when they actually have to know, then it kind of makes it worse in a way. And that's there's a different tier when it comes to what I consider to be a female supremacist, right? And there's also different versions of it. Right, and actually, I've been more accepted. I've been more focusing on that in the recent couple of time. I don't actually know how long I have doing it, but I have doing it for a while now, and it's kind of recent. So you're gonna hear a lot of that from me today.
The feminist men of the liberation movements of the 1960s and 1970s identified with getting more in touch with what they called their feminine side, exploring attributes that have been historically more associated with women and femininity, nurturing, intuition, emotionality, but they felt a strong disconnect from their own masculinity.
Why don't you mention
you don't have to stop it. I think that's like a funny word.
No, but I actually have to say something. She basically said that, men getting more feminine is a good thing, right? With being more nurturing. I'm like, okay, then why haven't you done something about the best interests of children which is basically the tender use doctrine. Like, if they really want to push against the idea of men not being nurtured, then why don't they address laws that gives women custody in the case of divorce automatically? And why do you have people like fucking DeSantis who block on the behalf of Now, by the way, who is a feminist organization in America, legislation supported by both Democrats and Republicans to make the divorce settlement court like gender neutral? Why do they do that? Exactly, right. That's why I say not only self-identified female supremacists are female supremacists. And I actually believe that DeSantis
Well,
actually
sure,
might
that's
even
true of
fit-
anything, right?
Yeah, it's like doesn't
Well,
really
I guess
matter.
unless your definition is self-identified, then it's technically true.
But that's not my definition, because like who the fuck self-identifies like, and like if people are gonna reject me for saying this, right? They cannot call people white supremacists if they don't self-identify as white supremacists, and they want to do it all the time. So what the fuck? Like, they have to be consistent when it comes to that. And actually, I believe people who are technically on the, the controlled opposition people, and a lot of the very weak fake right-wingers, like, they are many ways also female supremacists, like, and some other people too, actually, because, and that's the reason why I'm gonna get on a lot of people's toes, which I want to, by the way, because if people doesn't like to be called female supremacists, they should stop being that way. Like, there's a choice, they can stop.
It's hard to think of like almost every single way that a person can go wrong with like an ideology seems to lead to some form of gynocentrism or female supremacy.
Right? And whenever they do that, they basically just admit that they actually don't, that they basically tell me, we're gonna have this ideology, it's gonna be so good. I'm like, okay. But then they just want my access to their ideology to take a back seat. And I'm saying, like, then why should I support it? You know what I'm saying? Well, I can support ideology, but why should I support
the best example is right now the like Americans and Afghanis arguing back and forth, right, over whose culture is better about women, while all the abuse of like Afghan boys just goes under the radar.
Doesn't that mean that they kind of like
they've agreed that that's fine?
Yeah, like they seem to be more on the same. They mean more similar than dissimilar, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so the moment a person says they support women's rights, the first thing you should immediately ask them is, why do you support abusing young boys?
Exactly. I'm going to say, I support men's rights and women's rights to property. That's it. I don't support women's rights to fucking get free menstrual products.
Like, no, it always comes at children's expense, like by definition.
Well, property rights for all would be like the best way of like saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying it, but like meaning it.
Enter the poets, enter the warriors, enter the wild men. In the early 1980s, as second wave feminism evolved into third, a number of men, many of whom had been involved with the women's movement, began philosophizing on the plight of modern manhood and the alienation of most men from one another and from their sense of masculinity. It was a reaction to feminism, but not necessarily reactionary in the way we would consider our contemporary men's rights activists.
That's fine.
She really needs to elaborate on that, because I really don't understand what she's talking about.
No, what she means, right, is that this wasn't the point of their movement wasn't to be directly adversarial or to be anti-feminist. They just had to be non-feminist, right? And again, it's logical. Like, for this kind of a thing, if you're going to take them at their word, you're going to say, okay, well, let's work with you, right? So first you try being a feminist, and then you go, okay, well, it's not working out. We're going to try our own thing that's separate, right? And this is the non-feminist stage. And now we're in the quote-unquote reactionary stage, which is where you have to be an anti-feminist.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Like I guess like your point, but like if you basically are reacting towards something, right, that you don't want, then you want to stop it or reverse it, right? Then you are always like kind of like reactionary by definition. Like if I, for example, like I would say hospitals would be reactionary to diseases, if that makes sense, which is kind of like a good thing. I mean, like, if I'm like technically I'm reactionary because I don't like when my rights are being taken away or not acknowledged in the same way other people's rights are. So I'm reacting towards that, right? So technically, reactionary is like a very moral position, like a very ethical position, an ethically supreme position
To be honest, I never really get what people mean when they say reactionary. Just like it's a big scary word that like socialists like to throw around.
Oh, that's because people. I'm like, that would be kind of correct in that way, because if you are opposed to socialism, you're in a one-way reactionary, because you are opposed to, like, you would like be like opposed to that being like proposed. You're reacting towards it in a way.
And like you're reactionary, you're reacting to something that you think is bad, and it's like, I guess, like, as opposed to what, right? Like, yeah, I guess you'd prefer I don't react.
Like, they kind of like do. They actually don't want people to, like, they just want us to, like, just lay down and take it. Like the meme that goes around: eat the bugs, sleep in the pods, don't have kids, just take it. That's why. And then, which is kind of what goes in many democracies. The base, we have decided we're gonna do it this way. You might not want it. You might not want to go to the military. You might want to breed, but we're gonna force you to do that and reject you from doing the other things. Why? Because fuck you. That's why. And because we have decided. So the worst thing is that people say, like, well, that's what we have decided as a country democratically. I'm like, fuck that. Like, everybody who makes that argument cannot have any problem with being gang raped. Like, for real. I'm never going to make the argument. Even if I agree with the democratic outcome, I'm never going to make the argument. It's this fucking retarded argument. It's so fucking dumb. It's like the dumbest shit ever.
No, democracy is our highest virtue. All right, let's give her a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can't get to like the 8-minute mark or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
At least like 10%.
You're ridiculous, and men's rights is nothing. Leaders within this new men's movement encouraged men.
I'm just gonna say that episode, right? That episode is so awful, and I actually believe that anybody who thought that was like a good thing can absolutely fuck off, because everybody thinks that men's rights is like a bad thing, right? Don't deserve anything. And I really mean they don't deserve absolutely nothing. Like, they just have no rights whatsoever. If anybody thinks that way, then they should have all the rights taken away. I don't care. Like, 100%, no exception. Like, for real.
She's about to play that clip from fucking Parks and Recreation, but like, she's just gonna play it because she just agrees.
Yeah, because it's like, but then she's kind of like admitting that she's a female supremacist.
Literally, I mean, yeah, you can't really.
Because if you say that's like
not even cold on that one.
Like, not to mention the circumcision is legal basically everywhere. So kind of like have to expand the female supremacist. Like,
yeah, that's why when you're doing your little map, like you could do it like where you do one map per issue, and then you have one map where it's like anyone that has at least one of them, or even do one that's gradated based on what number of them they're on. That would be the next level version of it.
Yeah. Because technically, when I say, I basically mean a country that have, I'm not countries that have some rights that men have, some rights that women have. They're like different rights per gender, right? They would technically not be a female supremacist state, but they would both be sexist against both genders, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
While
interesting. So, yeah, in the chat, Adrian said the idea of saying reactionary is them saying you're only saying something is bad without bringing your own point of view, showing you only want to tear it down. Big project move from the progressives. Yeah, right. But like at the same time, they also accuse everyone of being Nazis all the time. So it's like, if you don't think they're going to build anything and they're all just reactionary, then like you obviously don't think they're about to build some crazy, like whatever, some dystopian crazy state. Hey, DJ.
Hey. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I decided that it's time to open up for more people to join. Okay. So it's good.
I say the more the merrier. It's more like a party if there's more people.
Yeah, I like that.
To reject the hegemonic expressions of masculinity that were harmful to men and to the wider culture. These malignant expressions of masculinity, like the glorification of unjust violence, competition to the deficit of fraternity, a reject.
I was gonna say the unjust violence. Like, I wonder, what would you see Shay's just violence? Would circumcision be just violence?
I'm sure it's Catholic just war theory. I'm sure that's precisely what she prescribes to.
I have no idea what that is.
I'm just being sarcastic.
You know this. You know what I have to say about this is a common view among a lot of feminists and just people in general that, these concepts of patriarchy and male privilege, they're set up to benefit men, even though they can sometimes backfire against men. And then, which is where they come in and say, we understand that men can have problems too and everything like that. But I disagree with the first premise that they have, that, society and men specifically create societies around benefiting men at the expense of women. That has just not happened. That is illogical. And that's probably the opposite of what men have to do. And there's so much evidence to show this. And, also this concept of, oh, it's just men's fault that they don't want to talk about their own feelings, and that, men just, they're the ones who are saying that they shouldn't have feelings. This is like a really commonly held view among feminists, that it's men themselves who are depriving themselves of having emotions. Even though when a man does, take the steps to get help for his suicidal tendencies, it's proved that it doesn't work for men, so it's kind of like a catch-22, that you can come to us and you can tell us that you have problems or that you have emotions and you need to deal with them, but we're not going to help you. And when you eventually commit suicide, we're just going to say, oh, it was because men don't talk about their issues and he was a man. So it's kind of insidious.
Yeah, exactly. I said it best myself. But also when it comes to like when she's basically said, is it unjust violence? I wonder what she would have did, like, because if you, for example, if she completely ignored all the facts which a country is a female supremacist state, which is usually a violence, this is like a violent, this is that very true violence, because if you basically, people might say, oh, but if you only give one thing to women and not to men, that's not really violence. I say, yes, it is, because both genders have to pay for it with their taxes against their will, right? And only one gender can benefit from it. It's literally charging somebody for a service and then don't giving it to them. It's like when the garbage men are going to pick up the garbage, right? We are forced to pay. The government said you need to pay for that, right? And then they don't do it anyway. It's like that, but for only one gender who actually pay more taxes. It's like so that's like very violent, because we don't pay to go to jail, right? So, which is kind of awful.
I like this term
Action of
she
male
used, though,
emotionality.
competition to the deficit of fraternity. If we're really concerned about competition to the deficit of fraternity, we could just get rid of the entire government, and then we could have free market capitalism where everything is voluntary in the market and provided through private services, so that you have competition and therefore it builds on society and is social instead of antisocial, because the government doesn't fuck it all up. Like, if you're concerned about competition to the deficit of fraternity, setting up government did that. Sorry, that was a little bit of a tangent, but I like that phrase, though. Competition to the deficit of fraternity. Whatever.
It is a funny one.
I don't know what the fuck she means by it.
And here's the other part: rejection of male emotionality. It's like
emotionality. I love that term, right? Because I love the idea of, like, instead of saying I'm very emotionally intelligent, you say I have very high emotionality, right? It's just it's like a Roman kid, just the emotionality. It's just whatever it is, just celebrating.
I just want to say one thing. It's people acknowledge, a lot of feminists, it's like they have one self-aware moment when they realize that men generally are quite competitive with each other. So, like, it kind of breaks their whole theory that they would just unanimously come together and decide to oppress women, because it would make more sense that if they were competitive, they would compete with each other so they could benefit most,
Yeah. Like, and then we have Anita's like key thing coming in about here.
Yeah, like what are they competing in, right? Such that would be the struggle. That's a good way of putting it, right? They say, well, all these things are, the competitive nature is what causes all this conflict and men to be so shitty and blah blah blah. But it's like, okay, but like, what are they actually competing with women in, that such that all of this shit they think is now the motivation?
Exactly, like men,
Yeah.
okay, they're competitive,
It's a
but
funny
they
way of
don't want
putting
to.
it.
Exactly, they're competitive, but they don't want to compete. They don't want to dominate women. They've never wanted to do that. They wanted to compete with other men so that they could gain women. I mean, like that's the best way I can put it. It's an evolutionary thing.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
just
simplest way
how.
of putting it.
Yeah,
And you
you
don't
know.
need any more nuance than that, because like that's
Yeah.
the general truth. Yeah. Sorry, Joe, I cut you off there.
No, it is good. It's good. Because like no, I actually agree with all that. The thing I want to say was that so it was good you did, because I was thinking that Anita Sarkeesian, she basically said, no, women are not the opposing team, they're the ball, right? So they basically said women are just like a tool that are being used. The men compete with each other. Wit, right? And then she basically thinks that that's only bad for women and never benefits them anyway because she's fucking retarded, or just basically is dishonest, or just both, which is very
Well, I
likely.
mean, and it's not even that horrible of a way of putting it, right? Like there is like a difference there, and like it's not a totally useless metaphor, right? But like it's the value judgment, right? It's like, yeah, so if you're playing it and therefore not the ball, that means you're gonna win or lose. If you're the ball, yeah, you never win, you never lose, you're always there, it's center of attention, and it's like, who's to say which is better, right? Or whatever, right? Because that's a whole nother like part of it. So you could use that metaphor in theory, like in ways that are kind of useful. But I mean,
Of course, but she's not going to do that, isn't she?
no, it's almost like if you're playing 6 degrees of separation to offend someone, like people who are very activated in that way, like it's like you get 2 to 3 degrees for free, and like they'll decide what they are after the fact. I don't know if that really made sense to anyone, but it made sense to me. Anyway, let's see if you can beat your record of letting this video go more than like 8 seconds without pausing it.
I'm probably gonna beat the record of talking because I'm gonna go to the bathroom next time we talk. So that's why it's good we have so many people here. One of the reasons is the first reason is just funny that way.
And like bro shit were designated under the umbrella term toxic masculinity by psychologist and activist Shepard Bliss. In a 1990 interview in the New Republic, Bliss stated, "I use a medical term because I believe that like every sickness, toxic masculinity has an antidote."
Do you want to know what the main sufferers of toxic masculinity are? They're usually lesbian radical feminists.
I actually don't know anything about this guy Bliss, so I kind of want to, like, that could be fun or interesting to look into.
I mean, like, it could also be very frustrating to look into.
God, his shirt sucks.
I know, right?
Dude, his shirt is like that shitty tie.
You brought it up with us.
That's how she's finding these images.
The image of man with bad chest wear, and then just like having
every frame a comment on feminism. I know, right?
Bliss was among a number of public intellectuals, including the literature professor Joseph Campbell and poet Robert Bly, whose work would provide the foundation of what would come to be known as the mythopoetic men's movement. The mythopoets encouraged men to discover what Bly called the deep masculine in his treatise on masculinity, and what might arguably be called the most influential work on the mythopoetic men's movement, Iron John, a book about men. Part 1. I'm doing number of parts this time. I'm calling them parts. I normally still break them up into parts, but I don't tell you that I did it because I expect more from my audience. But I now have numbered them like it's crack.com, you inattentive little fuck. Part 1. Iron John.
I think I broke my record. But
the cards
you
are...
can also comment over it without pausing it if it's like something short.
Yeah, that's true. But like, didn't she like mention like some person you made a response to earlier?
Well, yeah, she mentioned Robert Bly. She finally got to like the point of what she's talking about.
I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, and like Iron John, you can find actually readings of Robert Bly, like reading it. It's pretty cool actually. I mean, and actually, I recommend it for anyone who doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, just because it gives you a feel for who she's making fun of, basically. And you can tell, like, it's generally pretty wholesome, but it's weird. And it's not for everyone. So you can kind of tell like why it didn't exactly take off, but at the same time, like going after them, like it's just because they're kind of weird. That's what I think. Like ultimately, they're just it's really hard to build the case that these are a bunch of like really bad guys when they're a bunch of non-feminists who like to like some of them that got naked in the woods and they have drum circles and they grow their hair long.
It looks like something I would never
memorize some poems or braid each other's hair or something. Like, you know, it's like if that works for some people, you know, great. I'm sure it works for a lot more people than who try it. So, you know, so it's pretty shitty. Right? You have like one thing that's like fairly like inoffensive and wholesome that like maybe can help some men if you just like let it do its thing, right? But yeah, just like Richard says, but think of the women. You know, because we wouldn't want these men's mothers to be sad about them changing their opinion of them. That's like one angle. It's like about it. That's like really all she has to work with. But I don't know. We can see if I'm wrong.
But that seems like the real definition. Oh no, it's bad because it might affect some women somewhere in a bad way. Doesn't matter if it affects men in a bad way. Fuck that. Like that's like the first like go.
She hasn't really gotten to any argument like that, but I can tell you that's kind of like that's one part of it. Is just she doesn't like the psychology.
Like even if she doesn't make the argument, a lot of people who make her argument also make that argument. So we're not only going after her, we're going after a lot of people that she's like have all the people who make similar statements. And I think that's kind of fair as long as we're open about it.
I think she should have hid that light in the foreground because it kind of ruins the aesthetic.
Oh my god, you really wait.
Actually, so does her microphone and the laptop.
Yeah,
need to be that close. See, this way he's got to go for the lazy bedroom look. We all fucking nailed it, man.
Another bed. Well, I want
bells and whistles, actual lit candles. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
If you guys find this video bad, you should watch ContraPoint's video on men.
Oh yeah. What's her video on? Who did the Jordan Peterson one?
That
when
one
did
we
she do
can't
the one
even
on
watch.
men? Like what year was that or month?
But that I actually gonna have a guilty.
Like 2 years ago.
I don't remember, but like she did the whole video in lingerie, so I mean, that's nice.
That doesn't narrow it down.
But it's like we want her aesthetics to be good in a way because we don't want this to be another bedroom feminist debunk. So.
God, yeah, ContraPoint's incel video was like really terrible, basically.
Yeah, I don't really remember it. That's how good it was. But I did like. I would say that I did like her video about the West. I'm sorry, but I can't enjoy when a lot of people who disagree with each other go against each other. Like, I find it very entertaining when ContraPoint goes against Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro because, like, I don't like those guys, right? So that's kind of enjoyable that she does that, if that makes sense.
Rose of Dawn made a good response to ContraPoint's cringe video,
Rose.
which was kind of mandatory given that. Yeah, it was a pretty mean video, like mean spirited, like not like mean like funny. Anyway. Let's keep moving. Let's not.
Oh no, the cards see what you cannot see for yourself, or perhaps the cards are simply a mirror, reflecting that which on some level you already know. This is the right answer. The first tarot or divination cards were probably read in Italy in the Middle Ages. Each card is a trope, an archetype, and the meta story of the tarot cards kind of spells out the framework of the Western storytelling tradition.
Fun fact is that the astrology is actually the official state religion of Myanmar and dictate every single government policy, and that's why the country is so crappy.
Wait, really?
Yes, really. Myanmar is an astrological dictatorship.
That's cool.
I know, it's basically like statism, just like a religious, like it's basically religious law taken to like these. It's cartoonish extreme.
Did she mention Ben Shapiro? I didn't catch that.
No, I did. I used it because
oh,
I
sorry.
enjoy when ContraPoint make fun of talk, because like I do like when people that I disagree with go against each other. It's kind of like good, because then I don't have to debunk their arguments; they can do it for me.
I like when everyone makes fun of Ben Shapiro. It's like always funny.
It is always funny. Even it's funny when you do it too, because you did that in one of your videos.
I could probably name at least half a dozen different, like, really funny and thorough, like, caricatures and mockeries of Ben Shapiro that are all very distinct and each like very hilarious. Like every time it's funny.
That's so true.
Similar to the 3 and 5 act structures you would see in a Hollywood screenplay or Shakespearean works. The fool's journey is reflective of what we would call in screenwriting and literature the hero's journey. A normal, albeit often naive person is called to a quest in which they overcome a series of increasingly difficult obstacles and acquire new skills, and as a result, they experience some kind of spiritual or emotional change. The hero's journey or the fool's journey can in this way sort of be characterized as a metaphor for our real lives. We stumble naively through the world in pursuit of our own ends, and in the process, we learn new lessons and encounter obstacles that change the way we view and interact with the world. Individual cards themselves are also metaphors. For example, death doesn't always mean death. It can just mean the ending of something, or it can be a metaphor for transformation, because the decomposition process is a transformational process. The Hierophant represents religion and the church, but it can also represent the status quo, because the church is often associated with the status quo. Cards depicting women have associations with intuition. Cards depicting men have associations with authority or knowledge. Indo-European fairy tales are very similar to tarot cards in this vein. They often adhere to a very similar story structure to the hero's journey, and they're often allegorical. Unlike, say, Greek and Egyptian myths, which served to explain why things are the way they are, fairy tales sought to teach how one should be. And in fairy tales, we see a similar deployment of tropes and iconography. Wolves are shorthand for danger. Princesses display the attributes of pious and noble young women, where...
This is actually kind of funny, because I think it's a French expression where you say that if you lose your virginity, you've met the wolf. If that makes sense. And that's like pretty much where it came from. I thought that was like, interesting analogy.
Wait, sorry, no, I didn't hear what you said. What?
This is like in French, an analogy said that losing your virginity is like is referred to as meeting the wolf. I don't know how common that is nowadays, but it was I heard it from my mother.
Oh, there's a phrase called meeting. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I didn't thought most people had. So basically thought that I would like to like.
I never thought of that though. Yeah, so the idea is like if a normal like housewife woman has a broom and it's a tool and she's using it in the appropriate way, she's using the end of it where you sweep the floor. But if she's a witch, she's a corrupted woman, she's using the other end of the broomstick. I think that's where she's going with it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If she said that before, I like totally forgot.
No, that actually makes sense, because they all fit the description of the Wicked Witch of the West, Maxine Waters, with a low IQ.
Is that not where Red Riding Hood came from?
There's witches.
What you say?
I don't
You know what I think is really funny? How, the vast majority of the villains in the Bible, in even in the Quran, in plays, in books, in TVs, in TV shows, in movies, whatever, the vast majority of villains have been male. The vast majority of villains in fairy tales have been male as well. And yet a lot of people, they look specifically at the witch and they're like, that's misogynistic, despite the fact that even in some fairy tales, it's specifically said that the reasons that witches take on the form of women is because women are usually seen as pure and angelic, and yet that's still being seen as misogynistic. It's just funny to me, is all I have to say.
They found like the lightest, most like kind way to make a female like evil thing. And it's like too evil.
Also, like in a lot of these fairy tales, whenever there's a female villain, she's usually contrasted with like another female character who is usually portrayed as really angelic. Like, for example, when you look at Cinderella and the stepmother, the stepmother is contrasted with Cinderella, And in this, what's it called? I don't know, the Snow White. Snow White. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Snow White's stepmother is she's contrasted with Snow White. So like they most likely, it's very, very rarely that you see a female villain with a male hero. Very, very rarely. It happens sometimes, but it's rare. Also, one of the implications of that is that you can't have a man, fight a woman like he would fight another man, because men usually in real life and in fairy tales usually see women as, angelic and pure, and like they wouldn't fight with them, But
I will say one
usually,
notable exception, Willow. There's
I
a
haven't
big
read Willow.
evil sorceress queen, and it's kind of like a B version of Lord of the Rings, but it predated it. They have a little like short guy,
my
and his
God,
daughter's a
I've
human
seen that
baby,
one.
and they go on a big quest. Yeah, and I think there's like one female hero in like their group, but she's not like the main point. I don't know. That's a good. So I mean, there's a lot of things that like are exceptions, right? And like I don't see why the SJWs don't just like celebrate those as the
like having one female character who's not completely a wonderful person is not evidence of misogyny.
Yeah.
Like especially when they're contrasted, like these people, like they use the word misogynistic way too liberally, and they're like saying that the evil stepmother is like demonizing women who don't love kids. Like that's not true at all. And also women can be abusive. Saying that some women are abusive, it doesn't mean you're being misogynistic, basically.
Well, and it's like if you're not willing to see, like, to even entertain the idea of a female victim or a female villain, it's almost like you're saying to women, like, what I think of you and my judgment of you is independent of whether or not you did that, right? Which is like, I don't know, like to completely separate it from someone's actions is like a really it's kind of an insulting thing, right? Because the implication is like that when you say you value or like anything women do, that it has absolutely no relationship to their actual virtue or their actions at all.
Exactly. And they also contrast this with the, oh my God, thank you, straight Sith
Yeah, you got a
male.
fan.
Thank you. Okay. Like they also contrast this with like the damsel in distress trope, but like they also say that is misogynistic, but that's another trope where like women are being portrayed as really angelic and really like they're being portrayed valuable just because they're women, as in you should care about them just because they're women, and that justifies the hero like going through so much just to save them. Like if anything, that's the opposite of misogyny. It doesn't mean they're portraying women as like prizes or something. It's like it's the opposite of misogyny. It's like what's it called, phylogeny? I think that's the word.
Yeah, I think that would be right, phylogeny. What would and I guess it'd be phylogeny and philandry. Wait, no, it'd be physandry. No, that's not right.
No, I think it's philandry too.
But
yeah,
but that's like philanthropy. Oh, so then philanthropy is like gender neutral.
Philanthropy is just charity.
Because misanthropy is like hating everyone. Hey, I caught up. I caught up. Man, look at us. Look at us. Oh, Jay Willie had to leave, and now we can't start the video.
Okay, well, in the meantime, we could just talk about we just talk about the concept of how the genders are portrayed in the media. And I'm writing a little bit of about this in my book. That men are usually portrayed in ways that are a lot worse than the ways women are portrayed, and that women are almost universally portrayed as really pure and angelic, right? And men are not. which, you know, to some people they might view that as misogynistic, but I just don't, you know. It's just proven that, you know, we have many studies that show this, that men and women, they associate women with positive associations and positive emotions, and they associate men with negative emotions or, you know, negative associations. So it's just it's just a representation about how people see women in society in general. You know, I
Yeah,
saw
see,
this
'cause I
one.
believe that
Yeah.
part of it, right? I believe it's telling us more about like how people kind of like see everyone more so than it's like reinforcing
Mm,
stereotypes. I mean, I suppose that like can't not be there, right? But like, yeah, it kind of does seem to map out with, you know, like you have like a kind of a plateau where things are kind of in the middle. Even what she just said in the video, that, you know, these cards are female cards have an association of like intuition, right?
mhm.
And like that's always consistent with this idea of like women being seen as like the moral compass of humanity,
Mhm.
which is kind of, if you think about it, there is truth to that. If you think about this
There
idea of
is,
like men
yeah.
competing with each other over women and what women want, we
Mm,
you know, if we're going to look at it in that sense, you know, then you know, with great power comes great responsibility. I guess it's
exactly.
kind of
And
ironic, like feminism in theory would have been that movement to like have women put forth a moral order that's like just, rather than one that just kind of arose out of like our like biological like soup.
yeah, exactly. And you know, that's another thing about the portrayal of people in media, that men are usually, especially in these fairy tales, they're usually defined by how well they treat women, if there's a woman in the story. You know, like for example, the male villain will be seen as like the devil for like saying to the female protagonist, or like sexually harassing the female protagonist. But you know, even when you have a villain, he'll rarely ever kill the female protagonist, or you know, a female character. They usually just sexually harass them at most. And you know,
Hmm.
even that is seen as really really bad, while the male hero is defined by him being nice to the female characters in the show or in the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you're writing so you're writing a book just like for its own sake, or is it part of like a project, like a thesis or something? It sounds like you said it's like a
Oh no.
nonfiction thing, right?
Yeah, it's okay, you know how there's been some emerging men's advocacy literature like Warren Farrell.
Yeah,
Um so I just and like I was writing that to contrast it with a lot of feminist literature, because there is a lot of feminist literature, you know, like Kate Millett, Simone de Beauvoir, Betty Friedan. So I wanted
sure.
to write like gender issues literature, but from the view of men's advocacy. And it's kind of providing like alternative views to how we view gender issues. You know, like, so for example, I say, instead of always looking at men as the privileged class who just get, it just backfires sometimes, we should have the view that men can be discriminated against, you know,
I
and
see.
that
So,
they
so it's
often
kind of
are.
like you're honing in on like the chunk of the feminist movement that was like male gaze, the media studies, the film studies, like the sex versus sex positive versus negative, like all that kind of like what kind of second wavy, but like a little later, and then kind of like filling in the complement from the men's rights side of
Mm.
you.
Yeah, it's not just about media, but it's about how men are viewed in general. I talk a
Oh,
lot
I see.
about how men are just blamed for things that they might not even have any presence in, you know, and how men's issues are just constantly ignored, and how anytime a man is having an issue, or you know, a man is being killed or raped or whatever, it's just ignored. But every time it's a woman, it's really emphasized. Like for example, like just to give you a quick example, then we can like continue with the video. You know, how many times have you seen a headline saying 15 people including 3 children and 1 woman
Oh
killed?
yeah.
You know,
Men will be identified. It'll be people if it's a mix, or if it's strictly men, they'll often be identified by like their job title, right? And then they'll include the women as a separate one.
Unless it's male perpetrators, because then the gender is very important to point out, like all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, and they
Like
basically,
even
even
when
women
it has
have done
nothing to do
something-
with their gender.
Yeah, right. And even when it's a woman perpetrator, people are usually, I don't all the time, I usually say, well, she was in a situation where it's not easy, and therefore she did all these bad things. But she's also a victim in a different way. And then they say, oh, she's the real victim. Not all of the people say that, but a lot of people actually make it almost. They basically take it that far. I might be a little bit too extreme, but like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like just to give you like a quick example of what I'm talking about, just a quick one. Do you know the case of Sarah Everard? Very, very sad case where she got, unfortunately, rest in peace, she got murdered by this man called Wayne Couzens. Like, there's no evidence to say that he targeted her specifically because of her gender. And yet for like 3 months after that, everyone was protesting. Everyone was saying that, we need to end male violence against women. It's a man's problem. We need to talk about why men are so violent. We need to have a curfew for men, and that kind of thing, despite the fact that in the same week, there were 2 male students who got stabbed. One of them died, and 0 articles, or just 1 article was written about them, like in the same week, and a big percentage of the murder victims in the UK are men. It's the majority, but still for some reason, like hers was really, really heavily highlighted as a case of male violence against women. For what reason, I don't know. But
I remember I actually went over a lot of the stats for like just it's really easy on Wikipedia. Just look at like the homicide breakdown by gender for like every single country, right? And it's really funny because like basically every single country plateaus at like 90% like all men, right? And then like it's like the worst ranked country is like Iceland, because like 1 woman died right that year, and then therefore they had like 80% of the deaths were women or whatever. It was like something retarded. That doesn't mathematically make sense, but it was something like ridiculous like that, right? And like, well, specifically we're looking at it because we're going over the stats in Korea, the South Korean feminism is like a whole rabbit hole. I think we did 2 streams on Korean feminism, didn't we?
We should link those in the chat so people can.
I don't know. Well, that's beside the point. But yeah, we're an hour, we're 80 minutes into the stream and 8 minutes into the video. I think we should see if we can't get that ratio a little bit different.
Yeah, we'd like 10 minutes
from now
for each minute. That's what we do.
Are women corrupted? They don't clean their houses with brooms. They ride around on them. That's not what you're supposed to do with that. For 20th century psychoanalyst Carl Jung, the shared archetypes of fairy tales, biblical stories, and many myths and epic poems indicated a sort of essentialist foundation for all human psychological development. It is from this that we get Jung's theory of collective unconscious and the idea of Jungian archetypes. The idea being that we are all born with an existing set of primordial images in our unconscious minds, which often appear in our artwork and stories. For practitioners and patients of Jungian psychotherapy and hypnotherapy, or for practitioners of esoteric divination like tarot, this theory of collective unconscious is foundational to their work. It's also foundational to the mythopoetic men's movement and the text of Robert Bly's Iron John, a book about men. Bly considered himself a follower of the Jungian tradition, and his book is really a self-help book by way of exegesis of a fairy tale first published by the brothers Grimm, Iron Hans, or Iron John, anglicized. The story is, well, it's kind of a mess. There's a lot of dropped and inconsistent story elements, low stakes, unclear character motivations. Like it's pretty clear why this one didn't end up on anyone's shortlist for a Disney adaptation. I will summarize it thusly. Okay, here we go. Kingdom, far, far away. The king sends his hunters on a mission, and they keep disappearing, presumably for dead. The 3rd hunter he sends out finds a big, hairy man at the bottom of a lake. Maybe he ate the other hunters. Who knows? Their fate is never confirmed, and this thread is completely dropped and forgotten about.
The king puts the wild man in a cage. The young prince accidentally kicks his ball into the wild man's cage, and the wild man asks the young prince to let him out. The young prince says he doesn't know where the key is, and the wild man tells him it's under his mother's pillow. So the young prince gets the key and frees the wild man, who instantly kidnaps him. The boy lives with the wild man in the woods. The wild man tells the boy to guard a stream and not to drop anything into it. Obviously, he drops things into the stream, and the story once again implements the rule of threes. But 2 of the things he drops into the stream are hair, and 1 is his finger. I don't know. I just feel like if you're going to do rule of threes, you have to choose 3 different things, or like maybe 3 of the same. But finger, hair is just a weird, unsatisfying progression. The wild man says he now has to kick the boy out because he disobeyed him, but that anytime he needs anything at all, he can just come back and ask for it. So, like, fine, whatever. The boy goes and lives in the nearby kingdom where he works as an apprentice to the gardener. He meets the pretty princess and brings her wildflowers every day, for which she gives him a coin. Then the kingdom is at war, and the boy says he's going to fight, and the knights are shitty to him and says he can have a lame horse. So he asks the wild man for an army and wins the war disguised as a special secret knight. Then there's a tournament to see who the special secret knight is, and the pretty princess is fairly sure that it's the gardener's apprentice, and the special secret knight comes back 3 times in 3 different colors, rule of threes again. And then the big reveal, it is the gardener's apprentice, and he reveals that he is actually a prince and marries the princess, and his parents, the other king and queen, come to the wedding. And also at the wedding, the wild man shows up and says he's actually king too all along, and now he's the boy's daddy king, even though he already has a daddy king who's literally sitting at the wedding reception. It's whatever. It's the end. Robert Bly's close reading of Iron Hans, then, is really more of a metaphor of growing from boyhood into manhood, and he places a particular emphasis on the character of the wild man, the titular Iron John. Foundational to the exploration of Bly's deep masculine, I don't want to say it that sarcastic, I sounded really cunty. Deep masculine.
Like anything else you've said the last 12 minutes. Oh gosh, I should stop being a cyber.
It's kind of funny. She has like a reflective moment. She's like, did I seem too cunty? Now we're leaving it in. It's like, okay. I don't even know. No one would have noticed that though if she hadn't. But anyway, it's.
I mean, like she did, but
that's
like
basically the plot, and she's not wrong that it's like it is a goofy story in a lot of ways, you know.
It's like really an old story from somewhere in Europe being goofy. Who would have thought?
That story had a wild turn. Ha.
That story made no sense from start to finish, honestly. That story made no sense. What? I didn't get it.
It's pretty. It is pretty.
What was the moral? Like, what was the moral of the story?
So it has to do with basically his path of growing up had to do with like essentially running away, like breaking some rules, running away, growing up in that way, and then like coming back. Like that's it's kind of like the overarching, right? And then different particular plot points and elements represent certain things. Like the key being under his mother's pillow is a little bit Freudian, I guess, even though it's all supposed to be Jungian or whatever. So part of it's the idea of like for a young boy, like they're sheltered by their mother, right? And at some point there has to be some point where the boy wants to leave and do it on their own, right? Like it can't be fully facilitated, and like that's kind of part of it. That's a little bit of kind of the overarching theme. I don't know.
No, I feel bad for
she expands on it a little bit, but from there it gets a little bit less charitable.
I mean, I like feel bad for the prince because like he probably had such a comfortable life, and the wild man literally just took him and like made him like into like a servant or something.
I don't think that he is. The version I saw of it, he wasn't really like explicitly kidnapped, and I think that whether or not that's an element is pretty important. I guess I don't know. She has a big fancy color book version of it, and she says in her version he's kidnapped.
Here's how they define it. They define it the way many Western countries define it. If a man take a kid away, it's kidnapping. If a woman do it, she's taking it away to protect the child from something. They say that, and then you assume it's like correct just because of gender.
Yeah,
But it's like funny that her mother isn't in the background, because it kind of seems like I wonder how many of her ideas she got from her mother. It's like just a thought that I had when that was like the only thing I watched before.
Yeah, I mean, so for this part, she's basically just gonna make fun of the story and then argue that the things don't make sense. But I guess it's worth going through, actually.
Yeah, like wow, making fun of the story is kind of easy. Like, it's like.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, it is worth going through, like, for her analysis here.
And
then after that, it really kind of, I don't know, she doesn't really have much else to work with after that.
Oh Lord, that's even more funny in a way. But also, like, the story is so weird because, you know, like, he basically kidnaps the boy, and then when the boy does what he doesn't want, he just sends him back. Like, that seems like a little bit bad. That seems like very pointless kidnapping, if that makes sense. Like, if you kidnap somebody, and then if they do something that you don't want, you let them go. Like, what? I mean, like, I don't know how to even put that. It's like very nonsensical in a way.
Don't mean to mock men. Please don't Gamergate me. Foundational to the exploration of Bly's deep masculine were the tenets of wilderness and male initiation, particularly through all-male wilderness retreats. More on that later in the video. I read Bly's Iron John for this video. Well, I listened to the audiobook. All 11 and a half hours of critical analysis of a fairy tale that the Brothers Grimm really could have done with another pass on. I always encourage people to go check out my sources because I am not an expert in literally anything, but yeah, I have to warn.
We got that pretty clearly from watching.
Except eye makeup. I have to say her eye makeup is amazing.
Oh, of course.
It's really beautiful.
Fabulous makeup. You put some great makeup on there, girl.
Gorgeous.
It's absolutely lovely.
This one is tedious. Like, I'm the kind of person that gets really juiced up over close readings of things, and even I was incredibly bored and at times frustrated with Bly because he seems so determined to psychoanalyze Iron John down to like the smallest minutia that I often found that he seemed to be forgetting or overlooking major story beats. For example, in the stream sequence, the wild man tells the young boy to guard the stream and not let anything drop into it. And so first the boy sticks his finger in the stream and it turns gold, and he tries to hide it from the wild man so he won't know that he let something fall into the stream, his finger. And the wild man sees it and says, don't let it happen again. And then the next day he lets one of his hairs fall in the stream and it turns gold, and the wild man sees it and says, you can't let it happen a third time. And then the day after that, the boy dunks all of his hair into the stream. Finger, hair, it's just, it sucks. Anyway, so he dunks all of his hair into the stream and then tries to hide it with a handkerchief because he knows that the wild man is going to see it. And Bly goes off on this tangent about the boy's sexy blonde hair and the significance of gold hair, and says that the boy has to hide his sexy hair because he's ashamed of it. He hasn't accepted his sexy hair yet, which is why he hides it with the handkerchief. But it's like, no, Robert, he hides it because we had 2 story beats already where he stuck something in the stream and it turned gold and he had to hide it from the wild man who said you can't let things fall into the stream. Robert, you're thinking about this too hard. It's rule of 3. We had a whole 2 story beats about it. We established a pattern. You just forgot because you were too busy trying to ascribe cultural significance to blondes. Bly places a lot of emphasis on the need for deeper male friendships and stronger bonds between fathers and sons, and I can't argue with any of that. Early in the book, he correctly identifies the
But wouldn't she also like argue against the laws to keep that as a problem instead of just dismissing them?
I mean, I guess the issue here is like I don't think that Bly's arguing that in the context of the story, that's why the boy's hiding his hair. He like, right, and I think that she's presenting it in that way to make him seem like really foolish, because both things can be true. It can be the case that there's something in the story that resonates with or is a metaphor for, right? That he is kind of reading into, and particularly since he's doing his own renditions of it as a poet, drumming with it, right? Like that's enough artistic. That's transformative enough that if he says that's what he means when he's telling the story in that way, then like that's good enough. But what she's trying to do is to hold him to like a literal logic of a children's story or like a folk story like this, as though every single thing has to be like explicitly stated on that level, you know. Like she's mixing the two up really, but it comes off as like like, I don't know, like, she's depicted away that's like, oh, haha, he's so foolish, and I noticed this thing because I know how to break down a story or whatever.
Yeah, I guess. Like, I can't anything. You're correct.
Phobic societal norms that discourage men from reaching a certain platonic level of closeness. And
Well, I would actually say that the reason why homophobia became a thing is mainly because a lot of people find it unacceptable that men would reject gynocentrism.
Honestly, there's a big how do I say, theory or concept about male homosexuality and why it's been persecuted much more than female homosexuality. And the commonly held view is that, oh, gay men are feminine and men hate feminine people, so men want to kill feminine men. That, which is not even true, first of all.
Yeah,
First of all, men
that's
don't
why
hate.
women, that's why men also make sure that they kill the feminine women, right? Because they hate the feminine, so they just kill and hate the feminine wherever they see it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that was always that's the prevailing theory, though. You're right. Like, that's the one people like to say.
But like,
I mean,
sorry, but you're making another point, though.
yeah, so the funny thing is that you'll say that as like a joke, but that is actually a common thing among especially Marxist feminists. That there was this male feminist Marxist called, I think, Adorno, and he was talking about the concept of femininity, and he said, like, with a straight face, writing in his book that men were literally beating women into becoming feminine, and that if women weren't feminine, men would literally use physical violence against women to make them feminine because men just liked feminine women, which doesn't make any sense, because like, you can't say that femininity is looked down upon and then say that men hate femininity. It makes no sense. Second of all, the reason why male homosexuals were persecuted much more than female homosexuals is because literally with almost anything, men are held to a different standard than women. Throughout history and even today, men have been held responsible for the provision and the protection of women, right? So even if a woman was a lesbian, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. And people did recognize female homosexuals as wrong. They just didn't ascribe the same penalty for it. Like, if you look at the history of the Catholic Church, if you look at the male ruler Maimonides, they would actually say that lesbianism is wrong, but they just wouldn't ascribe any penalties for it, not like they did for male homosexuality. If you look in the Bible, it condemns male homosexuality, but it doesn't condemn violence, like intimate partner violence against men, like it does for women. And it doesn't condemn rape against men as it does for women, despite the fact that there are men in the Bible who have been raped. And there's specifically storylines about men being raped in the Bible, right? So, it's just an example of how males are just held to a different standard than females, And that's basically it. It isn't because men find lesbians sexy or anything. It just isn't true,
Well, the issue too is like obligate and exclusionary, like lesbianism. It's super rare. People generally have a default assumption that of all the gays, it's like half men, half women. It's 98% male. You're talking about the gay queer population. It's overwhelmingly it's just gay men. And yeah, there's never really been much of a prevalence of lesbians really documented anywhere throughout any of human history, right? So then that's why you're gonna see there's just not much of an interest in cracking down on it, because it just like didn't really happen enough. But then also it's like, despite it not really being prosecuted much, it's not like it didn't really flourish either. So it almost kind of suggests that that the prevalence of homosexuality seems to just like occur independent of whether or not it's like discouraged or encouraged in societies. You see more of like the weird made up shit when you get more permissive.
The interesting is that there have been so many examples of people literally seeing female homosexuals and then people just ignoring it. Like, I'll give you just 3 really quick examples, right? So
Because you just know they're kind of faking it. They have high emotionality. They're trying it out or whatever, and that's fine.
like it's just so weird. Like, for example, like in the old view of the synagogues, right? So they asked if what the penalty for female homosexuality would be, and then they said any woman who has sex with another woman is not going to be allowed to marry the high priest, right, or the uppermost rabbi, right? And then someone else said, you know what, that no, actually that is just gone. She can marry him if she wants to. Then when you look at the history of Nazi Germany, they used to persecute male homosexuals a lot. That's pretty common knowledge, right? But people asked, are you going to ban female homosexuals as well, or lesbians? And then they were like, we're going to deal with that after the war, like now it's just not so important. And then they just obviously they never even got the chance to. And then when you look at things like the lesbian separatist movement, which, if you don't know what that is, it's basically feminists saying, what, men,
all P&V is rape, basically.
Yeah,
like
it's
all
basically
women in the state of nature would just be lesbians, and that, yeah.
Exactly. And so there was a very clear movement of people specifically saying that they wanted to separate from men, and because they wanted to fight against male dominance in the patriarchy. And there was never any penalty for this. None of these women were even jailed. So like, it's a pretty weird patriarchy if men are literally not having an issue with women expressing their sexuality, not even jailing them, even something that they would jail a man for doing. It's a pretty weak patriarchy, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Jayla, did you have anything, or maybe we should see about... Oh, he's fixing something over there. But yeah, I'm trying to think here.
Actually, I just have
Little
to.
Hoot's not a Wiccan, I don't think. She's just dressed up in her tarot thing, in her B version of ContraPoints.
We can call it cis ContraPoints. But Adrian Sujais, he basically said that he thinks homosexuality, male, was more a loss of utility to society, females rejecting to serve a woman, basically, and that kind of makes sense to me.
Kinda, except you have like women, like in theory, like there'd be a pretty good reason to crack down on lesbians, right? Because if you need uteri, and that's the limiting factor in reproduction, and if 2 women become legitimate, long-term, absolutely no P&V lesbians, then you just lost 2 uteri, right? Whereas if 2 men just decide to like go be gay in a society where you allow for things that are like polygamy or whatever, right? Like, because of that, like, you know what I mean? Like you would think, therefore, if there was this like massive natural drive for women to just be lesbians, then you would see a lot of interest in them actively cracking down on it, which just never happened, because it's a problem that just never happened. It was just too rare all the time. Anyway.
Yeah, but like it could also be that they like you saw that male homosexuality, right, was it might actually be like more lenient. Like they basically say like, well, there's gonna be a lot of women that are like too bad anyway, so they just let them, and then men is like, no, because if you are gender-centric, you'll see that the women having a not being alone or not being left behind, right, might even be more important to make sure that old women are breeding, if that makes sense.
Yeah, maybe I'm taking the comment too literally, because I guess I could see it as like, even if you're not thinking of it in like a strict reproductive sense, you understand the more men you have who are trying to be competitive and to provide for and care for women, even if some sizable percentage of these men will never achieve it, the fact that they were in the game and competing and attempting toward it raised the bar.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
Basically, a lot of this is not even about the fact that, women are responsible for reproduction. Um, it's if you do look at the responses of that people had against female homosexuals in history, like there was a specific part when they said that, when you're dealing with homosexuals, and like this was a time period when gay male homosexuals could literally be burnt to death, or executed basically. The same priest that would tell the authorities to kill a man for being homosexual, he was literally advised that if you ever come across a female homosexual, just talk to her, like be gentle with her, don't scare her or anything like that, so it's not that they
Like it's a
didn't
deer. Like don't spook it. She'll jump off into the woods. You'll never find one ever again.
Exactly,
When the last one dies, so does the forest.
Exactly, so basically, like, for most of history, men have treated women with a lot of profound kindness that they don't treat other men with. And instead of people saying that this is the evidence of misandry, they're just saying, oh, men are infantilizing women, therefore it's misogyny, because everything is misogyny, so.
Right.
Yeah, it's basically like the basics. If something is treating both genders unequally, just because they are, because it's some tangential way it's bad for women, right? I basically say that that's like the main concern. Like if you basically like the fact that like this is not really like this are two-sided, right? If you are like a woman that wants to be taken seriously, right? Sometimes, right, people might think that she's just being a little bit hyperbolic, or she's just being a little bit irrational, a little bit emotional, right? But then so they don't take her seriously, right? But in other circumstances, that does not really harm her, because if a woman decides to be violent and nobody takes her violence or her mistreatment of others seriously, then she'll be able to like get away with it more. So like it's kind of like a two-sided thing. It's not just like sometimes it's like good and sometimes it's like bad for either sex. And they basically like, oh, they say the bad thing and that's like for the women and that's the bad thing forever, and the bad thing that's not the bad because it's at least it's somehow better without even proving why it is. There's just an assertion. But like I would say that like the fact that she mentioned that homophobia is like discouraging men from like having a platonic closeness, it's like, I mean, like I would say that that's sort of like a thing. I think that's the reason why it's even called homophobia, because it seems like a weird term for prejudice towards homosexuality, because it doesn't really seem to be a phobic thing. But I think the reason why it's called phobia is because of like their own sex, basically made them in a way homophobic, right? Because they didn't want to be considered to be bad because the gays were considered to be bad. Does that make sense? I think that's what I think about why the term homophobia occupied the role, the meaning it does. If that,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, phobic just became like the standard thing that you add to anything. Like to basically say that a person's disposition or attitude or whatever is based on just like their emotions or their fear. It's just like kind of just like a cheap way of discrediting someone. Because like you never use the term phobia to refer to a fear that's rational, like a real threat. So when it's framed that way, I guess you basically are forced to argue like homophobia by definition has to be the prevalence of like a fear or perception of a threat where there's not one. Or at least for reasons that are not the reason it's a threat. I don't know, something kind of like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
but
becomes
that
a
makes
question of like how to what degree does it exist? Obviously, every phobia of every kind exists, right? Like you can't scrub it, you know. But then there's a question of like, is it I guess common enough that it's going to like motivate people to do anything important? Which I think the answer is obviously no when it comes to homophobia. But
Yeah, but like my point is that makes sense. But my point is more this. My point is that I think the term homophobe originated with people being phobic in relation to their own sex, because people in certain time the anti-gay like attitudes became prevalent, right? So therefore, people
yeah, I
became
know
phobic.
that's like a trope though among like a lot of progressives is they love to say that like every single person who has an issue with gays is just a closeted homo, right? And just like shit
Yeah,
like
which
that.
is
Without it's like I mean it's there's a truth to it, right? That you might have a suspicion, but it gets thrown out I think so commonly that it's just like
yeah, but that wasn't like sort of my point. My point is more like this. My point is more that the idea of people when it was like anti-gay sentiments, which still is, but then when that became more prevalent, right? A lot of people didn't want to be considered to be gay because that was considered to be a bad thing, right? So therefore, they became phobic towards not people who are gay, but towards their own sex, right? So they were like, "Oh my God, isn't a same-gender person like?" They were like, "I don't want to touch another male. Oh, I don't want to touch another female. Like if you were a female, right?" Because then you were considered to be gay, right? And then you would fear that so you'd be phobic towards your own sex. So you would be like homophobic, if that makes sense.
oh
I think that's the reason why the term homophobia is occupying the role that actually would more accurately describe as something being anti-gay, if that makes sense.
yeah, I guess you'd have to call it homosexual phobic because that's what people mean when they say homophobic. They mean homosexual phobic.
Yes, right. But I think that
There's a whole
originally,
other term you could be using, but I mean,
but my
Well,
point is
anyway, let's
I
let's
mean, yeah,
continue.
I get
Yeah.
so. If you
yeah,
want
but
to,
I just want
fight that battle, I don't think it's. It'll be a lot of fighting to get people to agree to use a word, and then like, do we need the term really?
Yeah, but like my point was more this. My point was more that that became the term because people were mainly worried to be people who were not homosexual to be considered homosexual when they were affectionate with their own gender, right? So because of that, they became phobic about their own sex,
I
right?
don't
So
think
the
that's
people
true. I think that's true on accident. I don't think that's like the reason.
yeah, but like the
Kind of
term,
funny though.
if somebody is phobic towards their own sex in like that way, then that would be more. If you look at history, that would be. It looks like that could be where the term homophobia originated. Then because it's like, oh my God, another man. If you're like, oh my God, another woman. Like I don't want to like touch that. It's like because if you look to old pictures, you can see a lot of pictures of people of the same sex being like very affectionate. Before that became like anti-gay sentiment became more prevalent in like the 1900s, if that makes sense. But I don't want to stay on that topic.
I suppose it could be. Yeah, there's a connection then.
Pardon?
Yeah, I suppose that could be a connection then.
Yeah, right. I will link that later, but I think I'll better just play now.
He seems to reject those, but like in the most hetero way possible. Men, we must retreat to the forest and grow out our hair and beards and
Did you just pause it?
get naked and beat
No.
drums with sticks. We hunted the mammoth.
Wait, what?
It's whatever.
What the fuck? What? No, she didn't. She
No, yeah,
fucking
she's
didn't.
making no. She's that shit. She's referencing that blog because that's the blog is making fun of an old post from someone that feminists like to mock.
Oh my God, I hate that. Like, didn't Kathy J try to like reach out to like when she did her like documentary about
Yeah, he had a wild hair up his ass over the Red Pill documentary, and then he had like said a bunch of shit about Cassie J and tried to like do this expose on her, and nothing really came of it. The guy's a fucking retard. What was his name again? Dave something.
Dave, not Dave Chappelle, like David Futrell. Dave Chappelle is nice. David Futrell was the retard.
Yeah, that's right. That's yeah. Yeah.
I think it's kind of gross that she was like. It's very
I actually
uncool.
find it incredibly wholesome. The mythopoets as a whole kind of
It's just buffering. I'm so sorry.
placed a lot of emphasis on taking pilgrimages to the natural world and
Lower the
sort of
video quality.
rejection of modernity when it suited them. Shepherd Bliss was essentially an agrarian.
Yeah, it's just like all these like.
Like if you're playing it in like HD.
And Robert Bly traced the alienation of men back to the Industrial Revolution. He was so close. Bly also placed a lot of emphasis on unyoking oneself from the mother. He characterized all mothers as this kind of like very outdated, weird stereotype of the overbearing mother, which honestly makes a lot more sense when viewed through the lens of his own personal story. His father was an alcoholic, and his addiction led to him being largely absent from Bly's childhood. And his mother, as Bly described it, was incredibly nervous and codependent. Later on in his life, Bly made a concerted effort to improve his relationship with his father, but he did so at the deliberate exclusion of his mother. In an interview with Jill Johnston for the New York Times, Bly describes his close childhood.
Why would he, if he wanted to improve his relationship with his father, who's no longer with his mother, why would he even have to involve her in that? Like, what the fuck? What? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, why? I don't get it.
No, she's mocking the sentiment of the original post. That's why.
You know what? This reminds me of, sometimes when we have radical feminist series about how girls relate to their fathers. And, when I was reading Simone de Beauvoir, she had a pretty negative view of fathers in general. Like she said that, even when they were complimenting and praising their daughters, they were somehow like enforcing patriarchal ideals or some weird thing, she said about fathers. So like it's a pretty commonly held view that, fathers oppress their daughters and they oppress their mothers and that kind of thing. So this kind of reminds me of that. Needless to say, neither mothers or fathers are bad or overbearing or oppressive. Both of them just exist to take care of their kids, which is my view.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Really, if you don't let it go for at least like 20 seconds without pausing it, I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna cyberbully you until you die.
Not even hear that, but I don't really think I have
time.
to.
17, 18, it's gotta go to, and it's gonna buffer because you're watching it in 1080p. What is wrong with people? Why do you people, and I mean that in the most derogatory way possible, you people watch your YouTube in HD? Where there's 4 digits on the video quality? Disgusting. No, 144p. That's what you loaded in. Bam. I don't care if it loads at the same speed as the other ones. Like, I think we should conserve the megabits.
No, I don't like low quality because every month
I'm a digital eco-terrorist.
Okay, let's get it at least 20 minutes before we pause it again.
Why you
20 minutes? There we go.
Like now, I'll put it up even further. But
I think we should let it go for 31 minutes and 4 seconds before we pause it again.
Okay, now you use upping
at
it all
double
the time,
speed.
Like, the first 20 seconds. Fuck it.
Relationship with his mother in terms of collusion and conspiracy against his father. In the article and in the book, Bly describes the way mothers poison their sons' opinions of their fathers. And look, I don't know the Bly family. I'm not a psychologist, but it just seems from where I'm sitting that your father, your earliest memories of whom you characterize as an intense feeling of being left out while your father drank with his buddies in hilarity, is at least responsible for some of your negative feelings. Like, he at least shares the blame here, right? But
I just have to say that. I have to say that.
You did it! Oh my god, we're so proud of you. That was like 30 seconds. I can't even believe it. Anyway,
no. Here's why I get so pissed off about this. Like, not you guys, but this last.
Here's her first like actual argument. She finally has an argument. Her first argument towards a harm of the mythopoets is they make men think bad things about their moms.
Wow, now that's actually kind of rich.
Stick it on the T chart. You win.
here's the reason why that makes me I think that's offensive, right? Like, is she really unaware that parental alienation enabled by the court system and by the law is actually a very common thing that happens?
Oh yeah, I'm parentally alienating my roommate's cat from him. I mean, it's a joke, just because I'm at home all the time.
That was funny. But like, the fact though that Western women use, not all of them, but I mean minority actually, when they divorce the father, they don't want him to see the kids. They basically say that their father's like he's like a really, really bad person who can like die in a ditch, or that he's horrible and whatever, right? They say that all the time, right? So the like, why is she dismissing that parental alienation is like a real issue? It's actually a real issue that happens, and that needs to fix that. Because like, why should, just because you're a woman, you get like, you can just take kids, right? And then when the court is done, she has basically she can be saying that, oh, your father is such a bad thing, he doesn't like you, he's just a terrible person, it's like blah, 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 and all that, right? And then she's like just dismissing that like it's not an issue. It's a fucking big issue, actually. Like, what the fuck?
It's it's really, I don't think that, of course, this is not the majority of the experiences of parents these days, but it's quite common for a woman to even use the children against the man. Like, for example, telling him, you're never going to see your kids again unless you do what I tell you. And even after they've divorced and he's actually gotten like maybe joint custody or at least visitation rights with his kids, the mothers will like intentionally like somehow block them from seeing their children, and there's not that much that they can do about it. For example, my mother was telling me about her friend in the UK. He's trying to see his kids, and he actually has visitation rights of his kids, but like every single time that he sets up a date and a time to meet his kids, their mother like takes them to a trip or on holiday, or like tells them they've gone to their friend's house just so that he doesn't get to see his kids, which is it's wrong. I disagree with the person who's just commented. Of course women love their kids, and this is the vast majority of women love their kids, but I just don't think that we should disregard the ones who do use their kids against their husbands. It's not saying that all women do that or promoting a stereotype. In the same way that we deal with men who abuse their kids, we wouldn't say that all of them do that or that all of them are abusing their kids, but
yeah,
these
maybe the minority.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Of men, and also among abusers.
Yeah,
It's actually kind of ironic too, though, right? Because the fact that maybe this is a little conspiratorial, but I think the fact that people overestimate social constructivist or like cultural influences or environmental factors, they really, really, really dramatically overestimate that, particularly when it comes to media influence. So then what happens is we're careful about not saying anything that could make a group look bad, when in reality, like all we're doing instead is making it so that we can't create social momentum to prevent bad behavior, if that makes sense. It's like, rather than allowing the risk of negative stereotypes, which could then prevent the bad behaviors, which would be using like social power in a positive way, our fear of the negative influences of social power or the negative externalities of social power are actually preventing us from utilizing it in ways that would be better for everyone. I guess it really maps directly onto like nuclear energy, right? Like, we're afraid of making things bad, right? We're afraid of the environmental impact, we're afraid of the negative externalities, but then as a result we use a bunch of like other just like wacky forms of energy that are like retarded and make no sense and end up like costing us way more and being way worse for the planet, right? We do the same thing on a social and cultural level by being afraid of saying anything that makes one or another group look bad.
Unless you portray a group of people as being privileged or in power, and then you can say whatever fuck you want about them, because then you're just punching up. Because that's part of the Marxist threat narrative, that you basically put an oppressor class, and that justify any form of retaliation towards them as defense, right? And that's the reason why I hate the term left libertarian so much. One of the reasons, actually, it's not just it's completely nonsensical, but the fact that like they're using threat narratives, they're like pretending to, like, you know, like the idea that everybody is a secret libertarian, right? Because they will always they invoke the NAP to justify retaliation, because they repackage their retaliation as then they repackage their aggression as retaliation.
Yeah, exactly. It's always threat narratives, because everyone's a secret anarcho-capitalist. They just have to search their soul and find it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
So
like,
that's like
it's sitting in the deepest corners of the inner sanctum, and you haven't found it yet because it was smoking a bowl and chilling and vibing.
You know,
well,
you gotta go find it. You gotta go find it and bring it out of the forest. That's the catch. So like with the lesbians we let out into the wild to see if we could engineer them.
You know, I just find this really funny, you know, and I also talk about this in my book, how it's just so weird that Marxists especially, they view men as the oppressor class and women as the oppressed class, when they specifically talk about how the bourgeoisie, they oppress the proletariat. Oh my god, that word is difficult to pronounce. The proletariat by taking their surplus value, right? And you know, it's so funny, because actually when you look at the amount of hours that men work, and when you look at the taxation difference between men and women, and you look at, you know, the hours that men work, even if you take into account unpaid labor, men actually work more than women, you know. They pay more taxes than women, but women spend more in terms of commercial spending or consumer spending, and women work less hours than men in a week, even if you include unpaid labor. And women consume much more, how do I say, tax than men do, right? Including even when men are specifically not allowed to access services based on their gender. Like, for example, the government refuses to provide any funding for male domestic violence shelters and the like, you know. So this is something that's intentional, you know, that men.
And there's all the welfare programs too. Like we have WIC, WIC, which is women, infants, and children, something like that, or whatever. Yeah,
exactly. So it does happen.
Then you probably have like the same thing.
You know, so if you actually applied the framework of Marxist view of oppressor and oppressed classes, then it would be more appropriate to say that women are the bourgeoisie, and that men are the proletariat. You know, basically that word. I don't know why I'm having a difficulty pronouncing it, but you know, they still consider proletariat. So they still consider women the oppressed class. For what reason, I don't know.
See, but that's the funny thing too, though, is if you did put it back into a Marxist framework, I suppose, yeah, you'd have to, when you put it in those terms, right? My understanding is there's a period where the proletariat, they're like, you know, they're not activated, right? So they're not seeing the bourgeoisie as this like oppressive class that they need to overthrow.
It's class consciousness.
It's then after you read Marx, then they switch, right? So I guess essentially, what would that mean in terms of proletariat males activating, right? Then seeing women as bourgeoisie? It's like the number of options they actually have are so limited because it's not really a political structure, right? It's like a structure where all of the forces necessary to make everything work out the way they do happen at like a biological level.
Exactly. You know, that's the thing, that men, you know, and I've spoken to a lot of men's rights activists, or at least the heterosexual ones, they say that they don't even mind providing and protecting women. They just want to be more appreciated,
Yeah,
and they don't
exactly.
want to be seen as these really cruel oppressors, that literally just work of over 40 hours or 50 hours a week just to provide for a woman, and to, if any case, anytime they go out together, he's supposed to be the one to stand in front of her and take a bullet for her, or to be stabbed for her, and yet he's the one who's seen as the oppressor. They just
Yeah,
don't
no,
want that.
that's where like my perspective would be like different, which is that like it should be something a little bit more radical than that. Like men should actually demand like equal respect, like as people. And that when men say, "Well, I'm just fine with things being such and such in this way," well, what they're kind of doing is they're then buying into and creating a system that's just going to create a higher and higher standard. And then, of course, time goes on, more and more men, and a higher percentage of all men are finding themselves below that standard. And now all of a sudden they come back and say, "Well, how come? Wait, can we have a men's rights movement now?" And it's like, when? Like after you decided to. You know what I mean? Like men are certainly at least half the problem, like when it comes to these gendered issues, and even a lot of these like woke, I mean it in an ironic way, like actually, like activated men who are quote unquote red pilled or arguably purple pilled, right? They're I guess they need to take it a little bit of a step further, I guess. I really do think there's an egalitarian standard that's quite sustainable, but you have to get rid of the government first, basically.
The thing is, like,
Get rid of it. Like,
I don't really so much have a problem with egalitarianism, right? And I understand a lot of their baseline ideals. However, I think in practice, it would be something that's not really sustainable. And I'll tell you why. The thing is, like, men and women are just different. We're way too different to be treated the same in any sort of measure, right? And it's even if you were to create a completely egalitarian society, and it's not like it hasn't been tried before, things would just revert back to the way that they usually were,
yeah, well, and I
before.
think that's fine, right? Like, I think
Mhm.
that's the ideal. Let everything be open and egalitarian in terms of the standards. Let the chips fall where they are, and if it turns out to have there's no reason to presume that the perfectly equal outcome is more just or better or preferable to the one that's not quote unquote equal, especially when what you're comparing is definitely apples and oranges. The measure of success and quality of life and life balance and everything that a person ends up with. It's apples and oranges all the way down, such that I find it hard to imagine how you could possibly want like equity. Like it doesn't. Anyway. What is?
I mean, it's like I think that equity is like a really bad idea, and I also think equality is very good. Like when it comes to rights should be equal, right? But not because
Yeah.
of equality, but because of property, right? So if you have a retarded government, right, that collects taxes, right, and then force people to fund various institutions, right, then they must have equal access to those institutions. Otherwise, you are stealing from people. You're not only stealing from people, one layer of extortion, but then you are stealing from people and then showing them for services they cannot like access, and some people can access it. And that's the reason why identity politics and unequal laws are like double. They're like double and violations of property rights, if that makes sense. And that's the reason why we need to have equal rights, because otherwise some group of people would have less ownership of their own bodies just because of their what they are, right? And they can't change it. And I do find that to be and that's like obviously like unacceptable, because then you have a system where if you have affirmative action for a group of people, then those people literally own their bodies more than people who don't have it, objectively speaking. Right. So if anybody arguing in favor of any form of race-based law or any form of gender-based laws, like they can't say anything about fucking slavery being bad. Like, how dare they?
Richard wants to know where you got your R word pass. We're all
Oh.
kind of a bunch of spurgs, right? I think we get the R-word pass. I think if
What
you're
was the
gay, you get an
R-word?
R-word pass too. I think if you're gay, it's a 2-for-1. You get the F-word pass and the R-word pass, because being gay is kind of like being a retard, right?
I mean, like, what is the opposite of being retard? It's like, I mean, like, I guess so, but like, I mean, gay people like me, we're actually very good in certain things. Like, for example, like, if you're talking about a South African gay person, the only difference between a woman is usually that, well, that they, like, there's very few difference when it comes to, like, legally speaking, because of the reproductive access, right? So because, like, the
Oh
only
my god,
difference
you're reading
between
way too far into it. No.
so, like, I would say
Richard
that
says the logic checks out. We all have R-word passes. Yay.
I guess that makes sense. And with the R word, I assume he mean his first name. No, he's kidding. But no, no, he's gonna move on. Well, okay, before I move on, I just want to say one thing. Is that he mentioned earlier how Black American population went down from 13 to 12. And I believe that that's partly due to Planned Parenthood, because that was the purpose of Planned Parenthood, and they seem to have
That's always been a factor, yeah. Certainly without
and
it,
that's
it'd
like
be very different.
Yeah, and that's like, if people say like, "Oh my God, systemic racism and genocide being a bad thing," and they can't say that that was specifically targeted to exterminate an ethnicity, right? And they are being, like, objectively speaking, doing it like from a like proportion level, like almost kind of like partially successful, like. And then people who are opposed to racism and people opposed to genocide seem to like ignoring it. Like, what? I only see like one person, like 2 people I've seen besides me right now, like telling this is like, this is like kind of like really bad. Like, I remember a Tree of Logic like interviewed this like another Black woman who she basically, the Black woman she interviewed, she basically made the case for replacement population, right? That a lot of people made for people of European descent, but she made the same case for Black Americans, and I really found that to be very good, because that makes the argument more like more easy to make for other people, if that makes sense.
Neat Scholar mentioned that gay men in South Africa are apparently capable of teaching male lions to do it with other male lions. That's funny. That's the gay agenda. All the money. We finally got 2 lions to fuck each other that were both men.
I don't think we need that. Like, they're fucking awesome. Like, homosexuality exists. Like,
That's
older than
that's the
humanity.
joke. That's because
Yeah. I saw I went to a
really to do
tangent
with the
there,
Black
but
population in the U.S. Oh yeah. Do bi men exist? They exist more than lesbians do.
No. The question isn't if bi men exist. The question is if straight men exist. That's a better question than if bi men exist, to be honest. It's my opinion.
Yeah, I guess. Or the
All of
question
this
we do
sort of points to a
No,
Pardon?
just keep going. It's like nothing.
general trend of gender essentialism and separatism in Bly's Iron John. It is, as the title suggests, a book for men, and the women in it are characterized mostly as obstacles or prizes, things, not people. And I just want to be clear.
Yeah, and all the countries where the men literally have less rights, especially when it comes to drafting legislation, right? When then women justify it by saying, "I like to see a man in uniform," right? And this is like not considered to be, and she's not gonna ignore that they are like, because she ignored draft in the past, right? And then so isn't that like the most ultimate form of objectification based on gender? Like, and that's like purposely made by law. I think that's like a little bit more of an issue. That's
like
the reason why
this
I never
whole
woman. Pardon?
This whole thing of like feminists thinking that men view women as prizes and objects, and it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, even in the worst case scenario, like what she's describing, they don't see women as objects. They see sometimes, like, for example, in this case where they're talking about misandrist or abusive mothers, they see them as people who are doing something wrong and they're criticizing them for it. Do I think all women or all mothers are bad? Of course not. I don't agree with them there. But even in that scenario, they're not seeing these women as objects.
I mean, you could argue that since they're calling them bad, they're the obstacle, right? That's the implication that they're an obstacle. But then it's like if your noun is obstacles or prizes, it's like, okay, so if I interact with someone and it was bad, they were an obstacle. If I interact with someone and it was good, it was a prize. It's kind of like non-falsifiable, right?
Because like this is literally how radical feminists view men. They view them as mostly obstacles. I won't lie. I don't think they ever view them as prizes. But like even then, they're not viewing them as objects. Like women have never been viewed as objects. Like I don't know why they're saying this. Like, you know.
I mean, like I think there is one
because it's an explanation for a lack of agency. Because then they look and they say, well, how come this women didn't do this thing? And they say, well, it's because they were forced to be this way. I think that's the argument, or I think that's the motivation. I would guess.
But like, here's the deal. Like, whenever someone bring up objectification based on gender, I'm always going to bring up the draft and dismiss any of the case because, like, that is literally the worst type of gender-based objectification. Like, that is literally saying that you are a tool. Like, I would make the case clearly.
It's like really, all of this could just get cleared up if people would just stop and first we say, okay, you see this work that men are doing. Can we acknowledge they'd prefer not to? They'd prefer not to do this work, right? We're not talking about do you have to do? We're not talking about it doesn't need to get done. We're talking about like, all things being equal, you just prefer not to do it. And then we ask the same question. Okay, so why didn't women do the work? And they say, well, it's because men stopped them from doing it. Men said that they weren't allowed to do it, and men blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, no, fundamentally, they didn't want to do it, right? Just like how men, all things being equal, they don't want to do. These are things that are undesirable to do, right? Things like fighting in wars and all the manual labor, blah, 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 right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's like nobody's honest enough to admit. It's like men did a bunch of stuff that you don't want to do. That's not fun, right? And it's like to just admit that, I guess, means you have to acknowledge it and be a little bit thankful. And is that it?
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, there was a limited amount of female involvement in such cases. Like, for example, how the guilds of blacksmiths and these other careers, they did have a very small number of women, which did prove that women could join. They just mostly didn't want to, and they at one point they banned women from entering mines. Not because they hated women or didn't like women, but
they didn't want to die.
Exactly, they didn't want them to die because
ban like children from working, etc. Too, like
there was a limited amount of women who started entering the mines at one point, and a big percentage of them got urogenital diseases. Which basically obviously messed them up pretty badly. So the men were like, you know what, we're not going to allow women to do this anymore because it's obviously going to hurt them. So we should just let men do it because, who cares when men die,
It'd be pretty funny to actually, I want to make a video criticizing the movement against like child labor on the grounds that it was, like an adult-based, an ageist patriarchy of adults trying to keep the babies down, trying to keep the young children from rising up and thing. Here's the thing: is I'm saying this and I'm kind of joking, but I'm kind of not. It's kind of true. Like,
I like how you said keep the babies down.
Keep the babies down, man.
That was.
We need babyarchy.
Oh, and
we need babyism.
Babyism.
And also what they were doing in their mine. I know that a lot of women who worked in the mines were literally working. They were literally having the tits out, right out, and they were working because it was so hot.
Yeah,
like you never see men. Like if you were a man,
become comfortable.
Right, like if you were a man working in that mine, like you would see more boobs than anything. And I actually believe that the main reason why they didn't want women to work in the mine was because they would get distracted and then they would die from the falling rocks. Not just kidding. But...
Oh, that's a great porn theme, right? These like topless women, they're all like working hard in the mine. They got like the soot all over their titties, like the soot titties, and that's a vibe. I don't know how.
Yeah,
how
I mean, like
fucking
if you are a
scenes of
man
a
working like
milkman
we
fucking a
would
chick
before,
do you have to watch
we
before
would.
maybe you consider doing like the 19th century mind thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
but then the
we
twist is she
more
has like
erotic.
the one infection you mentioned earlier and everything. Dude, I want to make a porn that starts off as a porn for the first 10 minutes, but then it just turns into a serious drama. Oh wait, no, I think a lot of dramas just do that.
Yeah, I think that a lot of movies use our porn nowadays.
Yeah, I think they just do that anyway. It wouldn't be that transgressive.
And it's like,
Richard would watch that. I think me and Richard have some overlap. All right, let's see if we can go another 20 seconds into this video.
oh, probably.
I was not a He-Man woman hater by any means. In fact, before the men's movement, he actually characterized himself as a matriarch and led workshops on the archetype of the Great Mother. But placing it on a pedestal in that way is,
Of course.
still dehumanizing and a form of misogyny. I often find with men who want to
haven't
be
you dropped her to
perceived as
418
allies
yet?
to women, they'll do something like things.
You're so stubborn.
I am so upset. Like, how can you say that someone, like, I don't agree with having like a full-on matriarchy, but like, even if you're someone who believes in the matriarchy, how can you say that it's misogynistic? Like, I just don't. Is everything misogyny to these people? This frustrates me
Yes,
so much.
everything.
Like,
The basically everything that occurs, right? That is in some way tangentially bad for some women somewhere. It's always misogynistic, unless we are the ones doing it.
and then, and if you're gonna say that, then you have to believe that the patriarchy, especially by how they're defining it, is misandrist. And if it's misandrist, then why would men have such a big need to keep it around? You know, it doesn't make any sense. What? Like, I'm just upset by this, honestly.
Well, it is upsetting, so of course you would be. Like, I didn't.
I mean-
that was actually what she was saying was so stupid that I didn't even hear it. That actually happened to me. Like, something doesn't make any sense. I can't even like. I'm like, what's that? Like, I don't even understand it. How stupid some things could be.
No, it's just upsetting, and this like really shows me the psychologist of a lot of feminists and young women these days. I mean, no wonder feminism is so big, because of course, if you define almost everything as misogyny, then you're gonna say there's a lot of misogyny in our society, which of course there's a need for feminism. You know, I mean, just look at how horrible men are when they say that women should be in charge or that women are angelic and stuff. You know, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, pretty much. Like he's basically.
Also, she name dropped essentialism, so yeah, she's drawn from that. So maybe we'll get a little bit. See if she gets a little bit into that. I don't think she does though. I think she just throws out the term and leaves it at that.
But I just have to ask one thing about that. Do you think when they say like, because usually when something is essential, I mean, it's like a must, right? But sometimes when there's a lot of biological, like generalities, but they aren't like absolute, say, just generalities, right? Would they call those
so
things
basically, they
essential?
think there's no one thing that they think is a must-have for this concept, basically. Or they're critiquing a view that says, here is the standard. If it checks XYZ boxes, if it meets the standard, then it is the thing. Otherwise, it is not the thing. In other words, this process might seem familiar to you because it's how we use words, right? When our words refer to things, right? It checks the box to refer to the thing. The non-word is the thing that is outside of it, right? You know, there's this process of creating categories and delineations and defining things and literally having concepts. That's essentialism.
You know, it's a pretty common like when we talk about essentialism, it's a pretty common view among radical feminists that not only is gender but also sex is a social construct. When I mean sex, I mean like the two sexes, male and female, you know, which is and then, you know, there are also some theories that stem from this. Like, for example, in France, they have a theory which is called La Patriarche du Steak. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but
I think it's pronounced le patriarche du steak.
okay, yeah, thank you for showing off. Yeah, okay. I'm just joking.
What's
But
the second
yeah,
word? Patriarch ou stick? What did you say?
do steak, as in the steak patriarchy, right? Which essentially steak, yeah, as in like meat, you know,
Oh,
like yeah, which you
patriarchy
know,
steak.
yeah, the steak patriarchy, which says that the
Could you like spell it out in the comment section while you're
How
speaking
eating
about it? So I
steak
can
promotes
explain.
patriarchy.
yeah, let me just write it down. So the patriarchy of the steak, or le patriarchat du steak, yeah, which essentially says that, you know, the reason why men are taller and physically stronger than women is because men have been purposefully depriving women of food such as meat for thousands of years, and women just evolved to be smaller than men or something like that.
Oh.
It's pretty
Yeah.
stupid and makes zero sense.
But like, because like there is a real reason for why women are smaller, right? And it's gonna pronounce it in French, but with a very specific dialect, so it's weird for most francophones, right? It is called le patriarcat du stick. So yeah, but like, but like the reality is the reason why women are smaller is because the smaller the female, right? If the bigger the better, right? That's only the case for men, because if a species is viviparient, and that means giving live birth, right? Then that is literally better for the female to be as small as possible for them to be able to carry the offspring, and for the men to be as large as possible if they're going to be predators species, or like and that means because of that means that women must be pregnant for like you're developing giving birth to undeveloped children because you're predatory species, right? You don't need to hunt, you don't need to be born fully developed, right? And therefore women have shorter pregnancy, right? And the shorter women, the shorter pregnancy, and the shorter pregnancy, the more safe the species would be, right? Because it's they're not vulnerable when because you're vulnerable when you're pregnant. You want to minimize that. That means that women that have smaller than men were more likely to breed than men, then also were bigger because their pregnancy was shorter. And that's just how viviparity reproduction affects the female size, right? Have nothing to do with teeth.
Also, the funny thing
Right,
is,
I'm gonna bounce for a second here, but I did just want to note, I want to look more into this patriarchy of the state concept, and like I found a couple of other articles I want to look into related to that for potentially another stream. But I just thought this is kind of interesting. But yeah, I'll be able to hear a little bit, but I just need to grab a couple of things. But yeah.
Okay. See you soon.
You know, Jay, wow, like it's really funny because, you know, I just linked an article in the comment section, and they talked about one of the reasons why men are bigger than they otherwise would have been is because they literally had to fight to survive, you know, and obviously bigger males had a bigger chance of surviving, you know. So if anything, it's worse for men, honestly, you know, because like the smaller males like had to die out, you know, so then the larger males survived, you know. So it's again something that's, you know, worse for men in the long run, and yet it's being seen as misogynistic, you know.
Yeah, it's like that's like topple that with the fact that women pregnancy, the shorter women leads to more effective pregnancy, right? Both, like if you have both things, that's just like what I've called the like big divide between the sizes of men and women of the same ethnicity, because of course men of different ethnicities are on average shorter than women of others. Like a woman who is a pygmy is obviously man who is a pygmy is obviously shorter than a woman who is Croatian, if that makes sense, on average. And the reason why that is the case is because different populations haven't bred a lot. That's the reason why there's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact is that if a male of a very long or very tall ethnicity were to breed with a woman of a very short ethnicity, her likelihood of like mortality rate when she gives birth is actually going to be increased, which is kind of interesting. Another example of well, not really bioessentialism, but like a reality of the racial distinction between humans, which is very interesting. So, but like I gave you a wrench. You can post the link in the comment section if you want to.
Okay, doing that right now.
Perfect. Okay, now we're gonna move on with the video.
It'd be so much better if women were in charge, at best as a way of paying lip service to allyship without like actually having to do any work, and at worst as a way to kind of encourage complacency. You know, the phrase "the neck that turns the head" comes to mind. Iron John.
Like I actually think that the neck that turns the head is actually kind of like logical, because it kind of like explains the reality of male and female like interaction in many ways. So like, I don't reject it.
Here's the thing, it's, I'm going to say something that's pretty controversial, but it isn't even such a bad thing that in many societies men were considered the head of the family, because them being the head of the family was literally because they had to protect and provide for their family. Women were not given the same responsibility. I'm pretty sure that if you asked a lot of feminists, or even a lot of women in general, if they would have the head of the role of the head of the family, but they also had to work 50-60 hours a week while their husband stays at home and plays with the kids, and also that if they had to go out with their husband and take a bullet for their husband, I doubt many women would agree to that role. So the fact that women could still make decisions without bringing as much to the table as the husband did, that was actually good for women.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it's also kind of interesting that women just brings a different thing to the table, like when it comes to reproductive ability, if that makes sense.
Of course, yeah.
It's like the kind of fair exchange. So like to say that was like, oh, that's bad for women only and not for men, it's like, what? Why?
But the issue is like, we as a society, like, I can't blame this exclusively on feminists, but like, we as a society, we generally look at, whenever there's something, we always look at, is it bad for women? We never consider, is it bad for men, ever? So like, if there's something that's a little bit bad for women but very bad for men, we're gonna say, oh, this is bad because it's bad for women. So like, for example, I do a lot of close reading of the Bible. The Bible has these gender roles. It says that a man is never supposed to be violent towards his wife. A man is never supposed to be harsh towards his wife. A man has to provide for his wife. If he doesn't, he's worse than an unbeliever. A man has to protect his wife. A man has to literally die. It actually says sacrifice for your wife. A man has to literally die for his wife. And all of this and all of this and all of this, so much he has to do for his wife and his kids. But like, it says that a woman has to submit to a man, and everyone is like, wow, that is so misogynistic. The person who wrote
it's like, whenever something is bad for women, it's bad. Whenever something is bad for men,
it's just silence.
Exactly. Like, and there's the reason why
privilege, yeah.
Right. They better say like, well, like, it's really ridiculous, right? It's like, it's just like, I just find it to be it's too gynocentric, right? Like, I don't even think gynocentric is like inherently a bad thing, because it does have utility for viviparent species to be gynocentric, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for obvious reasons. But to like but I think society is taking a little bit too far with it, because then the benefits of gynocentrism, because it benefits both men and women, have been so extreme that it's only benefiting women in many ways nowadays. And like, well, I don't mean benefiting women, it's good for women, I mean that benefiting women on behalf of men because it's supremacist, but it's still like not good for them, if that makes sense. Like, for example, like the whole idea of sexual liberation wasn't really good for either men nor women, but you know, like, so a lot of things that they claim to be pro-women are actually not really that much pro-woman, thinking about it.
It's, you know, I don't know.
I mean, like, a lot of people, not all, but they basically say that they basically claim to be the ones that are in favor of, they say this is good for women, right? Without really considering if it actually is. They just assert it is because they think it is, even though it doesn't really fit with reality.
You know, for me, I don't really have a big issue with people of any gender being sexually active, you know, or being promiscuous or anything like that. It's just that I have such a big, like, it really confuses me, because a lot of feminists at that time, they said, you know, men see women as objects, you know, men just want to like hurt women and that kind of thing. But at the same time, they were also encouraging young women to be sexually liberated and to have a lot of relationships with men. It's confusing, man. You know, like, I'm just like, whatever choice you want to make, it's up to you. But like, I mean, I wouldn't advise anyone of any gender just to be too Puritan or to be too promiscuous. You know, just, it's your own choice, but don't say that it's men's fault for being, you know, like, okay, here's the thing. This doesn't really have to do much with feminism, but it's a very, very common thing among young women. And my mother, she taught me this. Her mother taught her that, you know, when you go to college, don't talk to any boys, don't have a relationship with any boys, because they're just going to use you, they're just going to hurt you, they're just going to use you for sex, and they're going to dump you, which is obviously not true. And I'm in college right now, and I'm in a relationship with a guy, and I can tell you firsthand that it's a lot of the time it's a woman's choice to have a no strings attached relationship. And I just don't think that people should just see this as, you know, if a man and a woman agree to have sex, to have, like, you know, this casual sex, you know, it should not be seen as the man manipulating the woman and using the woman for sex. It should just be seen as something that they agree to do consensually, because that's what it is, you know. It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
No, I do agree with that. Like, the main issue I have is when people, it's not that people are being promiscuous in itself, it's that people are promoting promiscuity and then want other people to take responsibility for other people's promiscuity. And that is that's the main issue I have with it, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
It's like not people taking responsibility for themselves, that they're making a choice and then everyone else take responsibility for their choice. And that's bad, in my opinion, right? But if they want to make a choice without other people being involved, then they can do that if they please. It's their body, their choice. So that basically clarifies what I think about promiscuity.
A book for men is full of this kind of benevolent misogyny.
The term benevolent misogyny is an oxymoron.
Oh my god, I've been talking. I literally hate this term. Like, this term is the bane of my life. Like, if there's one term that I could say that I hate so much, it's benevolent misogyny. Like, I hate this. Like, I cannot describe how much I hate this term, benevolent misogyny. It's the most stupid term I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, I can never wrap my head around someone genuinely believing that if a man is nice to you, it's because he hates you. Oh my god, there's absolutely no, it just doesn't make any sense, you know, because if you're, it's the worst example of circular reasoning that I've ever heard in my entire life. You know, that if a man is unkind to a woman, it's because of hostile misogyny. But if a man is kind to a woman, it's because of benevolent misogyny, which essentially means that you have to have men treat women in a completely gender neutral way for the rest of time, you know, for them to not be considered misogynistic. You know, it's so dumb, you know. And second of all, men are never going to treat women in a gender neutral way, and that's fine, because women are not men, you know, so you can't always expect them to be treated in the same way that men are treated. It's just impossible.
Would even most women want to be treated the same way as men? I bet.
Exactly.
I think no. But like the idea, it's also like an oxymoron, because like benevolence means that you have a very, is that you like, or it's a liking towards something, right? Misogyny is a dislike of something. You cannot say liking. You cannot say a positive negative. Like it's a absolute oxymoron. It's like even worse than oxymoron in libertarian socialist. Like holy shit, it's so dumb. Like if you say benevolent sexism. Well, sexism is just race-based discrimination. No, sex-based discrimination, right? So technically, everybody who is being homosexual or heterosexual is technically being sexist, right? But that's like not a bad thing at all. Like sexism.
The funny thing is, like, they could literally just say that benevolent misogyny is treating women in a better way than you treat a man. So that's misandry, But they would rather die than admit that misandry can ever exist, It, of course, Second of all, a lot of benevolent misogyny is, I don't really mind it because it's related to men's romantic love of women, which they might not have for other men because, they're straight, some men are straight, So like, for example, a man opening a door for a woman or paying for her check on a date is just because he likes her and wants to have a romantic relationship with her. So the reason why he doesn't do that for other men is not because he hates other men. It's because he wants to pursue a romantic relationship with that woman or just be nice to her in general, right? But then there are some examples of benevolent misogyny which just literally make no sense. Like, for example, women getting much shorter sentences for committing the same crime. And then, the usual feminist response to this, oh, it's because of benevolent misogyny. You see, men just view women as inferior. That's why they're giving them shorter sentences. Rather than just say that, no, it's because we view men as more intimidating than women, so we give them longer sentences, And that's an example of misandry. But no, that's impossible for them to say.
I actually do think the distinction makes sense because in theory you could be treating someone really exceptionally well because you have some kind of like a prejudice in favor of them, or conversely you could be doing like the opposite, right? So like that makes sense even if like the net result would be the same, right? But like the real issue is that it ends up just creating a scenario where no matter what happens, they can categorize it as something that fits into their argument, right? Because if you do something mean to a woman, then you're a misogynist. If you do something nice, then you're benevolent. I usually hear the term benevolent sexist, which that term I think is useful, right? Because sexism is nice and broad. When you have misogyny or misandry, it's supposed to mean hatred.
Yeah, you cannot have benevolent hatred.
But then, I don't know, I guess I kind of use them to just mean sexism, but directed, right? So that's one muddying factor, but that's also one reason that I do think the term like benevolent misogyny sounds really stupid. Say they're like benevolent misandry, because like that would literally mean to me like you're I guess doing good things, but particularly for a malicious intent, like that's like really directed. Not like it would have to be, I think. Because the hatred part, right? You know what I mean? This isn't just like you accidentally do something that's
that's the thing. Like, men don't do those things because they have an insidious or ulterior motive. They're literally just being nice to women because they want to be nice to women. They want to carry, women's bags and pay for women on dates and that kind of thing. Literally just because they want to be nice to women. And it's a kind of, I don't know, it's like a
the only end in itself.
Yeah, it's like a really weird version of victim blaming, if you know what I mean. That, the reason technically why men are treated worse than women is because of men. So like, it's just stupid.
Well, it's worse, right? Because it's like it's victim blaming based on having a shared characteristic as a sizable percent of the perpetrators.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can get my setup to look a tiny bit not stupid. If this thing was just a little bit taller.
No, I agree with you guys.
There we go.
You can almost kind of excuse it from a book that serves to analyze European fairy
tales, fairy tales aren't exactly known for their fully realized female characters, but Bly tells on himself when he tries to mix in some more pop cultural references in the book. So my video is probably going to get demonetized for the next section. And if you don't want to hear gruesome details of murder, skip to the time code at the bottom of the screen. I'm sorry. In a section discussing what Bly describes as the ashes, a period of grief, pain, or darkness that he says young men must dwell in for a time in order to fully mature, he references Brian De Palma's Casualties of War. Casualties of War is a film set in the Vietnam War about a small group of American GI who plot to kidnap and gang rape a Vietnamese woman, and then Michael J. Fox brings them to justice. Bly points to the cruel GI as examples of men who are not men, but overgrown boys because they haven't spent time in the ashes. They're like boys burning an ant with a magnifying glass. But the thing about Casualties of War is it isn't just a story. It doesn't depict rape in the same way that the stories about Zeus that Bly references depict.
Wait, is he going to make a video about this topic, whatever it is, and like mention casualties of war without explaining how many men were actually disproportionately the casualties of war?
I think that might have been something. Yeah, I think when HBR was going through it, they had noticed that she's just like, there's something funny about highlighting rape in the context of war.
That's like what the fuck?
War is like countless men dying. That's the backdrop.
Not only that, she fails to realize. Okay, not she fails. I mean, it's just that a big percentage of the people who are raped during war are men. Obviously we don't talk that much about rape of men in war, but if you look at the research done by Lara Stempel, you'll find that men are raped a lot in war, and they're also raped a lot in these detention centers, for prisoners of war and the like. So sometimes it's as much as 80% of men in a particular detention center are raped, and the rape is so bad that, okay, again, trigger warning for rape, depictions of rape.
Right, they have like the kinds of rape that are like permanently disfiguring, but permanently like messing up like
there was a story. There was a story of one man who was staying in these detention centers, and he was raped 3 times every day for over a year, and the person next to him, who was also being raped, he actually died because of his injuries, because they were so bad. And when he went back to his home country, which was Uganda, he couldn't get help because he in that country it's homosexuality, male homosexuality is illegal, right? Especially for male homosexuality. And if you're a man and you talk about being raped by another man, you could potentially be arrested or be executed, because of the laws against male homosexuality. And he couldn't have sex with his wife because of what he had been through. So I think his wife even left him because she couldn't understand why he couldn't have sex with her, because he was too afraid to tell her that he had been raped. But this does happen a lot. And what's interesting is that, first of all, let me say that men raping women in war is disgusting and awful and should never ever happen. But many of the people, or many of the people who have commanded these wars, they have said that the men should specifically not be allowed to rape women. Even as old as medieval times, kings and queens and army generals were telling them, if I find out you've raped a woman, I will execute you myself. So it is not seen as okay by men either. That's the thing. Men are not being like, oh, we're just going to have a good old time going to war and raping these women. They don't view it as okay either, And part of Laura Stempel's research is to see what is the response to men being raped. And about only 3% of the organizations that view rape as a weapon of war help men. Only 3%. So not only are these men being raped and the problem is just being ignored, they're not even going to receive any help after they've been raped. So men being raped during war is actually a big problem. And the fact that she probably might not even know that much about it just literally shows how much privilege she as a person has.
Oh yeah,
That's
of
all I have
course.
to say.
Not to mention that the rape of men isn't even considered rape in many countries. It is in Sweden,
Exactly.
though, so that's good. But it's not in UK or America, right? And
in India.
oh yeah, exactly, because a feminist group changed it to exclude male victims, and the same in Israel, by the way. So that seems a little bit awful. Well, awful is a very, very mild description of that. This is kind of like more terrible than that. But also, like, not to mention, circumcision is legal everywhere, in all countries besides South Africa. Then it's only legal if you have a religious justification for it, right? But it still happens when you're like a teenager, right, by force, and a lot of guys lose their dicks in that, right? But the Xhosa people, I think some others, but I don't know. But also, like, so technically, it is actually objectively legal to rape male children under some circumstances in every country in the world. So, if anybody want to talk about the rape being bad, if anyone want to do it, right, I'm gonna bring this up all the time, and she's gonna bring up war and rape, and make women the main victims about that. I'm like, you can say women are victims. That's that of course true, right, and that's terrible, right? But to ignore all the victims of rape and forced to be in war, the majority is like kind of gross, actually. Like,
And it's so
like,
funny how this is a book talking about how men should grow up and how men should act in a certain way. You know, men should experience their own growth. And this author, Bly, he's explicitly saying that rape is wrong and disgusting and that men shouldn't act this way. And, you know, people are still having an issue with it, you know. What are you complaining about, really? You know, it doesn't make any sense.
No, exactly.
I just wanted to mention, well, first of all, it's always good that somebody mentions that rape is wrong, right? Because Jay, we forget too often, right? Like, but no, for your book though, because if you're specifically looking at examples of like how men versus women are viewed, I don't know if you were aware of this. You might have heard of it because you seem like you're pretty well informed. But this was I don't know what year it was. I think the controversy itself was in like 2014, maybe earlier. But there was this Canadian professor, Adele Mercier, and she's just like notorious radical feminist, blah, 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 just checks all the boxes, just a nasty, horrible woman. Just gonna poison the well a little. But no, so her and Janice Flamenco have had like back and forth or whatever. She's like the antithesis to Janice Flamenco. Like, there we go. She's like the evil villain version. But she did work where they were looking at these situations where during war, like basically so they'd invade and they like force like family members to have sex with each other or rape each other, basically, right? But she'd count men like forced to rape like as rapists rather than counting them both as victims.
That is, oh my god, she really is an awful woman.
Yeah, I don't know.
Holy shit! That's the most that's awful. That is,
yeah. Richard probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's something that I remember HBR used to bring up. Well, because I mean, it was like a thing.
Yeah, could I get a link for that so that I can research
I'll
it?
remember. I'll remember to find some good sources on it, and there's probably there's probably like a really good old like AVFM article that sums it up pretty well. And everything like that.
Yeah, so let's continue watching this video.
Yeah, you guys made it past the 20-minute mark while I made a whole fucking pizza. Is that what happened?
Yes,
This isn't a case of death not always meaning death. Casualties of War is based on the real-life kidnapping, rape, and murder of a Vietnamese woman, Phan Thai Mao, by American GI in 1966, known as the Incident on Hill 192. Phan Thai Mao was gagged, had her hands bound with rope, and was taken to a hooch where her attackers took turns raping her for hours. They had originally plotted to keep raping her for 5 days before murdering her, but the morning after she was taken, the Viet Cong discovered the Americans' hooch and attacked. As a result, one of her attackers took her and stabbed her 3 times
in the chest, but failed to kill her. She broke free and tried to run away before he caught her and shot her in the head with his M16. These were not boys who simply...
I think she's gonna say something really heinous now, but I don't know what.
Had not spent time in Bly's ashes. The premeditated kidnapping and murder of someone is not indicative of some kind of lack of maturity on the part of the murderers. I don't even think that this is a case of this one squad of American GI defying all statistical odds and happening to have 4 different violent sociopaths who decided to team up as some kind of horror boy band. I think this violence was the direct result of the dehumanization of women, and more specifically Asian women, in American Cold War era culture. These men...
Oh my god! Oh my god. Like, this is like the most one-sided thing I've ever seen. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I can't stand this. Like, I always have to repeat myself all the time. She has been like ignoring the ways people have been treating men like dehumanizing ways for like a long ass time now, right? And then she's just gonna say, well, this is bad. Well, of course it's bad. We all agree, right? She doesn't just seem to agree with us that this goes in the other direction too.
Okay, first of all, let me just say this. I'm reading directly from the Wikipedia article, right? Where she's talking, just to show you what happened, right? Thomas Cipriano, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Garcia and Joseph Garcia were each convicted of murder. Jarvis was found guilty on the count of murder at the trial of Thomas, who committed the actual stabbing and shooting. The prosecutor asked the jury to impose a death sentence. The court, however, sentenced Thomas to life imprisonment. The sentence was first commuted to 20 years, then reduced to 8, which made him eligible for parole after half that time. Likewise, Jarvis' initial sentence of 10 years was reduced to 8, and he too was eligible for release within half that time. In 1968, Joseph Garcia was acquitted on the appeal of his initial 15-year sentence, and his dishonorable discharge was reversed after it was determined that his First Amendment rights were violated, and his confession was ruled as admissible. Cipriano Garcia's sentence was shortened to 22 months. All soldiers, excluding Storby, were dishonorably discharged from the army, right? So first of all, let me say that this instance was disgusting, obviously, on the part of these 4 men, right? And it's horrible, what they did. However, it's not an example of women being dehumanized. If this thing was so heinous that it got these guys in trouble with the law, and actually got them convicted and actually being discharged from the army, right? If a man was to do the same thing to men, and they did do that a lot to other men, it would not have resulted in pretty much anything. Nothing would have happened. It's really funny that she's talking about the dehumanization of women, when even in a case of war, that men were actually held accountable for their actions, while in the exact same situation, men were literally dying like flies. And even if a man was being raped in the same horrible way that this poor woman was raped, he would have never gotten justice, ever. He would, this does happen a lot, like I said, in these detention centers. And the funny thing is, we even have accounts of where there were both male and female prisoners. Like, for example, when sometimes they would capture female nurses, right? And they would treat the female nurses a lot better than they treated the male prisoners of war. Like, they would just torture the male prisoners of war, but they would not really do anything to the female prisoners, even giving them, food and water, basically just leaving them alone, So it's pretty telling. That's all I have to say.
It's kind of like their Everard ×4, but Chinese or Asian or whatever, right? Especially like in light of what you said about, what about all of the countless male death and wraith that is in the background of what she is focusing in on, right? Like it really is just like maps directly onto that same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like these first of all, like these, clearly she was not being dehumanized, because these men, they specifically broke the rules of what they were supposed to do, in this situation, and they tried to hide it from other people. It's, if what they did was completely fine, if she had really been dehumanized, then they would not have seen it as a bad thing to do that,
Yeah,
and
if
they
it's supposed
wouldn't
to
have
highlight
tried to
the
hide it.
culture, like the fact that they're hiding it, that this is exceptional, kind of like means that it's the exception.
Exactly,
Rule,
exactly.
yeah.
These people were just male criminals who are disgusting and horrible, but that doesn't reflect a cultural phenomenon, like people usually do.
This thing Neat Scholar said, how she, casually mentioned how her being Vietnamese, right? To put the, like, by the way, people are racist undertone, right? That's been a theme throughout the entire video, right? Is like, she doesn't really address anything having to do with race in any substantial way. She just kind of mentions like, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. Like, I see you, white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. And then just like in fleeting and like parentheses, right? It's like she's kind of like scavenger hunting, right? Like getting little eggs here and there to kind of like keep the cred. I don't know.
But she also
It
seems to
comes off a little
conveniently
disingenuous.
still leave out a very clear racist idea, like that we managed to point out, and that was the Planned Parenthood, right? If you want to make racism about early feminism, I think, I don't know, then, I mean, like, isn't that kind of like a very clear case? Just FYI. But no, because that's not because, reasons, I don't know. Like I would say that they, of course, dehumanized the woman, but American society didn't. Like anybody who rapes someone dehumanizes their victim in a large degree, right? And knowing that means that men are far more dehumanized in American society than any woman. Yeah. Oh, and also, by the way, this they basically exclude if the woman is a rapist. The same thing goes for India and Israel, because of course it does. Because like nothing says equality more than like treating genders differently, like because reasons. I'm also gonna drop the Discord in the chat now.
And knew that they were doing something wrong in the same way someone who commits an armed robbery knows that they're doing something wrong. Fan Thai Mao wasn't a person to them. She was a thing they could steal, use, and throw away, just as their culture taught them. And Robert
No, the culture was very much against her being treated that way, which is of course good that the culture was against that, right? But if you're gonna look at men, if you're gonna talk about war, people being forced to be dropped into war, and you're saying that the culture is really wants to dehumanize or throw away people other than the ones they're drafting, it's actually kind of like disturbing to me. How can she not see this? Like, do you think she doesn't understand, or because she's that gynocentric, or that she just doesn't, doesn't see it, or she just ignores it? I mean, like, it could be anyway at this point. I don't fucking know.
Lies solution to this kind of toxic masculinity just kind of slathers a coat of benign paint over this dehumanization. I should probably mention for posterity that I don't identify as an essentialist. I don't really believe in the collective unconscious, or that we are born
Nobody
with
identifies
some
as an
regard of
essentialist.
fixed nature. But I can accept some amount of essentialism as a theory for human consciousness. After all, we don't actually know very much at all about consciousness, so it's as valid a theory as any, even if it's not my particular pet theory. I can engage with that idea in good faith. After all, there is something evolutionary in the way we gravitate toward finding patterns or finding human faces in things where there are no human faces. So I can accept that maybe there might be some kind of an evolutionary basis for a collective unconscious. Maybe something of the archetypes really does have a primordial basis. What I wholeheartedly reject, however, is gender essentialism. There might be unconscious things that essentially make us human, but there is not a pink collective unconscious and a blue collective unconscious. Bly, like Jung, casts male and female archetypes as opposites, eros and logos, and he takes a really prescriptivist approach to these archetypes. Like, men and women should embrace the feminine and masculine, the anima and animus within, but the idealized masculine archetypes and the idealized feminine archetypes in the Western canon are
the template. It's all just terribly convenient that white men are seemingly in charge of everything because our collective unconsciouses are willing it to be so.
Wait, what?
She's basically arguing that because the narrative promotes white supremacy and also it is based on this kind of cosmic sort of like shared subtle like social shared conscious, whether it's mystical or otherwise, right? If those things are all lining up, like, isn't that really convenient, right? I don't know. The first part of her argument has to be that she's even found the white supremacy in Iron John, or I'm sorry, no, we're beyond that now. It's what I guess she just argued what Vietnamese woman disposability, therefore white supremacy. Therefore, this is a coming of age film, right? That has those in it, and I don't know. It all seems really thin. I can kind of see it, and I don't know. I don't know if anybody in the chat maybe can see where the parts of her logic. Maybe we just need to give her a little bit of time, but I can kind of see the framework of what she's trying to argue. It just seems a little bit.
I mean, like, if she really have an issue with that, then why is she still using the color theory that was debunked before I was even born, right? And the color theory is also...
Oh, the whole blue-pink thing?
No, the color theory is the categorization of people, races based on color. And that was in large degree debunked before any of us was even born, right? But people stick to it because of reasons, right? And then they claim it's a bad thing anyway, but they're the most defending it the most. It's like really bizarre. And if anybody doesn't know what I mean with the color theory in this regard, it's gonna like too much to go into in every live stream, but...
Oh, I made you hungry too. What did you get? And now it's a mukbang stream now.
I mean, like, I just took a cinnamon roll and I had my dad slice it up into pieces.
I've been eating pretty bad, but it's a holiday weekend. It's a holiday weekend here, so.
Well, I'm in Europe. We don't have holidays. No, just kidding.
Okay.
The gender binary is a myth.
Just let it go. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
I'm willing to bet that study is not even existing.
Just keep going. It's fine.
Oh my god! I got triggered. Is she like, oh my god?
Yeah, the gender binary is a myth because gender is not a useful concept. So there we go.
I mean, like, gender, they say to be neither male or female. That's it. Now I have fixed that.
We're at the halfway point. We did it.
I mean, like, the only useful term the term gender even have is, like, the only useful term that have is to explain how trans people are valid, right? There is literally, because otherwise you can just use the term sex, right? And the only way that makes sense is to say that oh no, you can change your gender because you have like a different like neurological structure towards the opposite sex, which causes dysphoria, and that makes you like want to transition, and therefore that will like change your gender, right? But besides that, the term gender have no like utility. Like that's the only utility the term gender have besides sex, if that makes sense. Like that's it. And so like when she say, oh, it's no sex but gender, but then she's basically saying that, okay, we just need to have a different term to explain how transsexualism works. That's it. Like what? Okay, we can just use any other language explanation, but like that's just like a really weird, like it's very pointless statement because she's just like making it more difficult to explain like a neurological like reality of sexual dimorphism backlashing on human neurostructures, if that makes sense. Because the reason why people can be born with opposite sex neurostructure it's just because of human sexual dimorphism required it to be different nervous system for different sexes. So therefore you can have the opposite sex nervous system, and that reality of transitioning would be somebody changing their gender, so to speak, right? And that's like the only way gender is different from, well, not really different, but like different from sex, right? But like that's it. It's like if she basically say, oh, gender binary is submitting, well, I mean, like if we remove the term gender from the English vocabulary, like because no other language have a different term for sex and gender, right? Then we can just use the other language's description of how people are transsexual, right? So she's not really saying anything at all. Like she's just like saying that the English language is like mythological. Well, the reality exists independent of gender, of like of language. So just use different language to explain the same thing, or different words to explain the same thing. It's not really. It's like the point she made is like really mute. Like all this makes sense to you, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's yeah.
So yeah, that's basically all I had to say about
You know exactly where she's going when she says, "I'm not an essentialist."
Well, I actually don't know, but I don't really know if I want to know.
It's fine. We can.
I can just gonna move on.
A 30-year study found, quote, no universal species-wide brain features that differ between the sexes. Rather, the brain is like other organs, such as the heart and kidneys, which are similar enough to be transplanted between men and women quite successfully. And the way cultural norms for masculinity and femininity.
But like, how the fuck isn't that just like being a little bit transphobic? Because like, how can men and women have different brains if trans people like exist? Like, I think she's being a little bit. I think she'd be a little bit too problematic here.
Well, I guess the trans apologist argument would be that that it's not the brain itself; it's like the brain in that body, how it is configured. Like what are you gonna do? Are you gonna give someone sex assignment surgery or like a brain transplant? Like,
I do see where she's coming from, and yeah, there aren't that many differences between the physical matter of the brain between men and women. Like, it's not that men have like all the different neurons or anything. No, there's
the
no
brain's
brain.
probably more different than like a lot of other things, though.
It do depends, because a lot of men's and women's differences stem from our physical bodies, apart from the brain. Like
a lot of it's just like relative size, right? Like women are just like identical but scaled down to a large degree. Like that explains most of the differences. There's some
Also,
differences in the brains, though. Like the men would have like some parts that are like just like different.
Yeah, exactly. And we have, men have more testosterone than women, and women have more estrogen than men, and progesterone, right? So a lot of the differences that are between men and women aren't really so much as the result of the brain as are the result of, the other parts of the body, right? Men and women have the same average IQ, they have the same average thinking capacity, but just saying that does not mean that sex and gender are social constructs, because, we've seen multiple times that, people biologically innately have more empathy for women, people biologically innately, they do things differently based on their gender, right? That might not 100% be attributed to the brain, but, women are more likely to be homemakers, of their own accord. No one's forcing them, than men are. Men have a biological need to provide and protect women, which doesn't necessarily come from, just the physical matter in their brain, so it's quite complex.
Yeah, but my point was more like this. My point was more like, you know that there are more, generally more connections between the size and in women, right? And men is like more forward, right? And the male brain is also heavier, right? And because of all these things, women can actually recover better from having a stroke, right? which is a very huge privilege that few women get to use, right? But something I also want to make is the reason why brains are different is because men and women have different body parts, right? The nervous system needs to be different to like connect all the body parts, right? And if so therefore you have to have different brains, but the difference between the brains when it comes to gender is actually very minor, because there's not that much part of the brain that involves the gender specific body parts, and that is specifically those parts that determine if someone is like will be like transsexual, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, and also like all of the differences to interplay with each other as well. So I really do think it's easy to underestimate the degree that like there's just like really immutable differences. But what the essentialist does is basically they boil it down such that like any distinction you can give them, even if you're going to be correct 99 to 100% of the time when you need to distinguish a man from a woman, it's not good enough. And they basically use perfection as the enemy of the good as their basis for just completely demolishing concepts and ways to refer to things.
You know, it's quite interesting because it's not like I said before, it's not like these egalitarian societies haven't been tried before, where they said that, maybe women act the way they do because, they've just been brought up like that. So let's bring up them in a completely egalitarian way, and they even took some things that women usually do, like laundry and taking care of their children, and they minimized that. Like, for example, they said that the children are going to be raised in special kindergartens and not in the mother's home, right? And that the laundry and the cooking is going to be done communally, and that they're going to take their meals all together, right? So basically any housework is really, really minimized, right? And women have to work the same jobs as men. They have to work in the fields. They have to be as interested in politics. They have to basically do everything the same as men, and men have to do everything the same as women. It's just going to be a completely egalitarian society. And what they actually found is, okay, this was, if you want to look this up, this is the kibbutz people in Israel, right? So they did this, and guess what? It was not the feminist utopia that everyone thought it was going to be. Actually, after a while of women doing the same jobs as men, they realized that they didn't want to do those jobs because those jobs were really difficult, so they started going into the kindergartens, the libraries, the jobs that women usually do, right? And then they would say, for example, we don't want our children to be raised in this special kindergarten. We want to take them home and raise them ourselves. So eventually, after a short time, women and men just went back to their regular roles, which isn't a bad thing, it's not
that's just like finding the balance, right?
exactly.
It's ideally good to have like options, but it's gonna come down, I think, in the majority in the way that you'd expect. But yeah.
Exactly. The thing is, like, the common view is that women are oppressed and men want to keep women in domestic servitude, and I noticed that at the start of this video she posted like an image of an advert from the 1950s,
The
where
Hoover one,
basically,
yeah, when she's
yeah,
opening
the
up the
Hoover
Christmas
one.
present.
And you know what, it's so stupid because actually prior
Like,
to
you
the
would be happy. Like, those are cool. I mean,
like in the 1930s and in the 1940s, because of the Depression and the World War II, women were taking up jobs that they hadn't taken up before, right? And they were actually magazine publishing pictures of career women, and saying now the hot new thing is to be a career woman, right? But after the World War, things were cheap, and the white middle class became a lot richer than they were before. They became so rich, in fact, that actually many women could actually afford to stay at home and be full-time housewives, and the household could be supported on one income. despite the fact that at that time this was viewed as a massive privilege for women, and women were genuinely happy because of it, and at that time they reported much higher levels of life satisfaction than men did, it's being universally seen as the 1950s was the worst decade in the history of the world for women, and that women were like being objectified and mistreated and
Yeah.
treated as slaves by men. You know,
Oh, you
this
might like this. I have a term for this. Did I make it up? I don't know. They might have made it up on HBR, but I always say it a lot. The 50 years ago fallacy. And it's basically like, since pretty much the overwhelming majority of people aren't old enough to remember anything that happened 50 years ago, you just make shit up, right? So 50 years ago is always when it was like a brutal patriarchy. Basically 50 years ago, it was Handmaid's Tale, right? Literally, right? And it's always going to be 50 years from whatever the current date is. So now it's like 2020. So now like the 1970s, that's the new 1950s, right? Just like wait for it. Instead of saying like, this isn't the 1950s, now it's going to start saying, what is this, the 1970s, right? And you'll even see it in the culture too. You'll see like some Netflix drama that's going to be like Mad Men, but it's going to be set in the 70s. And all the men smoke cigars and wear bell bottoms and slap their secretaries on the ass.
you know, I
They
can't
all wear
wait.
bonnets.
I can't wait until the 2050s, and people are going to be saying like the 2000s were like so sexist, you know, and like women were
Yeah.
like just being like, I live in Kenya right now,
Oh, cool.
and like the common view of people from outside of Kenya is that like women in Kenya are just being beaten like dogs, and like we're
Yeah,
just
did they
like
let you
really
outside today?
yeah, exactly, like we're just like men are just
Are you scared? Are
killing
you
us there,
safe?
you know?
Hey, wait. Are you safe? You're safe, right?
Yeah, I am.
Blink 3 times right now, okay? If you need help, okay? In case you can't tell us.
Yeah, exactly, you know, so like women here have all the same rights as men, and the feminist movement is so big here, you know.
Wait.
And
Do
like
this with your head to make sure you're not beheaded. Prove it to us. Okay, I'm done. But
yeah, you know, so like,
yeah.
and the funny thing is like there's so many opportunities for women here, and yet it's ranked like the like 140 out of like 200 countries on like the gender equality index, you know. So
Based
like
on what?
we really don't deserve that rating, like we really don't.
Do you know though, like what was it based on?
So like education, violence against women, and the like, you know.
Like I remember
Well,
when
which
you
factor do you think it is that they're like, because for example, let's say it's like, oh, we're ranked really low in education because like women tend to do this thing where they learn this skill and then do this and then they're happy, right? But then like the metric would read like, oh, none of them have college degrees. They're fucking retarded and that's really sad and they're oppressed, right? Like something like
Yeah.
that would be like a really plausible thing where it's like, here's a society where like women have a lot of opportunity and they're all really happy, but they're ranked really low in education.
You know, the funny thing is like over here, like girls actually have a higher literacy rate than boys. In last year's
Is there like a
national,
lot of domestic violence? Is there more than average then? Because if there's
yeah,
not, and the
there's
okay, because there's got to be something offsetting it if the literacy rate is good, right? And then what was
yeah,
the third
it's
thing besides violence? So it was violence, literacy. What was the other thing?
I don't remember. I think it's like maybe employment or something. I think so.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not
are women
sure.
really lazy in Kenya?
No, it's just that okay, first of all, you know what you need to know is that is that like the domestic violence rate is high in general for you know the world, right? So like it's high in
Okay, yeah,
Kenya than the rest of the world, right? But it's
but
also high
nothing
for men,
crazy, just a
you
little
know.
high. Okay,
It's like 37% for women and 33% for men. So like if they included the men's rate there, it would not be so high. But they don't include the men's rate. They're just like, oh, 37%. Oh,
oh,
you guys are being beaten like dogs. You know, like you guys, can you even walk? You know, that kind of thing.
I
When
suppose
like
yeah, that's
it's just a common thing here, you know. So It's no, I'm not saying it's viewed as a common thing. Like, it's not viewed as okay at all, you know.
Right,
But I'm
right,
just
but
saying it's high for both genders, you know, that kind of thing.
And I also would like to say that like when we are on a video where she's always talking about how things are being racist and all that, right? All like a little snippets here and there, right? And I'm gonna do the same thing, right? Which I already am. And that's when people assume that Kenya, right? And people in the West assume that Kenya is like this, oh, that they're treating women so badly, right? Without like even knowing it, right? Isn't that kind of a little bit racist in a way for them to think that way?
Listen, it's definitely racist. I mean, I've met so many people who legit think that we live in huts and stuff, and like we don't have internet. You know, it's a pretty common thing, you know, for people to have like a different view of us, you know. So yeah, it is a bit racist.
Yeah, it's like it is so strange that the people who claim to be the most anti-racist people seem to make the most racist assumption of like other peoples in other countries.
Exactly.
Like,
but yeah, so
projection of on their behalf.
Yeah. Yo, let's continue the videos so that we can like finish it in good time.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Wait, make it not
shifted over
1080p.
time and cultures, and the continued existence of people who don't adhere to the gender binary and transgender people, I think, seems to suggest that gender presentation is far, far, far more a case of nurture over nature.
Is this woman like absolutely genuinely unintelligent? Because she really, really, really doesn't seem to understand what the fuck she's talking about, right? I have to say this, and I'm gonna say it again, right? Because I didn't really say it when I should have, which is good, right? Because like the reason why we have trans people, right? Then that objectively means that that there is like an inclination, like there is like a biological, like neurological component to the reality of gender, right? The fact that you have people being transgender means that people have dysphoria that have nothing to do with nurture, right? That would be that's the opposite. That means that they have a condition which is the result of sexual dimorphism, right? Sex is real, right? People, if you don't want to make the case that gender is a social construct or whatever, right? The only way that could possibly make sense is when people say that because in other languages you don't have the distinction sex and gender, so you have to explain people being transgender in a different way, right? So you can technically say that gender would be a socially construct to explain how people are trans. So it's like constructed to explain reality, but it exists independent of if the construction exists or not. Does that make sense?
Kinda.
Yeah, but like
in theory, if it's explaining reality, the thing it's explaining is the thing the theory's named after.
Well, okay,
but then if the thing doesn't exist, but you're making up the theory anyway, I mean, then I guess it's a theory, but it's just like a bad one that describes something that isn't real. Right?
Yeah,
is that it?
Yeah, that's true. Like, but my point was more this. Like, my point is more that in other languages that doesn't have two terms for sex and gender, right? They have to use the term biological sex and neurological sex to use it to refer to someone being transsexual, right? While in English, just because we have the term gender to refer to people who are transitioning from one gender to another, then the terminology of having the term gender, right, to explain that reality would be a social construct. Does that make sense? Or more of a linguistic construct, because you're using it to describe reality, but you don't use the term in other languages.
Right. I don't like the term neurological sex. It's like weird.
Yeah, that's the reason why we have the term gender in English, because then we don't need the term neurological sex. Because like the reason why I could say it's partially.
Yeah. I was just gonna say I don't think she made the case that this is a nurture over nature thing. Like that just does not seem to be true at all.
Yeah, I mean, I just explain how it's not. It's the opposite. before I explained the whole thing I just did. But because like if you were really just raised to be the way you want to be, then there would be no way on earth people would have gender dysphoria, right? And if she say that's the result of nurture, then she's literally saying that all forms of transitioning are a result of child abuse. That's the only way she could make sense, which is not true, right? So
yeah, because she needs it to be innate for that to be the case.
Yeah, so like she's really doesn't know anything she's talking about, right?
That's a pretty typical thing for progressives to trip up over, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They don't like. They're like if basically everything is constantly, if everything is like made up and all that, then why do you have people having to like, if gender was just like something you were raised to be, and we just had like this like, if everyone was just so non-binding and non-essential or non-biological, non-neurological, right? Then why would we allow people to transition? That would just be harming people when they don't have to be harmed. Like, what the fuck? It makes no sense. But like, just to go back to the idea of like something. I'm just gonna move on. Never mind.
I think we are largely socialized to accept gender norms. But as a cis woman who dresses like a cottagecore trad wife when I'm not pretending to be a wild woman or a medium in a YouTube video, this is really not my lane. This isn't the video or even really the channel for exploring the nuances of gender expression and identity.
Well, that is actually kind of like a good idea because she does not understand it. So she shouldn't stop staying away of it. She shouldn't like even be like going into it. I'm actually explaining it more than she actually ever would be able to. And I actually believe that she might actually understand it if I explain it to her. But that's just giving her a little bit too much credit, I suppose. But like regardless, I will just explain, just finalize the thing I was trying to explain before. And that is that you will define someone as a different gender than their biological sex if they have the neurological brain of the opposite, or nervous system of the opposite sex, and then transition, right? So that they like are read as the opposite sex, right? Then then it would be technically a socially constructive, but these are social constructs to explain the reality of existence. Like, I hope I make sense here. But it's still like a valid thing to transition, if that makes sense. It's still like a valid like reality.
It just seems like a natural consequence of whenever you're dealing with people like her, because like essentialism just lets you benchmark things and then stop and then have concepts and to build off of them without having to like overanalyze everything down to the quantum level, right? Because technically you could do that forever and it just completely cripples any ability to like build on new thoughts. But like it's that infinite levels of distinctions and grays through everything that if you're creative enough you can always kind of find the argument. But yeah, like she's gonna do more like wizardry. She's gonna use some words as magic spells. She's dressed for it. She's got the props for it.
Yeah, and it's also like, just to finalize it, it's also that we call somebody who have gender dysphoria and then transitions. That's when they will have changed their gender, right? But they will just be changing like body, like presentation. The nervous system would be the same as it was like before. So in that way, you can argue that the gender would be socially constructed, but it would be socially constructed to just include trans people as being valid, right, and not anything else, right? And it would be a linguistic construction rather than a, you know what I'm saying, like just to explain how that's like a thing, you know.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about it as a linguistic construction, you're just like referring to the fact that it's a word that people could refer to.
Yeah, exactly right. And you use that word to explain the reality of transsexuals. Just that it's kind of useful for that specific thing. That's like the main purpose of that word.
Okay, guys, I think that we should just continue watching for a little bit of time. Yeah,
yeah,
so
that's true.
speed it up.
If you want more on that topic, there are a number of trans, non-binary, and genderqueer YouTubers with videos exploring gender in a much more eloquent and experienced way than I ever could. Big channels like PhilosophyTube and ContraPoints have a number of videos on the topic, but I personally recommend Neil Farrell, aka The Liberal Cooks video, Gender and Authenticity, and then go watch all the rest of their videos because they are an intellectual and aesthetic treat.
Nope, you don't need to do that because I used to explain everything that needs to know about the topic, and everything is now done. So I'm just gonna move on.
Something of Bly's Wild Man can be seen in the card of the Hermit. It's a card about introspection, about finding one's authentic self. The imagery of the hermit evokes a pilgrimage into solitude. Hermits live in the forest, at the edge of society. The wild man in the story takes the young boy into the forest for his initiation. And it is this retreat into nature and initiation by other men that inspired the next big part of the mythopoetic men's movement. Chapter 2, Into the Woods. That's the second son.
One chapter done.
Video, and I'm sorry. He didn't deserve this. Around 5 p.m. on July 25th, 2005, Ralph Cinto of Houston, Texas, received a phone call from his son, Michael's employer, saying that Michael never showed up for work that day.
No, I'm gonna
2 weeks earlier, Michael had attended a men's retreat, and he'd returned home terrified. Michael checked himself into a hospital for psychiatric treatment, fired his Alcoholics Anonymous sponsor who had recommended the retreat to him, and even consulted with an attorney about getting a restraining order against the sponsor, who, he'd said, had been barraging him with unrelenting calls since his return from the retreat. Perhaps most upsettingly, the day before he neglected to show up for work, Michael told his mother, Kathy, that he'd recovered a memory of being sexually assaulted by a group of boys when he was 6. At the retreat, he was pushed to share the details of this memory of assault to the group of men, against his will and without any licensed psychologist or therapist present. After the call from Michael's employer, Ralph Cinto feared the worst. He called his daughter, Becky, and together they went to Ralph's apartment. To quote a 2007 Houston Press article, when Ralph turned the knob, the door opened. Ralph Cinto started screaming. The police arrived shortly after and were hit by the unmistakable stench of decay as soon as they entered the apartment. Blood was everywhere, on the ceiling and on the floor. And there was Michael Cinto, sprawled out on the carpet, a shotgun laying beside him. The retreat that Michael Cinto attended in the weeks before his death was called the New Warrior Training Adventure, formerly known as Wild Man Weekend, and was organized by a group called the Mankind Project. The Mankind Project's Wild Man Weekend, first held in 1985, was directly influenced by the work of Robert Bly, and the Mankind Project, known as the New Warrior Network until the late 90s, is the modern-day continuation of the mythopoetic men's movement of the 80s and 90s.
Is this like in any way related to modern like men's rights advocacy whatsoever? Because it doesn't seem like
Kinda, but not really.
The thing is, I understand where she's coming from. Like, these guys shouldn't have pushed him if he wasn't ready to talk about it. However, like, I don't think they were intentionally trying to get him to have an episode or anything like that. This clearly shows that, it was more about the fact that he was having re-trauma from what was happening to him in his childhood, but like these guys, they weren't intentionally trying to do this to him. It was a very unfortunate incident. However, like I said, not every single incident can be taken to be a part of a cultural phenomenon, or in this case, I know the Mankind Initiative, they do genuinely good work, so I think this was more of a mistake, rather than it's just that men usually have trouble talking about their issues, especially when they sit down, and like they don't do it in the same way that women do, and I even have like studies to back this up. They have different ways of dealing with pain and trauma, right? And I think really what happened here was a very, very unfortunate mistake, right? And but I genuinely don't think that this should be used as a condemnation for all of these men's retreats and that kind of thing, because they actually do work in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and honestly, so this is, I'm just going to echo, these are basically points that Honey Badgers had brought up when they had reviewed this video. Like, yeah, first of all, like, here's your one example, and like a whole like many decades of success of these programs, and then of course it's like there's this question of like who is like someone like she to judge. Like, at least they're trying to do something, right? At least they're doing something. You know, the fact that this is the thing available to them that seemed like it would have been a good option, right? You know, if it truly is this like crazy, radical, weird thing that's super dangerous, no one should do or whatever, like psychologically dangerous, kind of physically, but like that would just mean that, okay, if this is so shitty and so stupid and so bad, like clearly you should be able to set up something that's better. But then also, we kind of have an unreliable narrator here. Like we have a guy who's already like dealing with a lot of issues and everything, right? And it's like how much of his account is really verifiable from everything that had gone on there and everything, right? So, you know, it's just everything about it is like,
You know, I don't know if you guys have ever dealt with trauma, but, you know, I'm someone who has dealt with trauma. And what basically happens is that, like, if a certain incident occurs to you when you're very young, you will not be traumatized immediately. You'll be numb for a number of years, right? And then the time when it does resurface, that's when you'll actually start having now really bad trauma. So you can become suicidal. You can even start getting nightmares. The same thing happened to me, you know, because I was also a victim of child abuse, right? And so that's usually how it happens, you know. So maybe during that time is about the time when his trauma resurfaced in, you know, in a big wave, you know, which is maybe why he was having those issues. But, you know, it's not impossible for someone to go to therapy and actually try to get better and then end up committing suicide anyway. But that doesn't mean that all therapy is bad or that therapy hasn't helped someone. It is the same case with these men's retreats. They've actually been proven to really, really help some men, you know. So it's like, I mean, like one incident is really sad, but it's not indicative of this being a bad or a toxic thing, you know?
yeah, well, yeah, it speaks to the point of like, I guess you have to look at what was the success rate, you know? Yeah, and I think you do have to reach a really pretty significant bar before you start to like blanket, you know, the whole thing. And at worst, most of these programs like this, the charge is just that they don't work. You know, like I feel like that's the more realistic danger to them. But yeah, I mean, basically, this entire part 2 of this video here is her like doing this tragic story and say, like, look at how this men's rights movement caused this suicide. And it's like, you know, if we're gonna play that game, right, where we get to round up the suicides and then decide which ideologies are responsible for them. I feel like the feminist doesn't want to play that game.
But like, it's so interesting that she's like, oh, she basically want to blame male suffering on that particular group, and then she have like ignoring and like purposely avoiding examples of male oppression like for like 20 minutes in like a row, almost, more or less, right? So it's like she only care when she can put it on people she for some reason doesn't like. You want to use that as a reason why they're bad.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of like off-putting to me.
Yeah, this is the only one that this is the only male suicide she's interested in, because it's the one she can use to say that men's rights are bad.
Yeah, because like, you know, the fact that
because she's helping male suicide.
Yeah, it's like she's like, no, all the other aspects, no, all the other mistreatment of men, she's like ignored purposely, right? It's like, oh, and she must have purposely ignored it, right? Because if she didn't, because it was kind of like there, because she, in all of the points she made earlier, and if everybody would want to know why, just watch the video we already watched until now, and they don't understand why.
You know, it's just so weird that like when you usually talk to a feminist about the male suicide rate, they'll tell you, you know, men just need to talk about their problems more. It's like the toxic masculinity that's making them not talk about the problems. And then when men do talk about their problems, she's like, oh, well, he's killed himself. You know, better not try again, you know.
But it's like they don't really seem to want to know the reason why a lot of men feel bad, right? Because if I say that I feel like, if I were to be feeling like depressed or like pointless and I don't want to do anything, right? And then when people say why, oh, that's because I cannot legally breed in my country. Can you change the laws so I can do it? And then they're like, no. And I'm like, well, what's the point then? Well, I can move back to South Africa. That's a reason. Well, that's what I'm going to do for that specific reason. And also because of other reasons, but that's the main reason. So like, what the fuck? Like if you say what troubles you, right? Then they just dismiss it, so it doesn't really seem to that they care that much. Otherwise, they would change the law so that you have rights. Because like if you don't have like rights, then of course you're gonna be sad. Like what the fuck? Why wouldn't you? You know, like the reason people are sad is because of things that are real, right? And if people are sad for like, you know, things that are unjust, right? And why wouldn't they want to fix that injustice?
In the months following her brother's death, Becky went into full-on detective mode. She cracked the password on Michael's computer and used his passwords to access a members-only section of the Houston Mankind Project website. She printed out dozens of articles about the Mankind Project and spoke to former attendees of warrior training in chat rooms. A month after Michael's death, she discovered a letter Michael had written to the Madison County Sheriff's Office. In it, Cinto describes how the attendants are stripped of their keys and wallets, disoriented, and subject to psychological abuse, including being forced to march through the forest, blindfolded and naked, being forced to discuss their sexual histories in the nude, threats of imprisonment, and allegations of kidnapping. Quote, "They provoked the men into a rage," he wrote. "They were telling one man, 'Fuck you. You are worthless.'" Another man who had attended a new warrior training adventure retreat reported particularly worrying. All of the attendants were naked in a sweat lodge. The man's wife, who wished to remain anonymous, told Houston Press, "The man leading the group said, 'If you wish, you may reach over and grab your brother's dick. If your brother doesn't want your hand there, he can remove it.' Well, my husband told me he froze, and from that point on, he just wanted out." An anonymous post about the weekend on a Yahoo board read, "On another carpet, another man was wrapped up in duct tape on the floor screaming. You can't get out of that. On another carpet, a young man was screaming, 'I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Look what you did to me.' It was like people, they were in some trance. I felt like I was regressing. I was being taken back to a place where I no longer wanted to be. A life of chaos where I had no control. The cold shower reminded me of when I didn't pay my bills. Sitting on the cold floor in the shack after arriving and checking in, reminding me of the holding cell where I waited before going to jail. All the yelling reminded me of my father. I just kept thinking, this was very inhumane and very, very strange stuff. Something is not right." The Mankind Project's new warrior training adventure costs around $675, and ongoing meetings cost around $200 for 8 sessions.
Well, if you guys have anything to add to the things we just heard, and you may, but or just like before that to like answer that. Oh my God, I've taken money voluntarily. Well, how many, for example, money does other groups of people take by force?
You know, I mean, all of that was horrible, you know. I'm really glad that, like, the new ones are just totally different, you know, because, you know, the ones they do these days are just, they don't have any of that. Like, what was that? That was insane, you know, that was mad, you know. This is not what we want, you know, as people, you know, who are advocating for men. We don't want more abuse to happen to men, honestly. We want less, you know, honestly. Like that was insane, you know. If all of that actually happened, that's insane.
Well, there's that Vice video, which is from like a workshop, which I don't know if it's actually a New Warrior or even if it's actually Mankind Project, but something similar, right? With the you know, it's this really awkward one where you have all those guys and they're all standing around naked, and he's like, "Can I touch your cock and honor it?" Or like, "Can I hold your cock and honor it?" Right, or whatever. Like there's maybe there's at least some other example of like that weird part of it. Although that was just kind of like awkward and weird, not as how that was described.
I mean, at least he asked for consent, but like,
yeah,
you know, for
and like
me, I'm just
the way
against.
That word is like forced to do this, forced to do that, forced, and it's like, I don't know, like it's very much this one's worded in I think the most extreme way possible. The other thing too is the mentioning of him being in jail earlier. It's like, you know, I'd hate to like be a like victim blamer or anything, but it's just like you do have to question, you know, your source on something like that, and it's like this is a guy who's clearly troubled, has a criminal history and everything, you have this like crazy story coming back, and it's clearly like anomalous for that organization. I would say it's likely even anomalous for like what they did at the time of this too. So there's just like a lot of reasons to doubt it. But of course, I'm just really thankful that this feminist here that she's really concerned about male suicide and really concerned about making sure that people that when they support certain ideologies or approaches to gender that then result in people killing themselves, that they're really careful about holding all those people accountable for that. I think that's a good thing, 100%. And also, I think it's great that she's really concerned all of a sudden about men getting their money's worth when they spend money on programs related to gender. I think that that's also fantastic. I 100% support feminists being more concerned a little bit with how ideologies and attitudes and laws promoted based on ideas of gender lead people to kill themselves and to fucking waste their money. I think it'd be great to see. Anyway, sorry, I'm done. I'm done being like sarcastic.
Oh, okay. Like it's actually kind of no. Actually, you have a very good point there.
Like we'll own this one. Okay, great. The men's rights. We'll own this one totally. Yeah, 100% our fault. We killed this guy. This is us on us. Okay. So now that that's on the table, like we got a little bit of a list for you feminists. You know what I mean? Like, we'll own this one. We'll take this one.
Yeah,
if you want to play that
Silverman is
game,
number one. Like Earl Silverman is number one. First of all, I just have to say, I don't know if you know him, Earl Silverman.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, that's one I can think of already.
Yep.
But like, not to mention that like that all these
I'm sure
laws...
she has a video about Earl Silverman and all the feminist courts and everything. See, but that one's even more egregious, right? Because in this case, it was like, in theory, like a workshop gone real wrong or run in a really shitty way, right? Some kind of negligence and like something fucked up, right? Bad enough, right? Earl Silverman's case was like getting ping-ponged between like the local governments and like the gender advocacy organizations back and forth again and again. And like that's why he had, what was it? He like did something deliberately illegal so that he could get a certain letter onto the record, I think. Like stuff like that he was doing, because like there was like literally no recourse and anything he could do. So in that one, there's complicity like all around. Like feminists had an opportunity to be the good guys at literally every single opportunity in that story, and every single one of them involved was just an absolute like nightmare monster person.
Yep, and it was also a feminist organization in Ireland who prevented the establishment of a men's shelter. Another feminist organization in Switzerland who terrorized another men's shelter. So now women in that country, and also in other countries, by the way, we have boys who are 8 years old or older, cannot take them to the domestic violence shelter. And it's either leave them with abusive father or stay with the abusive father. Because of what a lot of feminists have done, self-identified feminists, right? And that's the reason why does these people seem to be like, oh, we're so pro-women. Yeah, you don't want women who are in an abusive relationship to be able to take her 8-year-old sons to a domestic violence shelter. How the fuck is that pro-women? Well, it kind of makes sense with the radical feminist notion of that every woman's son is a potential oppressor, right? But that's just like fucking awful. Like, oh my god, I just... Like I don't really know anything that could be more awful than that, like for real. Well, I do know, but like, it's pretty much up there. Like, holy hell.
Robert Bly's workshops in the 80s only cost around $75 per person, but they were held in auditoriums that held up to 1,500 people, so our boy was still making bank. The Mankind Project has been...
Okay, we should make example of that. I don't know who it's called. What's it called? Mary Koss? I don't know. You mentioned her in one of your videos. It's like she literally know that if she would have counted men victim of rape, forced penetrate as rape, she would have found gender parity in rape. But if you could make it a gender issue, they would get all the funding, right? So when it comes to people using gender issue, right, to get money, right, that's one example of that, right? Like, and she's gonna ignore that, right? And point to this be an issue with that and completely ignore that. Like, I mean, like, what? I'm like, why am I was like, that's just fucking this is like terrible. And that wasn't really money that people gave voluntarily. That was forced, taken from tax payers, right?
Yeah.
It's just like
been criticized for targeting psychologically vulnerable people in 12-step programs and for essentially providing cognitive therapy, even though they don't employ anyone qualified to provide group therapy. In fact, the organization explicitly refutes any claims that they provide therapy because that would challenge the tax-exempt status that they enjoy for providing educational services. Rick A. Ross, an expert on cults, has expressed concerns over the Mankind Project's use of, quote, coercive mind control tactics, including limiting sleep and controlling diet, as well as the program's one-size-fits-all approach.
What they have is one size fits all, and that's the problem. So the net result is you get people with issues and troubles, and the pressures of the program can crack them and cause them to have emotional distress. And that's why they have waivers you have to sign. They don't require waivers because everything is fine. They want them because everything has not always been fine, and they don't want the legal liability. The bottom line is, I wouldn't recommend MKP to anyone under any circumstances.
In 2007, the Sintos filed an unlawful death lawsuit against the Mankind Project. They settled privately in 2008. In the Mankind Project, the mythopoetic men's movement was commodified and aggressively marketed to vulnerable men like Michael Sinto. The pagan-esque rituals, the drum circles, and, well, the silliness of the men's workshops of the 90s, then targeted at mostly upper-middle-class white baby boomers, was widely parodied and mocked in the culture. But the grift of it all is what I find especially heinous. It's a grift. And listen, a lot of men have said that they've gotten a lot out of the new warrior training adventure. But, you know, a lot of people got a lot out of The Secret, and that didn't cost them the equivalent of half their month's rent for the pleasure of having unqualified strangers strip them naked, yell in their faces, and force them to reveal intimate details of sexual assault. What I'm saying is, men will literally pay $700 to have someone abuse them in the woods instead of going to therapy.
Yeah, and men will also be forced to pay more money than that to be abused against their will, because when it comes to domestic violence and like a lot of female domestic violence can use the state as one of her weapons.
You know, the
doesn't it
issue
occur
is
to her
like,
though that like if what she said is technically true, to like maybe take a step back and examine like modern psychotherapy, like modern behavioral health, you know?
like it's just, yeah, I mean, I just left that there, because like I was thinking that, if a bunch of radical feminists and a bunch of men had to go into the wilderness together, and like they didn't have internet or basically any of the modern comforts of life, they would totally have to depend on the men for like, getting food and fighting off wild animals and, building shelters and stuff, so they could actually see that like a big part of society is dependent on men physical labor, so they'd actually be more comfortable with men, but then again, it's just a joke and it will never happen. But the thing is, like, this is kind of a sad situation that she's highlighting, because men aren't really benefiting from what is being offered now as psychotherapy, because when you look at the amount of men that have committed suicide, you'll see that 91% of them actually went to therapy before they committed suicide, and most of them dropped out because therapy wasn't helping them. And we actually have statistics that show that these suicide prevention programs, they do more to help girls than they do for boys, because psychotherapy was created to benefit women, not to benefit men. And it works much better for women than it does for men, so maybe the only reason, like, okay, she might not know this, and I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. She might not know all the same things that I do about how psychotherapy is not really beneficial for men as it is for women. But the fact that men can't get good psychotherapy, or rather good help when they go to a psychotherapist, and they can't get good help at these this retreat, as what she's saying, it's actually kind of sad, because then it means that men literally don't have any option, which is really sad if you think about it,
It is.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, what?
No, it absolutely is, because like, I mean, like Like I'm usually sometimes even if her statement isn't like factually correct, I'm just gonna point out a lot of the hypocrisy that she does when she's like showing this, but she's not showing like the same thing but on a larger scale. That is in a worse way, if that makes sense.
On that idea though of like putting women out in the wilderness or whatever, you could actually do a version of it that's like a reality TV show, right? Kind of like those shows like Dirty Jobs or whatever, right? You'd call it a man's job, right? And it would be like each time it'd be like a woman doing like a job that's like stereotypically male or whatever. And what you do is you like pitch it to people as like a radical feminist thing, like, hey, we're gonna do a whole series, and every episode's about a woman having awesome boss girl moments when she's a cop or a firefighter or a construction worker or a lumberjack or working in the sewers or blah blah blah, right? But then of course, like it's like that Survivor episode where they did Battle of the Sexes, right? Every single episode's actually like a fucking disaster, and it's been like the best, like greatest comedy ever. And I get feminists to pay for it at the end. And yeah, Terrence had brought up Mary Koss is a hypocrite.
Yeah, fuck Mary Koss. Mary Koss is an example of female supremacist. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Like here's the reason why.
Still too.
And this is not why, but here's the reason why people say.
I'm
like,
sure Little Hoot has a video about how Mary Koss is a fucking bitch because she hates grifters so much, right? She's so offended by the grift.
Exactly. I definitely do. Like 100%.
But here's the thing, right? So she just established there's a problem, and now, like, now she's gonna mock it. She's
like,
gonna,
she's like
mocking the problem that she just spent like the last 2 parts setting up.
But like here's actually kind of reason people say like, would someone think of the band as like as though like it's a negative framework? I don't really think it's a negative framework because I actually showed to you how many countries that are female supremacist states. Right?
Yeah, actually, I like the idea of making multiple maps. Like what you do is you list all the reasons that it could check that box, right? And for each one, you highlight every single country that checks that box and create a series of maps that all have that. And then what you do is you create a final map that has like the number of them, right? That's like gradiated. So you create like a gradiated map of female supremacy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like the baseline is basically like if a country like gives women more rights.
You need to make a list. You need to list like all the things, like all of them, like in a text document. You need like 10
but it's also kind of clear
like better.
Yeah, that would be better. But it's also kind of clear that like if women are like legally supreme in a country, like legally speaking, right? And that kind of like is a good fit why it's a female supremacist state. So.
Component 3. Won't somebody think of the men?
Okay, I'm giving you Davis O'Reilly realness right now.
Davis O'Reilly is the person many people on the left, they basically are obsessed with him. They can't let him go.
That's because he was a really funny character, but he was also like just a thing for like 10 seconds. He was making like an Anita Sarkeesian documentary, and then like nothing happened.
He was also extremely racist.
Oh yeah, that too.
He was absurdly racist, like to the point where when he was talking about slavery, he said that black slaves were treated like extremely well, and that it should have never ended. Like
what?
And, like honestly, as a men's advocate, like I advocate for the rights of all men, regardless of race. So I don't accept any actual racists into like the MRA movement. It's just damaging. And like Davis O'Reilly, he's extremely racist. Like he's a full-on white supremacist. He doesn't even hide it.
I'm actually, I'm very, I think that racism needs to be like destigmatized a little bit. Like I get that there's an optics argument, right? And I think there's a lot of MRAs who are like very, very like well-spoken and everything, and like they shouldn't be tarnished. And it like totally makes sense when they want to distance themselves for that reason. And also like, obviously there's a lot of people who are just like racist and like retarded and annoying, and like they're just annoying in their own right. I don't think they're like a threat to anything. You know what I mean? I think they're just kind of like, I don't know, like they just have their whatever. And like I just wish that could be the view. It's just like, oh, like that's your racist thing or whatever, rather than it being like, oh, that's a literal witch. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a harder thing for people to get over than like even racism is like it's so easy to just like stigmatize them. But yeah, Davis O'Reilly though was like, I think he made anything he was associated with not look good. I think he's quite funny though as a character. You know what I mean? They're like ultimately he's kind of like a clown though. Like,
oh yeah,
like I prefer him racist to not racist because that's funnier. You know what I mean? As like a character.
Yeah, that's true. But like, here's my opinion is that racism absolutely should never be have anything to do with like men's rights, because it's very, very counterproductive. And the main reason why is because men in many ways tend to be, because a lot of the time there is an intersection between misandry and racism towards basically all races, right?
Yeah, like being anti-racist is more synergistic with men's issues, right? And like the converse is true, right? Because like if you're arbitrarily racist, and then the argument is, well, you shouldn't be arbitrarily sexist, then it's like, well, if you're arbitrarily racist, then on what grounds can you criticize people for being arbitrarily sexist if you're gonna let that open, right? So there's that aspect of it too, right?
Oh yeah, like
and also it's good that people focus on intersections of race and sex in that way, because obviously there are different sets of issues. So
because a lot of the time, if you go to many corners of the planet and you look to men's rights, and then you look to how men of different races are being mistreated, and you can say that about in certain countries you have men of different races who are treated in different ways, in sexist ways because they're men, and also in racist way because of their gender, that the women of the same races are not treated, if that makes sense, or at least not to the same extent.
Exactly. Yeah, I was talking about the issue of police brutality, and how it's very much commonly accepted that we should promote Black Lives Matter, because Black people are 2.5 times more likely to be killed by the police than a white person, right? But men are literally 20 times more likely to be killed by a police officer than a woman in their lifetime, and men get much longer sentences for the same crime than women do. And literally the bias is so big that even an African American woman will get a much shorter sentence than a white man, So it's quite astounding, that people accept one form as racism, but the other one, they won't accept it as discrimination against men. For what reason? I don't know. Then it's a whole bunch of issues. I talked about this issue in my book, and about how people actually have this thing called triple oppression or double oppression, which means to be a woman and to be like a minority group at the same time. And they say, like, if you're a woman and you're in a minority group, you're just basically messed up, like you're gonna be oppressed so bad, but like, especially when you look at the experiences of of minority women and minority men, minority women are much less likely to be killed by the police than minority men. They go to jail much less. Yeah, they go to jail much less. They're more likely to go to university. They're less likely to die, to join gangs. They're less likely to become addicted to drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, well, and then look at BLM. BLM's all run by like Black women, and so it really is primarily it's Black women taking over these Black men's issues and like taking on the victimhood of it and speaking for it. And it's wild to me that there's not a higher percentage of Black men that like I mean I guess they're like any other men, they cuck to the women like.
But like it's also true that people need to know that BLM is objectively speaking an LGBT racist LGBT feminist group because they, objectively speaking, do not care about black men. People just think they do because of all the protests, but like they actually don't, right? If you go to their website and you see what they write in regards to gender, they basically write in different paragraphs "fuck straight black men" in like over and over and over and over and over again. Like they actually would say that they dislike straight black men so much it's ridiculous. Like they are absolutely not pro black men at all, and a lot of people might think they are because of like the media and all that, but they aren't. They absolutely aren't. That's very important. And I'm going to post 2 videos made by Trivial Logic where she actually exposed that they are actually just a feminist LGBT group, a Marxist feminist LGBT group, I might add too, and they do not care about the life of black men. They only care about black LGBT people. Well, actually, they only care about black trans women and black lesbians, actually. If you read the website, you will see exactly why that's the case. I'm 100% sure I know this is the truth. 100%.
Why the fuck is she parroting Davis Rooney now? This video came out like earlier this year, didn't it?
That is because
Davis Rooney's been gone for like 6, 7 fucking years. I don't know.
Okay, guys, let's continue the video now.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna post the video.
Let's wrap it up. Let's do it. Let's see if we can finish by 4:20. No, that's mathematically not possible.
Okay, yeah, we should do it.
Double speed it. And why did you ever change the setting down from HD?
Yeah, I did. I did.
I it doesn't buffer now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you that I will link Trivial Logic's exposed videos in the comment section so people can go and watch it to understand my point.
So something that I wanted to acknowledge is the reality of something of a crisis of male identity. And believe it or not, I think this might actually be my lane because according to my YouTube channel analytics, my audience is 79% male. I can't imagine why. So while I've got your attention, boys, let's have a talk. Let's have a heart-to-heart. As of the time of this writing, there have been nearly 200 mass shootings in the US since the start of the year. Statistically, if that trend holds, at least 10 more will have happened in just the time it will have taken me to shoot, edit, and upload this video. Men, specifically white men, are disproportionately responsible for mass shootings. Men are also more susceptible to drug and alcohol abuse. Men, again, specifically white cis men, have been seemingly overrepresented in reactionary politics over the last decade. And it's easy to write this off if you have any kind of marginalized
perpetrating the mass shootings. That's true, technically.
Like technically, all of us have.
It's just a stupid argument, is all. Also, no, technically,
all of us technically have a marginalized identity in this, like objectively speaking, marginalized identity in this chat because we're either men or minorities. So, I'm just gonna throw the argument. Yeah, that's true.
So again, I tried to get that video game working where you're like the big meaty bustly orc woman running through the fields. I have it and I was running it, but my computer just like it can't run it, and it doesn't have a launcher or anything. It just like opens right away. It's pretty cool though. I want it to work.
I can look into that. I personally really don't want to play it, but
like when I tried to play The Witcher,
to help you play
it's a freaking disaster.
Like the guy I looked into him, he's an artist, so it's actually amazing that with some help from his friends, no Beatles reference here, he actually made it work to the point where he can actually play it. But it's a disaster.
It's horseshit though. I hit an invisible wall right away, so like it's a false advertising as hell.
You can walk freely through the meadows.
It's infinite. It's just a really big map. That's all it was. Anyway.
Oh God! Sorry. Thanks.
We're in the end zone. We're gonna see why she's making fun of Davis Rooney like 7 years after he was no longer a thing.
Well, the reason why I said that, like, that is why I say they are obsessed with Davis Rooney and they can't let him go. Like they are really obsessed with him. Like absolutely.
Because nobody's been that funny since then, and like easy to make fun of.
Right? Like they're like. Absolutely.
Besides me, I'm really funny. I could be made fun of.
Yeah, me too.
That's true in both cases. But I don't want to make fun of you. If I do, it just happens naturally.
I really hope no one ever makes fun of me, even if I become like a famous MRA. I just really hope. I have very sensitive feelings.
But if it's the anti-MRAs trying to make fun of you, it's not gonna be funny. It's just gonna be hateful. So if you can
and then
deal
we
with
There you
hateful,
go. Yeah, we won't make fun. We make
that's
hate
fine.
of you. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
if they
true.
do, we just call them. We say that they are sexist and racist if they do so, and they can't dismiss that.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, because I'm Indian.
Yeah, use the shields
Win-win.
that they're built for you.
Perspective, this is just a series of violent temper tantrums from people who've had a great deal of privilege in society.
Like you.
And don't like the way the playing field is being evened.
She has more privilege than any of us in the chat. Absolutely. Like she is like, if you were to took all the privilege all of us have, combined it, and that would be less than her privilege she have, right? Well, definitely.
Like, honestly, being a white woman, especially an attractive white woman, is like the gold standard. Like your life is just made if you are an attractive white woman living in a Western country or anywhere really.
Well, no.
I love that you said that with this pause screen. Like I, an attractive white woman. I don't see any.
No, I mean,
That's a
she is
mean.
really
That's a
good
mean
looking.
thing. Like the pause is anyone's enemy, really.
Well, well, I would say that's like, I would say that if you live in a country where European descendants are discriminated against, like South Africa, then I guess maybe not, but like they still have more rights than like if you go to race discrimination, also gender discrimination, and women don't face that. So at least in that country, when it comes to legal basis, they probably do otherwise. And when it comes to like criminals and all that, but you get my point. Of course, but like if that when it comes to legal aspects, there's no rights that women have that women don't have that men have. But they of course are mistreated by people like criminals, like who are robbing them and killing them. But like a lot of more men are being killed. So I'm not going to dismiss
them. In some countries,
them.
Men have the right to be forced into military service, so that's something women don't have there.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, and she also cannot be legally circumcised. That's also illegal. That's a right that you have.
And then
Yeah,
it's
that's
actually
such a privilege.
It's actually illegal for a woman to be raped in so many countries where it's not illegal for men to be raped. So
Yeah,
that.
the chart goes on and on. She hasn't thought of it.
No, but here's actually I'm gonna respond to her claim. She basically complaining about men of European descent being more likely to be reactionary and be like more bigoted. I actually do have a very good answer for why that might be, and that is something I'm going to. Let's just say this. Let's just say there is a school or even like a family, right? And we have like the boys in that school, right? We call one boy, we call him Johan, for example, right? And then we call one other boy, we call him Simon, for example, right? And then let's say that Johan is Simon's mother, right? Is always reminding them how much of a bad and horrible father Johan's father was, right? And she never says that Simon's father did anything wrong, right? And she makes Johan know very clearly that his father is like a bad man, and therefore he is a bad man, right? And she also thinks that because that for whatever reason that Johan is more better off, right? And whenever Simon is messing up, right, she's always giving him a pass, right? When Simon is like showing up late or not behaving, she's like, yeah, whatever, right? And if Johan show up late or misbehaving, or it's like, then she's gonna punish him, right? And whenever Johan doesn't want help, she doesn't get it, right? And whenever Simon needs help, he does get it, right? And then if they are older, right, and then let's say, for example, if Johan becomes angry, he's feeling resentful towards Simon because of this, right? And then he basically tell that to and then he basically shows it, right? And then people say that, why is this guy so resentful towards his brother? What did he ever do to him? And then it's like, and that's the reason why so many male Europeans are, I mean European, I mean a race of people all over the world of European descent. And that's the reason why so many men Europeans are becoming more bigoted nowadays. Does it make sense to you?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you have like reversed incentives, like perverse incentives, then you get the bad thing. I have no idea how it's relevant to her making fun of Davis or Rooney right now, though. So we should continue.
Oh, that wasn't hair microphone Dave 3. That was like
No,
a
we can't add another thing. We have to continue the video
Yeah,
You
okay,
guys
okay.
been
It
on
wasn't
this
that. I
so
wasn't replying
long.
to that.
now.
Listen to Derek.
the
Listen
button.
to Derek.
Anyway,
Hit the
let's be
space
clear.
bar.
It is absolutely that. But there is also some validity to the existential angst a lot of non-mass murderer men feel. One thing that Natalie Wynn said in her video on the topic men that really struck me is existential angst is often a disease of privilege. When you don't have
If that's the reason why she seems to have it.
Yeah, exactly. We're all modern life. We don't have to struggle to survive. Now we're all depressed because we have nothing better to do. Like that's
Well,
really
I am also
standard.
depressed because I don't have fucking basic human
Why the-
rights.
like it's like ContraPoints is her source for that. Really, like everybody says that. That's not even a thing.
Well, everybody besides me. Like, I actually believe that the main reason why we feel so depressed is because people have educated people out of their
like it's
sense
so
of purpose.
funny.
It's like a conventional view.
I just have to say this, that like a lot of Western women are literally so privileged that they're complaining about concepts of benevolent sexism. Like, isn't that an example of what you just talked about? Like, they're so privileged that they have to think of like angsty ways to be upset at men being nice to them. Like, it makes no sense. Like, that perfectly describes what she's just said.
Yeah, that completely true. But also like this assumption that like people from regions of the planet that are less privileged don't feel existential angst. I mean, I know what she means by that, but just by the word itself, most people in the developing and third world have existential angst.
Well, I don't, because I think that's because of my moral code makes it like kind of like impossible to have. I mean, like, because of my moral
I'm gonna head
code.
back in like an hour when we're halfway through the remainder of this video, and then
No, we can go further. I just like I think this statement is so blatantly false. Like people have existential angst because they're like literally an existential threat to the life. But yeah,
You know, like it's
if we go fast, Derek won't come back. So I don't know what to do now.
you know, it's just that this is a common view among many anti-MRAs or just some people in general, that you know the men's rights activists, they aren't really complaining about any issue. You know, that they're just so privileged, like it's on the same level of like white lives matter or what is this called, straight pride or something like that, you know. But as a men's advocate, the issues that I'm complaining about are not about, oh my god, you know, men had privilege in the past and now they don't, and now they're being oppressed because they no longer have privilege. No, my issues are literally that men can be beaten almost to death by their wives and not have anywhere to go, or that they're just being killed because people view it as less bad to kill a man and it's just completely ignored, or that they can be raped and nothing's going to happen, or they might even have to pay child support if the woman becomes pregnant. Those are the issues that I'm talking about, you know. Those are not non-issues, those are very real issues, you know.
Well, I actually talked about one of those issues when I did a speech for my English class, right? It was that men who are not able to pay child support in the United States, if they can't do it, they are having their driver's license and their passport confiscated, which they need to have in order to work, right? So they can't. They don't pay child support, they limit their opportunity to find work, right? And if they can't find work, which is more likely because they have less means to find work, then they would put them in jail. And then the child support is going to pile up while they are in jail. And when they come out of jail, they have no driving license, or no
Passport.
passport, right? So they can't do jobs that require those, right? And also they have a criminal record, right? And they have more
And
debt.
they have the additional debt for all the time when they were in jail.
Exactly, right. And if like and here is like, I'm actually going to be a little bit pissed off now, right? So you may lower the volume a little bit. Here's the deal, right? And then if that is going to be the case, regardless if his visitation rights have been violated or not, right? His visitation right can be valid all the time. That's not even a consideration, right? And then these people, and then I want to say, oh, that's not a real issue. That's not a real issue. That's all people who say that. Well, 100% of those people who say that know this or should know this. They're gonna all they get fucked. They can all go fuck themselves because they're all awful and they don't like this. They are like, I hate them all. I'm sorry, but I actually do kind of hate them because they're awful. Like, and here's the reason why. I'm just gonna. I'm so bad. Too bad Space isn't here because I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna bitch a little bit about this, right? And this is the reason why I just don't respect people who, if someone is opposed to MRAs, then they're a terrible person and they don't deserve any fucking rights or respect as a human being whatsoever. Period.
Well, they do have to misrepresent what they are and what they do and what they want and what they think all of the time. At the same time, even in a country that seems as sane and safe as Switzerland, the first men's rights, the first shelter for men who were abused by their spouses, they tried to burn that thing down, the feminists, they did.
Yeah, I've sort of mentioned that in the past.
Yeah, but like,
this lifetime.
It's so terrible to try to help men who are in a terrible situation. We got to fucking burn them alive for seeking help.
Mm-hmm.
You mean like burn it down when there are people still inside?
Yes, they tried to set the building on fire.
Wow.
They failed, and I'm not gonna go as low as to say they failed because they're women.
I'm gonna say they failed because they're
idiots. They failed because they're idiots. I'm glad they fail, of course, but like,
of course,
Jesus fucking Christ, they heard, oh, there's a men's shelter in Aarau. We can't have that. Can someone find out what exactly it is? And then the Swiss fucking media did like a little thing about it and fucked up so they knew what it was. And then they tried to set it on fire with a Molotov cocktail. And I don't know how they fucked up. Molotov cocktails can be very effective, but they fucked up, and that's good. But their first reaction was just burn it down with all the helpers inside, with all the men inside.
Why do you mean children inside?
One guy said that he had his children inside when the fire was started. But hey, anyone who says that women can abuse men deserves to die.
Oh,
That's
by the
way it is.
And she can also use the state as one of her tools. Like, most women aren't like that, of course. Like, imagine if most women were like that, then it would be insane. Like, then if
most women were like that, there would be no humanity. we would just be dead.
Yeah, exactly.
But if most men were like that, it would be the same situation. So why are they pretending that's the case?
That's exactly it. They say that this is the case, but if it were, we would all be dead. If men treated women the way that the feminists treat the MRAs, which they claim, then we would all be dead. I wouldn't even have been born because of patriarchy.
I think that like we would like have been dead, like humanity would have been kaput.
We wouldn't even have developed cities. We would just have killed each other.
Oh yeah.
When we stop being monkeys, like, oh, I developed the capability of having thought. I'm gonna kill that woman over there, and that woman over there, and that woman over there. Like, that's not really how things work.
Exactly, I often talk about this, but the whole theory of patriarchy makes, like, specifically as patriarchy being created to benefit women, or rather to benefit men at the expense of women. It would never have made sense in the beginning, because the only way that our society has lasted this long is because men have consistently put themselves last and given women, resources and safety, because ideally that's the only way that women would have been safe enough to give birth to healthy babies. if men had just been beating women and just hitting women and raping women and just basically just treating women horribly, or like slaves, like many people claim, that women used to be treated like slaves, then humanity would have been, totally different, or would have not even existed this long, But
like have an example of this. I remember when as a kid I went to school with. He basically, this was in Europe, by the way. His mother used to have an abusive boyfriend, right, before she met his dad, right. So he had an older sister, right, and he would have had another older sister, but when his mother was with her abusive ex, then he like abused her, so she had a miscarriage because of it, right? So if men were like these like super violent abusers, right, they would more likely to cause their wife, their mates to have miscarriages, which a lot of abusive men do. So like it's like biologically or even disincentivized, right, to be abusive as a man. Like it doesn't really make sense. Like you kill your own offspring if you do that. A lot of them do that, right? And that's the reason why it's completely illogical to assume that's a norm in any society. Like, no way, it doesn't make sense.
Like those extreme, very. I'm gonna use the word toxic, even though it's tainted by the feminist use. Those toxic males that do exist in all societies at all times, they tend to fuck up the offspring or having an offspring in the first place. So these aren't a driving factor of evolution. They just are a happenstance that sadly happens in each generation. And with each generation where the father was like that and the son inherits it from him, it gets less likely that they will have successful offspring in the first place. So you don't really have to worry about that because it's killing itself. It's a malfunction to be that way.
Then also like to presume the malfunction of men, it's like it's a norm for men just because it's like the worst thing you can possibly imagine. It's like massively bigoted. Like it's horrible to even like assume that.
I don't know. I wish I could have listened to the earlier positive, but I hate this.
I don't wish that. Sorry.
I hate this notion that some women have that any man is a predator who just didn't have a chance to do his predatory doing.
Is that a little bit heteronormative if they are going to problematize heteronormativity all the time, I mean, like, always hit them with their own logic.
Of course, but like, if anyone believes that, that's so sad. To believe that in any man that there's this kind of predator who would, we lost the Jolly, who would sacrifice his children for his own aggression. That's insane.
Oh, she had to go to bed because it's getting late.
And Spacebalm ran off because I joined, I suppose. Oh, he's back. Just have to say his name 3 times.
Yeah, I joked about how I was going to come back in an hour and then see that we're halfway through it. So I came back 10 minutes later and we're
no further than when you left.
It's kind of good that you actually could be away from your own stream so long because double streamed in a way.
Yeah, it's a lot easier, right? If you're by yourself, like you're always there.
Oh, yeah, she had to go to bed,
by the way,
so that's why we are alone now. Not alone, but that's why we have sausage party now.
She's quite knowledgeable.
Have to actively fight oppression every single day, or even just on the weekends after brunch, like us.
Well, I'm trying to fight oppression. I think all of us have been on this stream, are trying to fight oppression, but then people like her is making it so darn difficult.
Yeah, she's just like every day fighting oppression.
Like
what a way to live. You just imagine everything you do is fighting oppression.
Like, but she doesn't really. It's like she had been excusing oppression more than she had been fighting against it in this video.
Like not shaving your legs is fighting oppression.
Oh,
Well, and that
no.
I'm fighting
Really just
oppression
not
every
empowering
day.
in general.
Look at my legs. They're
Getting
hairy.
really fat.
Look how skinny my legs are.
Yeah, you're fighting the patriarchy. There you go.
But actually, I have to go on a very short tangent because I just heard this yesterday. My mother's boyfriend, who used to be a teacher, one of the teacher ladies that he teached with at the school,
That's a different
with the
kind
things
of stream.
there. Oh God, one of them said to him, in my newest class with the freshmen, I have 3 girls who have like almost baldly shaven heads, and I think that's so brave that they are fighting this stereotype of women having to look pretty and like she
I love like
called
it
it
sounds like a backhanded
emancipative.
compliment too. I just want to walk up to every like ugly woman and just say, I just want to let you know that I want to thank you for fighting the patriarchy and for fighting conceptions of women that they have to be pretty.
It's so
Yeah, I
fucking
just
weird.
want to thank you for your work shattering the binary by fighting the stereotype that women are supposed to be like pleasant.
This could be a new asking a fat woman if she's pregnant thing. Like just go up to an ugly woman like, I'm so proud of you for fighting the patriarchal
It
structure
really is.
that women
It's a
have
really
to be beautiful.
simple, like idiot-proof kind of construction. I'm really proud of you for fighting stereotypes by showing that not all acts do, and then you just say something good. They're doing the opposite.
Oh God,
That's pretty easy.
Yeah, but this is
There's
this
a good Mad Lib. Now anybody can seem clever at a party. Just don't overdo it.
Yeah, if someone at a party starts playing the piano or a guitar and they suck, like, I'm so proud of you fighting the stereotype that people have to be good at playing music.
Yeah, right. It's a radical transgressive act to play it badly at a party. If you think about it, like the happy birthday song is like the one time when it's socially acceptable. I guess like singing like a bar or so. There's certain scenarios, right? I guess mostly singing, where it's socially acceptable for people to sound like shit.
Yeah, like karaoke.
Yeah. And just
Like,
deliberately sing badly for fun. Like, fuck it, who cares? Like, it's fun. Like, it's
yeah,
not the
but
birthday song.
let's forever assume that everyone who sucks is just doing it as a statement.
It's a statement.
A very important statement. Because you can't have meritocracy. Everyone should be allowed to be a rock star. Oh, rock stars aren't really a thing anymore. I'm old.
I used to like to bring up to your earlier point, like if a guy who went bald for real were to shave his head, would they also tell that he was like brave because he technically didn't have a choice, you know? I mean, like, or would they just ignore it because, like, fuck him, I suppose?
You could still tell him that he's brave.
Fleegan, you weren't here earlier when we have this idea of like lesbians came up and had mentioned lesbians aren't real, they don't even occur in nature, and now we're trying to think about how we can like engineer lesbians, right? Like if we can just pop them in a wood somewhere and see if it works, right? Like when you poke them with a stick, come on, be lesbians, right? So Terrence has been stuck on it for the entire stream. It's been like 3 hours, and it's like, how can we? It's like the opposite of Black Knight Fool, right? Instead of a lesbian conspiracy, it's like, how can we actually? He's like the mad scientist of lesbians.
I mean,
oh my god, that would
like
be
dropping a lot of women in the woods. Like,
let's make a graphic novel. We're making a graphic novel. Are you ready? We're making a graphic novel called The Black Knight, right? He's a misogynist superhero, and he's a literal Black Knight. And his nemesis are the lesbians, right? And the lesbians are like a lesbian like cult, like a pagan, like that's the thing. It's like an evil like dark paladin, dark knight kind of thing versus like this lesbian cult, right? And then there's the secret villain all along, which is this you learn that there's someone like engineering the lesbians in a lab, because the entire time it's just a mystery, because it's like, well, where are the lesbians coming from, right? Because they don't occur in nature. and it turns
So
out
that
like
the
that's
lesbians would be like Smurfs.
that'd be the best. That'd be a great graphic
guy
novel.
would be Gargamel, like from the Smurfs.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good graphic novel.
Because like we know what happens
I
when
should
you
send an
drop
email.
20 naked women on an island. There was like a TV show with many seasons, and they consistently fail.
That's
maybe
fun.
maybe you train them first so they don't fucking die in the woods.
But we already been over that.
We just gave them magic.
I just give them magic.
They
so
have girl
that
boss
they don't
magic.
Die. They make them witches before.
Yeah, that
we
makes
make
it a
them
real
witches and
struggle.
bitches.
Oh,
He's
I
gonna
know
need
what to do
some-
that.
He's gonna need some real soggy knees to get through. Oh, that's like one of his powers.
But
He
I
just
know.
like bend at the knee, like.
we could like we can like let the Wicked Witch of the West, Maxine Waters, with the low IQ, be like the main antagonist.
It's like someone tries to punch him and he just like catches it with a sloppy knee, just like engulfs it.
Oh, like Derek Shaw. No. Now he's gonna move on. Now I move on.
He's shoving someone. Hell yeah. with the knee. And it's like sloppy and wet, so it like drowns him. Because he has soggy knees. That's the joke.
Yes.
He's a misogynist, you know?
I-
But it's
I
like a
can't
literal.
even-
No. I have the best. It should be called the misogynies.
I think him as I don't know. Or maybe just having the soggy knees as the power. He'd have to be real fucking resourceful then.
Oh, and then we're gonna have a female character called Miss Soggy Knees.
Misogynies.
And then he called his name
Or is
Misogyny.
it just a female superhero all along? Misogyny.
It was like a cross. It was like a woman who dressed like a man to get all the.
If her name was like,
but in order to
Saki
unlock the
Knee, that's
supreme
almost
magic,
like a real name.
yeah, but in order to unlock the supreme ancient magic, they have to figure out the text of the misogyn mystics.
I think we need to move on now.
Yes.
Like you have a lot of time to sit around and contemplate your utter meaninglessness in the grand scheme of things. I mean,
Well, you can find meaning by doing something that's worth something, rather than to just pretend that things are wrong when they're to pretend as though things are opposite of reality.
Gesundheit.
Like she's like, I'm not pointless. Nobody's pointless. People are pointless when people try to replace like very normal ideas of just like, if people just are like me, you think that no, you make sure I keep existing like genetically forever, right? Then you don't have meaninglessness, because then you have a lot of work to do all the time. She doesn't need to work anything, because
I
if she
don't get what
decides,
people mean when they try to say, "Oh, you have like no greater meaningless." It's like, well, I mean, that's just because you're looking for like the dust of the universe to tell you what to do.
Yeah,
Like, that's
what
a little-
is
it's a little
greater
goofy,
meaning?
right? Like, do you like anything? Can you think of one thing that you like, or one thing that you're looking forward to, right? Or can you think of one thing you did that you liked, right? Like, it's,
But,
you know,
like-
I understand this like weird like thirst for meaning that some people have.
but like it's so weird, like, because like we already have it, right? If you basically have my morality, right? Because I have a very moral framework, is that basically every biological organism have a right to exist, and I mean have a right to exist genetically, which means that they will die eventually because we're not fucking immortal, right? And to just make sure to keep their own genetics.
They better not have any fucking Clorox wipes in their household.
Yeah, just keep their genetics alive. Isn't that like enough meaning? Like, I find it very meaningful, and I really enjoy it, and I really feel very, very satisfied with that meaning. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a very I should make a more video about that, about my moral framework. But I don't think it's like, because look, like a lot of people seem to be confusing, right? Because people think identitarianism is like a political idea, which is not. It's just a set of moral principles that actually make sense. And the reason why so many conservatives want to demonize it and call non-identitarians identitarians is because they don't want people to find that, because then they would be rendered irrelevant. So
it's because like none of them like rather than wanting to get rid of the FDA and the CDC and getting all the regulations and all the taxes and everything and doing what libertarians want to do. Instead, they get pissed off that they can't layer on a new authoritarian measure to prevent businesses from doing a thing that they're only doing because of all the government mandates in the first place, right? So it's like the libertarians have principles that fix all the problems way upstream, but like since the conservatives they really want to ban porn, so
yeah, that's where they lose most people on the process is when they learn they want to ban porn. Like maybe keep that on the low, Eve, you know.
I mean, like, why ban these people using their owning their bodies? Like, isn't that what we don't like the left doing? Like, and also, like, if you really want to prevent promiscuity, then you should be a libertarian because fusionism is
apparently, the libertarians was just what they ask for is just for whatever reason the conservative traditionalists it's not good enough.
Yeah, that's why fusionists are actually
one of them can let us know. One of those can let us know why.
Like that's the reason why fusionists
we should do the next. We have. Oh, there's still 10 minutes. We should do at least a full minute of it.
No, but I just wanted to say that fusionists are therefore more traditional than traditionalists because traditionalists, authoritarian ones, they don't really, because they want to use the state, and using the state is leading communities to fall apart. So we all know that. So I'm just gonna move on.
Not to silver linings being marginalized, but having a cause to fight for does seem to give one a sense of purpose. Yeah.
Well, I have been marginalized. I am marginalized.
Let her go. We can let her keep going.
Yeah, but like I also have a purpose, thing to fight for, and I'm being marginalized, and she don't. So what the fuck is she talking about?
And the cause to fight for does give purpose.
Like if you're talking about a woman fighting for a good cause, just like what is the woman reward? I don't know how to pronounce the last.
You gotta let it go more than like 5 seconds.
Goals. You gain a sense of camaraderie from your peers and allies. When you haven't had to experience real oppression,
like
suddenly ethics in video games journalism becomes the issue that defines you. We're also in this odd transitional stage in the culture right now where we're examining the legacies of.
What you say?
I just said she's not over it apparently.
No, they're never gonna get over that. Like 2035, they're still going to talk about.
That's all I wanted to do is just add that comment.
A lot of historical and cultural figures that might have been considered aspirational,
I showed you,
and learning something unpleasant about someone that you respected or liked can be incredibly painful.
Yes, it is painful to learn when people are like big names in like entertainment are like fucking retarded liberals. So I guess that makes sense.
Especially if you aren't very strong in your own identity. And I really feel like that struggle for identity is at the core of all mythopoetic movements. I spent most of this video talking about the mythopoetic men's movement of the 1980s and 1990s because, well, that's what the video was about. But that movement was just one in a very long line of mythopoetic movements.
I consulted Twin Raven's hypnotherapy for this video for a professional's perspective on the Jungian archetypes and the mythopoetic men's movement. He was quick to point out the role mythopoetic movements played in the Paladin.
But before, I just want to say that I actually do have a very strong sense of like identity and purpose. And if everybody just accepted my like, you know, moral framework, if they wanted to, of course, voluntarily, then they probably would have this too. But they're not going to do it because these people keep demonizing it.
Genetic myths that arose in Germany during the 1920s and 1930s, and the current thread of mythopoeticism that is popular today.
Scotch at midday. Scotch lunch. So I guess this means we have to address the lobster in the room. Jordan fucking Peterson.
Oh no, Jordan Peterson.
He's a devil, you know.
Like, it's so fun that they basically like... I would say that a lot of social, not economic, but social individualism is actually kind of like a lot of the issues that I see, right? Because you have heard, like, and if what I heard, a fusions talk about collectivism is like far more better than what a lot of people mean. And I actually believe that. So because of that, I have a lot of issues with Jordan Peterson. And I guess you all guys already know that. So I don't really want us to. And I guess you want to just move on. So I'm just going to put it out there. And if anybody in this chat wants like me to elaborate, I will do.
Dr. Jordan B. Peterson is a Canadian psychologist, professor, and Soviet art collector who also speaks with authority on a number of topics he fundamentally misunderstands, including but not limited to feminism, modern European history, addiction, makeup, nutrition, and Canadian legal codes.
What you mean, like you? Like she's doing exactly that all the time. Like what the fuck? The projection is amazing. I fucking, oh Lord, Jesus Christ.
He became famous a few years ago for blowing the whistle on Canada's Bill C-16, a piece of anti-free speech legislation that would result in a thought police throwing innocent conservative professors in jail for using people's
Nobody uses this term. Well, I guess she doesn't really believe people do it, but whatever.
Actually, can we get a fact check? Exactly how many Canadians have been imprisoned by the SJW free speech hating trans mob? Fascinating. Dr. Peterson is, in fact, a brilliant professor, however. In his video on Michaela Peterson, Dr. Peterson's daughter, We're in Hell, who went to school with Michaela, says,
Hi, everyone. This is Editing Amanda. Shooting Amanda fucked up. The video that I'm about to show you a clip from is not from We're in Hell's video on Michaela Peterson. It's from his video, Jordan Peterson Part 2. I am a hack and a fraud. So what I'm going to do to make up for it is I'm going to link to both his videos, Jordan Peterson Part 1 and Jordan Peterson Part 2, and his video on Michaela Peterson in the show notes below. Please check them out. They're pretty cool. Okay, back to the show.
Jordan Peterson is a psychology professor at the University of Toronto, and even before he became famous, he was an extremely popular lecturer. A friend of mine took his course in first year and described him as exactly what he'd imagined an eccentric university professor would be like.
Yeah, pretty much.
They'd watch Pinocchio in class, and Peterson would pause it to run to the front, shouting shit like, "There, that's the great father!"
Peterson has also uploaded a number of his lectures to YouTube, which I genuinely think is very cool.
the democratization of education.
That they're uploaded along.
That's a horrible idea. Democracy in most aspects are pretty terrible, as long as it's public institutions.
Also, it's not democratization. It's like access to everyone that has nothing to do with democracy. If you upload a video like this one, that has nothing to do with democracy. What the fuck?
Do you mind if I just address the question in the chat before we move on?
Sure.
And that's, I want to say this, a question that's like, finding purpose is hard, and you have to make sure that you find something that will bear fruit and in the future and will be appreciated by enough people. I mean, like, to me, it's actually kind of simple. I'm a biological organism. And the best thing a biological organism is good to do is to make sure their own existence genetically. So therefore, I want to make sure that my people, which meaning my ethnicity, exists in the future by creating more of them. And the best way of doing that is to have a family, because that's the best way I can be influential on the future. Otherwise, I can just promote my worldview to enough people and hope they accept it. But which is probably going to help some people. And if people do agree with me, then they will feel purpose too, and everything will be hunky-dory. This is a simplification, but I do plan on making a longer, more articulate video about this specific topic, which is definitely need to be done.
I want to chime in on this one very shortly. I think the last part of the sentence is, not to sound like it, wrong, because it doesn't matter what other people think about what you yourself see as purpose. It doesn't have to be something that will be revered in the future or after you're dead. If you yourself find purpose in something, that is wholly enough for the sense of having purpose in your life.
Right, like I actually don't even know the names of my Byzantine or Gallo-Frankish ancestors, but I still revere them because what they went to led to me existing. So, and if people agree with me on this topic, right, in the future, which is very logical because my worldview is very much based on just biological, biological survival, which has been which is like inherently normal because everybody who agrees with it would just be successful, more likely to be successful genetically, and they're just going to spread and reproduce, and their trait is going to become more normal, right? So therefore, he will revere me just for having this worldview. So therefore, I need to do what is good, and that I'm going to do what's good is to breed and have a lot of more of my people existing in the future. All of these balloon Greek super kids are going to be born, baby.
Alongside videos with his bad and wrong opinions on feminism and Q&A streams where he awkwardly stumbles through parsing his thoughts on the Jewish question.
What the hell? Address the Jewish question. That's a hell of a thing to ask. So that's Jack Lintern. I mean, really, that's a hell of a thing to ask. But I will say something about it.
I think is less cool.
Oh, she's not going to show him when
He's not going to show what he says. Yeah,
because
that character assassination is so lowbrow. It's
that's the thing he said about about media, like how the media misrepresents people. Whenever you hear something, they get a soundbite, and then you're like.
But that's a common thread with these types of videos. It's like they tend to try to character assassinate Jordan Peterson, and they just throw out a long list of accusations, and they never back it up with evidence, because that evidence would be hard to find, if even existing.
Like for me, I actually do have some critiques of Jordan Peterson, right? I'm like fusionists tend to just have it because of our because we are like the most libertarian collectivist ever. Yeah, like who actually are libertarians. I'm not talking just like so-called left libertarians, because they're not libertarian.
Yeah, but the difference is you take a thing that he says and you criticize it. She didn't show us anything of note that he said and criticize it. She just makes his broad accusations and says, that's just who this guy is.
Yeah.
Without evidence.
And there is I think that he's a very good faith person. Like I do actually believe that he wants what's good. Absolutely. I used to think that I just disagree with him or something, right? And like when he was asked about the JQ, I think he basically, I'm going to assume, right, because presumption of innocence is a thing that I hold. I'm just going to assume that he basically don't believe it's like a real thing. But like, I mean, like the reason that I don't really think that people of Jewish descent being overrepresentative in the media is like evidence of some conspiracy. Like I'm not going to be.
It's much more easily explained by nepotism, which everyone is free to have their own opinion on how that nepotism works, and whether or not it's worse than other nepotisms. I don't personally think nepotism is a good thing, but we have had our talks about this, and yeah, if I had a successful company and my brother needed a job, I might give it to him rather than to a stranger. I'm not above that standard. It's just like it's widespread nepotism as far as I understand. But I don't want to fucking disagree with people who think they have more evidence or have more evidence, because I've never quite looked into the reason why they are so overrepresented, because the overrepresentation itself is a proven fact.
Right.
The only discussion is, why did it happen?
Yeah, like for me, if my people weren't the thing I said, like indoctrinated into rejecting any form of like an in-group preference, which people have been in the West, right? That's the reason why the purposelessness is so big, right? So therefore, then we would probably be a little bit more nepotistic, right? And so therefore, I will basically just say that if I were head of a company and I knew that there were a balloon or a Greek Cypriot applying for the job, I will definitely give them preferential treatment, but it's my property and do whatever I want with it, right? I'm not going
to... You would probably just fire them if they fucking sucked.
Right, exactly, right.
Because you also believe in meritocracy.
Mm-hmm. And I believe that people who earn their wealth can do what the fuck they want with it. So if I want to do that with my wealth, then I can, do that with my wealth. Like, it's my money,
like people who say, I'm only going to hire women or any, like, women are a minority, but other people say, I'm going to primarily hire minorities. That's your right. No one can
Yeah.
stop you from that unless there's anti-discrimination laws in your country that prevent you from doing it.
Well, usually anti-discrimination laws are like only applies to some people and not others, because that's like literally people having less rights than others, which is something that we have been discussing in this video. You have been here, like we two and all the other ones that have been here have been just talking about how that's a problem for like a long time, and I still can't understand why people are completely not addressing that. People are always ignoring it. Always, it's terrible. That's why I'm just gonna keep bringing it up. Anti-discrimination laws must go, and when they are here, they need to be made like neutral, like not one-sided, because it's horrible. That's just race-based or gender-based oppression. But hey, now we're going to move on, unfortunately.
But if you want a decent 101 crash course on the Jungian archetypes, his videos on the Lion King are very edutaining, and we love edutainment here at Little Hoot. And honestly, it is very funny and charming to watch this boomer constantly forget the names of all of the characters in the Lion King, and he calls Timon like a little rat or something. It's very funny.
Peterson is a dyed-in-the-wool Jungian psychoanalyst. I haven't heard from many of his patients, so I can't really answer to his skills as a therapist, but his self-help books, which deal heavily in Jungian language, especially the first one, Maps of Meaning, are wildly popular, especially among young men. And to look at the...
Well, at least
Maps of Meaning is not a self-help book.
Yeah, I didn't know. I haven't read it, but like, I know a guy who
it's literally not listed at that. I looked into, like, I was at one point considering buying some of his books, and 12 things of whatever. I'm pulling a Peterson here by not remembering the name of his book. That's his first self-help book. The other one is like his not his dissertation, but it's like a work of that he considers a work of science, where he talks about symbolism and stories, and it has nothing to do with self-help at all.
Yeah, and at least that she seems to claim to like ContraPoints, but at least ContraPoints are willing to say that Jordan Peterson, when he's helping people, she basically say, well, someone have to get a neck beards out up in shape, right? Which is like, I mean, like, at least admit you're doing something.
12 rules for life. Thank you, chat.
Yes, now it's gonna be her. Sorry, your face, but
The comments of the uploads to his YouTube channel is to see anecdote after anecdote of young men who said that their lives were in a constant downward spiral until they discovered his work. This is at least in part due to Jordan Peterson's sort of paternal stand up straight, clean your room oeuvre, but it's also because he's probably one of, if not the most mainstream mythopoets out there at the moment, and that really resonates with young men.
Well, he's very much mainstream just in general, like.
and like she tries to point that into a different direction, because most people agree that his popularity with that kind of content is because there's so many fatherless men out there who see him as a father figure, who finally tells them the harsh truths of life, like, you gotta sort yourself out, you know.
Exactly. And that's the reason why I will always claim that it is good. This is the reason why I hate when people demonize dating single mothers.
I'm still here, by the way. I'm just listening.
I have to go for a quick while, but I will be back.
Dr. Jordan B. Peterson is the contemporary vein of the mythopoetic men's movement, and I think that might be a bit of a problem. I want to preface this by saying that I don't think he's an honest-to-God fascist, even though I do think he knows that his pet phrase, postmodern neo-Marxism, is a dog whistle for the Jews. I suspect that after the Bill C-16 hoopla, Peterson realized that courting controversy erases his profile, and that's why he loves saying a bunch of things that sound controversial, but he never really elucidates on any of his actual beliefs. I don't even think that all of Peterson's advice or his ideas are bad. Some of his 12...
Not all bad. That's a very good example of saying that there are some that are neutral.
And all that.
The fuck? They're always kind of different in the negative. It's so weird. I just wanted to like put it out there because she was basically bringing up right here when they were bringing up the JQ.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take down our channels, no. But like, she basically said that Jordan Peterson was asked about it, right? And then she didn't show. Then she showed him, able to address it, right? And then she didn't show what he said about it. It's like, that's like, oh my god, that's so dishonest. Like, what the fuck? She is, by the way, not we or Peterson, but she is.
12 rules for life are pretty basic foundational self-help stuff that probably never really reached some young men, and Peterson packages it in a way that appeals directly to them. However, I have 3 major issues with Jordan B. Peterson's brand of mythopoeticism. The first is that he's kind of the sole contemporary thought leader in this genesis of the movement, and I know I'm
like, to address Jordan Peterson as belonging to some mythopoetic movement is like very. I don't really know why she's like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
I'm already predisposed to want to decentralize all things, but I get especially prickly at people who center themselves as public intellectuals the way Peterson has. If the new mythopoetics are to be an improvement on the old ones in any way, it's by not letting charming men with something to gain by them set the terms of the movement. Which brings me to my second concern. Peterson preaches a kind of complacency with the status quo that I find incredibly suspicious.
That's actually something I agree with. Oh my god, this is the first thing I actually do agree with her on something. I agree with that. Like Dave Rubin. I agree. I actually agree. Oh my god, that's so shocking. No, but I do agree. I 100% agree, right? Because here's the reason, right? Here is the reason why. Our society, I've said in societies, many Western societies are female supremacist states. That's a problem. Right, and the laws and societies are a problem, and a lot of fundamental cultural beliefs are completely broken. I believe in many ways that a lot of Western countries and societies, I think that I actually would be happy with them failing, and then create a vacuum, and then we can try fusionism later, or just plain libertarianism, right? And Peterson seems to be very, very okay with status quo, and I find that to be a problem because I'm not okay with the status quo, because the status quo doesn't benefit people in general. It doesn't benefit me, it doesn't benefit men in general, it doesn't benefit most inhabitants of Western countries in general either. So I think that we need to do something about it. But my solution is not the same for as her solution is, because she is actually more pro-status quo than I am.
I mean, I wouldn't bank on getting to have your preferred solution on the heels of a collapse or whatever.
No, but what happened if you take away, if government stuff disappear? Well, basically, people just do more voluntary things because the government isn't getting away all the time. That's sort of my point.
Yeah, no, I think that part of it makes sense, because when there's no barrier, right, then people are just gonna do whatever's more efficient.
So therefore, that's why I think it's a good, it's like the brand of libertarianism, where they want communism to happen so that they can fail, and then that's going to create a vacuum where libertarianism can be tried, if that makes sense.
The accelerationist. This was really cute. The cat here. I had my glasses off, and he stepped on them, and it was like a rake. You know how you can step on a rake and it hits you in the face? He accidentally did that, and the thing popped up and hit him in the face. He goes, "Wow!" It's really funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
He's a big orange Garfield cat.
Oh Lord, that's a big one.
His famous 12 rules is that one shouldn't seek to fix the world until one has fixed oneself.
Well, I mean, I do believe fixing the world is in many ways more important than fixing myself, because I don't really see myself as being that all broken. But that's not really what he means, I believe. But regardless, I do believe that you can have to be a well-adjusted adult with a stable life before you can go ahead and make the world into what you want. If I want my people to survive, I cannot just be a mess to live with my parents. You know what I'm saying? I can't have whatever you want to do with your life. You can't have to be able to stand on your own legs and have some sort of independence, unless you're a married woman or a married man. So you get my drift, right? He have a point. You can't just be a mess and then try to fix everything else. it's kind of backwards. But I do believe that fixing other things might be more important than only the individual, if that makes sense.
Set that would have deprived us of civil rights leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mahatma Gandhi, for one, and for which the goalposts can be constantly moved. After all, isn't the journey of the self always ongoing? Isn't fixing oneself, achieving self-actualization a lifelong process?
I don't really like this like massive this like massive focus on like just individual. So like I do kind of like think that she had sort of like have a point almost, because she's right, but she doesn't really know why. It's like I do want what is good for. I do care about groups and about people in general, like just others, like not just about me, right? And I do want, but my point is that I do want. The reason why Peterson is right is because regardless of what you want with your life or what you want with the world, you can like have to make sure that you yourself are, able to do something. And you can only be able to do something if you have your own life in order, at least to a certain extent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's like what they say, like if two people are drowning, they can't help each other out.
Exactly right. You need, I need to, if I want to help other people to have families, right? Because I really want to do it. I really, really want to do it. I need to be pretty financially successful to do anything like that. You know what I'm saying? To at least help more than one person. I can have one person, right? But I do need to be out of college. I do need to have a job. I do need to have something before I can do anything like that. I can't help other people. I can't help the world before I fix something in my life that I need to fix just as a part of becoming a proper adult. You know what I'm saying?
I think the point she's making is that you're always growing and changing, so self-actualization always has to mean something different, or there always has to be some new goal depending on where you are, which I don't really think anyone disagrees with.
Yeah, that's why I kind of agreed too, because I mean, I do kind of feel that it's not just about me within the world. I do care about other things, more is more. Kind of satanic, but you get my point. But this world is good, and I want more what's good within it. And that involves other people than just myself.
Did Fleegan have to leave?
Yeah, but he said he will be back, so it's fine.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I used to think that the hyper-focus on the self, which Western societies are doing, is a little bit too much. I think that we should be more individualistic when it comes to legislation, rather than when it comes to I don't like state individualism, if that makes sense. I do like the individualism, which is libertarian.
To me, it just kind of sounds like a millionaire with the financial backing of billionaires telling us that everything is fine, actually, as the house burns down around us.
No, everything is not fine, but burning down the house might actually help us if the house is infected with termites. And that termite would be government leftism.
The third problem is with Peterson's essentialism itself. As I kind of discussed before, I take a fairly neutral stance on essentialism personally. My misgivings with it are really in the ways that it can be very easily manipulated, consciously or unconsciously, to suit xenophobic or bigoted ends. Carl Jung himself got swept up in the mythopoetic essentialism of Nazi fascism, only renouncing fascism entirely when he witnessed it being carried to its logical conclusion. And in Peterson, I observe a worrying reflection of his icon, his psychoanalyst daddy. Psychoanalyst dad. Again, I don't really think Peterson is a fascist, but he's...
Thanks! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Sometimes
she really made it sound like that.
Right! I think that's the reason why she has to say that. Otherwise she would just be very dishonest.
pretty sympathetic toward palingenetic ultranationalism, modern chauvinism, and gender essentialism. And it doesn't really matter how much of that is him playing devil's advocate, how much of that is him courting controversy, and how much of that is genuinely reflected in his own beliefs, if the millions of men buying his books and watching his YouTube videos are absorbing that ideology.
I think he do a lot of good things with helping people, but his ideology is definitely not an end-all be-all, because there is a lot of more things that would be better, that society needs to change in. It's not just the government left in destroying the West. It's also there are a lot of Western ideologies that's like destroying the West, and those are what I want to get rid of. And I think Peterson is a little bit too complicit in letting those things stand, because those things are literally the reason why he's being targeted the way he is. So, like, that there is grounds for critique from many different angles when it comes to Peterson, right? And I think he knows it, but he seems to not know it to the point that he, should, right? But he's open to learning, because
it's literally not in his works which he claims that he is spouting. It's like people like her see those things in the things that are reality everywhere, and he is not a deconstructionist, therefore he is defending certain things or saying that's just the way that it is, bucko, which doesn't mean that her thinking that those things are inherently fascist mean that he is spouting fascist ideology. It seems rather simple to me to see that distinction there. Like, I don't like the status quo, but I would rather keep the status quo than just to deconstruct it and be left with something worse. You got to have a better idea. If you want to replace something, you just don't burn it down first and then stop thinking about it once it burned down. That's not how you do things when you don't want to fall back into the Stone Age.
Well, I know how to replace everything.
But you have a plan for what to do.
Yeah, so that's good. But I think this is going to be a very juicy one I can reply to. Oh my god.
So what do? How do we, the left, appeal to disaffected men before they slip down the Rogan-Peterson intellectual dark web pipeline?
Well, you can first of all make sure to advocate for them having basic human rights. Are you going to do that? No?
No,
you're not. Therefore, you're never going to get it. And that's basically what I have to say. Sorry. And I would also like to say the Rogan-Peterson intellectual dark web pipeline. Like, oh my god.
Like, Rogan is, I guess, not a fence sitter, but as close as you get to be one.
Like, he's a norm in an annoying way. Like, Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan are very, very normy. Like, they are, in a way, gatekeepers, because they're preventing people from going to where I am. And that's a one direction they can go, right? And they also keep people from going in the way, what a lot of just having basic human rights. Like, the thing we talked about was the men's right? They don't really seem to be that keen on promote, they're not preventing you from going there the same way
they both have like this very high priority of keeping enough plausible deniability about what they talk about. When they don't talk about the shit that she's accusing, that people will keep talking to them, will keep inviting them onto shows, or people will keep coming onto the show in case of Rogan. And I think that is kind of not really what they represent, what they would represent in a perfect world, because they both have to make sure that they have any access to any eyes and ears. Like, imagine if Joe Rogan invented, like, oh, I might be wrong. Maybe he did invite Richard Spencer, but I don't think so.
No. And fuck Richard Spencer. He's just a controlled opposition fucking retard.
Of course. I'm just saying, like, if he did, that would give him very much surface for attack.
Like, Richard Spencer is like nothing that I am. He's a socialist. He believes in the color theory. He's like pro-EU. He's like homophobic too. Is like, I like fuck him. Like he can like I don't care about him. He can get fucked.
The chat is pointing out the thing where ever since Joe Rogan said that he was partially treated with ivermectin, now he's the devil. And CNN started a campaign claiming that ivermectin is just a drug that you give to horses to deworm them, even though it's a legal drug to use on humans for all kinds of diseases for decades now. So old that it doesn't have a standing patent. But yes, it's just a deworming potion for horses. And everyone who says it works against COVID is a conspiracy theorist that is so dumb that they would take horse drugs.
I'm so glad I'm not monetized, because that wouldn't last.
Oh yeah, that thing I just said. It's complete. I think it makes complete sense, but it's against the grain. I'm sorry.
No, I am against
self-censors. I should self-censor more when I talk on this channel.
No. You can do it because I'm not monetized. But like, here's the deal. Like, I'm going
but
to.
You still might get like one of those COVID-19. Oh, this channel includes information that is false, and follow this link.
There's not even information. Like, it's just like, well, it's not information, but it's like already proven. Like, what the fuck? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I know, but I'm not going to explain it because I'm too lazy.
Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Well, we could always appeal to that sense of purpose that would come with joining us in the fight to overthrow our capitalist overlords.
You don't have capitalist overlords, you dumb bitch. There's no capitalist country on the fucking planet. Because if you were to believe that, you would also have to remove capitalism from free markets, which you cannot do because there is no free market on the planet.
And the overlords that exist are using idiots like her to push their agenda. She doesn't even realize that she's part of the overlord pipeline.
Well, I mean, she's literally the 1% when it comes to privilege on the planet and in her country, and probably in her fucking neighborhood.
But barring that, I think it might be good to have something that looks a little bit like a men's movement.
Press X for doubt.
Like what, for example?
Albeit more decentralized and with less shitty gender politics.
Like what? You mean less shitty gender politics? You mean like the current gender politics? Yeah, you should drop that, because that's the reason why people who are even socialistic are rejecting being on voting for the left, which I think is a good thing, by the way.
But a men's movement without gender politics, like, she just realized that male is a gender.
I mean, like, we should, like, what men's movements are usually against is gender politics. You know, remove gender-based laws.
Yeah,
which is
like they are right in that. They are right in that.
Yeah, so like, you know, like it's like, yeah, I need to know what.
Men should absolutely take communion with one another in the forest.
Okay, so it's just that. Okay, and what else?
And cry together.
Yes, we do that. Trying to, because like, yeah, it's just I don't tell you because like you wouldn't care about things I was crying about anyway, because you would think it's like too unimportant.
That's the only space where men can cry is with one another, because they will be seen as wimps by the women.
Oh yeah, I remember when I was talking to one of our friends, and on this one I started to cry like a baby because I was thinking about something that happened to me when I was a teenager.
And reconnect with your fathers.
Oh, okay, but stop using the government to make sure that doesn't happen.
Within your own communities, build networks of trust and brotherhood. Cis men, show up for your trans brothers too.
Well, I do that because being trans exclusive would just be participate in divide and rule, which is just a way of genocidal to divide people against their own people. So therefore, I do technically agree with her there. But
I'm not quite sure what she means by trans brothers.
I mean, like,
is it
I don't
male to female, or female to male, or both of those?
Female to male. I mean, like, I actually kind of like agree with that. It's like, of course, like, why would I exclude a guy just because he doesn't have like a dick? But like, she has like been like, I actually defended the concept of people being transsexual because she was actually like accidentally opposing it because she didn't understand the topic, and that was like, and I had to like explain it for like half an hour, and that's the reason why the stream got so goddamn long. I would say that the men's movement is kind of like decentral. No, actually, it's not a centralized men's movement. I don't know what that would be even. So yeah, you're
any attempt to connect different men's movements is seen as a dangerous threat, and there's always some moles like in the movements that I like the groups that I've been in. Like it is a constant struggle to not get infiltrated by some assholes, which maybe this kind of person that is doing this video might be one of those, but I don't think she is, because infiltrating a movement is hard work and making this video isn't.
Well, it's kind of hard. We have a lot of aesthetics, but it's easier than make a good argument, I suppose. But also, like, the way I would use the term, why it's so obvious to me to include trans men, right? And one of the reasons why that is important is because it's because basically from identitarian morality. And I think that that's probably something she would probably be a little bit uppity about, but I hope she would like tolerate it, I suppose. Because, like, you know, divide and rule people, you can kill them easier. So therefore, rejecting all, like, uniting the people who are the same, even though we are different in other aspects. I hope that makes sense.
It does.
But if you consider inclusive of transgender men, like, I would say that when it comes to men's movement, it doesn't really have an issue with transgender men who want to be part of it. But I would actually say that that feminists have something called the TERFs. So, well, I mean, like, it's one aisle is how I'm a little bit. One gender movement seems to have a little bit more problem with being trans inclusive than the other, so to speak.
Let's just say that the men's rights movement, or like the MRAs, like, I don't think it's a collectivized movement, but they don't really assume that females who transition into males are sexual predators, whereas the feminist movement assumes all males are sexual predators, especially the ones who transition. And I'm not gonna say that there's not some bad apples. There's been stories, quite disturbing stories, but to say that all of them are like that is quite transphobic.
Yes, I think Rose of Dawn have made a lot of videos about all these topics, and I think I can kind of link to her channel, maybe, but I'm too late, so I'm probably not going to do that. But still,
you dropped the name, so that's good.
If you truly want men's liberation, start with the men who are least free. So solid.
Yeah, I'm like, no exclusive, include all the men. Well, that would not be because of identitarian morality. That would just be because because I explained earlier, right, that that a lot of men are of different characteristic or different demographics are oppressed in regards to those demographics, and because they're men, but in all like different ways. You can, like, if you take the way black men are mistreated and the way Asian men are being mistreated and the way European men are being mistreated, they're being mistreated in different ways. So, but like all because of their gender and because of their race, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to, like, yeah, that's correct. One should definitely include all of them and look at all the intersections there exist without excluding those people with less intersection, which I don't really think there is. But because, like, you can look at the laws when it comes to homophobia law, like when it comes to feminists want to make it legal for gay men to have kids specifically in Europe, right? Which is like, yeah, and I would fight against that because, like, that's an example of when they are why I'm being inclusive. But the oppression of people who are men comes from, like, one side. A lot of religious controlled oppositions too, but they have served their purposes of controlled opposition, so isn't really a difference between the two. The opposition that is controlled and the opposition that is controlling them.
Solidarity with other liberation movements as well. If you are a cis white man and you feel disaffected, you are right to believe there's something wrong.
Because I can prove to evidence that there is something wrong. that I can prove. Because when it comes to race-based laws, the white category is a disadvantage, just as the male category is. And that's a very clear proof.
It's
Because
not
the
a
color
belief.
theory... Pardon?
It's just, you're right, you believe. No, I don't believe that. I
know that. That's a fact. Like, that's just like facts. She has the right to her beliefs, even though her beliefs are wrong. And not all of them, but a lot of them are.
But most.
No, but most.
But it isn't women, but people of color who are social justice warrior professors on college campuses.
No, it's not women. It's not most women. And it's not most people of color. Like the color theory being debunked in that regard too. So, but it's the college professors because they are fucking, especially when they rape men and then have them expelled, even though there's proof of them being innocent, which actually happened in America, by the way. But the guy who was the victim is most likely a Jew, I think. And he's probably going to sue it, and I heard it, and I hope he does. I think he did. I just didn't follow up on the story. But that was like the most horrible thing I've ever heard. It's like so gross, right? And I think you should be aware of that, like for real. That's disturbing that you can like be expelled because you were raped because being a man is considered to be more in power than a professor that's forcing you to have sex with her, according to certain laws provided by first the Obama administration, and now they want to bring it back. So, but I don't think she. I don't genuinely think she doesn't know about that. But yeah, that's horrible.
Indeed.
It's white supremacist capitalist patriarchy, baby, and the
that doesn't make any fucking sense because capitalism cannot be supremacist for like a group of people, because if all people have property rights, then you cannot impose supremacist ideas over other people. The current society, which is a female supremacist society in law, right, which is a fact, not like opinion, it's a fact, right? And if you want to know it, you can go read the laws, right? Jesus Christ, she's so fucking.
Yeah, but you know that she's playing to her audience who believes all those things to be a fact. So I don't want to say cut her some slack, but like it's natural for her to say that. It's funny because like there's a few other groups that think like that, like the actual neo-Nazis. They will say blatantly wrong things, knowing that the people listening believe those things. And they are rightfully criticized for that.
Yeah, like, you know what? I think that both she and them generally believe what they're saying, even though they're completely wrong.
Feminists don't even have a quiet part. There's no point.
That's true. That's true. You're
They're
right.
all loud.
Like, I don't even know why he did it. This video is like so frustrating. Like, fuck, it's just killing me.
only way we're going to crack that particular nut is by working together.
Well, you cannot work together if you're going to take away their rights, doesn't they? Like, what the fuck are you going to expect? And also, all rights come from property, so you can't actually advocate for people's rights without supporting capitalism. I'm like, technically you can, but you're going to be very, 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 like, it's going to make less sense.
As affectionate and emotional as you feel. Life's too short and hard to keep it bottled up, and it's unreasonable to expect anyone to do so, especially yourself. And for the love of God, if you can access a therapist, go get some therapy. We are all traumatized. We're all broken in some way, but not a one of us is unfixable. And that's the essentialism of Little Hoot.
Does that mean that we can actually red pill all people? I guess so.
Human beings are remarkably resilient and clever little creatures, all of us. Fools and heroes, witches and wild men, all of us have the capacity to heal. So go on out there and find one another, you little scamps. Befriend other men. Tell your fathers that you love them. Don't ghost your mother or be shitty to feminists. Kiss a non-binary person. Live your life.
Why would I want to do that? They're usually very ugly.
Okay, the video's over. Goodbye.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in to yet another long research-heavy video from this channel. I'll get another
Research-heavy.
sweet mummy one out soon as a palate cleanser. I just want to
Oh my
give
God,
a
that's so
special
funny.
thanks to Twin
No,
Ravens
no,
Therapy
no,
and
no,
Research
no.
for their assistance in the research for this video. I also once again encourage you to go watch the Liberal Cooks videos, especially because I stole that Jordan Peterson joke from them. So watch them all, give them a subscribe if you haven't already, subscribe to them on Patreon. Hey, speaking of Patreon, a special welcome to my new Patreon subscriber, your new internet boyfriend. Thanks as well to Alexander Blank,
I do believe
Anais Escobar.
it's kind of rude to read all that up, so I'm just going to like mute it because I think it's kind of like it's not like really up to me to like.
I love the research-heavy statement. Like, it literally, the part that I witnessed sounded like she watched videos of like-minded people and calls that research to take their statements, assumptions, and accusations as fact. And that's her research.
And she basically ignored a lot of information, of like the
Just on the Jordan Peterson topic, like her research was watching other people that dislike Jordan Peterson and taking everything that they said as fact. That's brilliant research. You don't have to do a single thought of your own. You can just regurgitate whatever someone else has said about a person and present it as fact. And that way it becomes more credible, you know?
Yeah, pretty much. Here's a country of all the female supremacist states on the planet. No way. I think I should include India. Should I? Because of the rape laws. Okay, if you have any example of having any anti-male laws, if they are of the gray country, then let me know so I can color it.
I'm pretty sure there's some, but I am very bad at geography. And
but like, do you know
things.
like the name of the country and like why it is that way? Like I wonder.
I mean, you gotta add some of the South American countries that have established basically Roe v. Wade style abortion bills, where the man has literally no say in whether the child will be born, and if they are born, they have to pay. But since it's South America, they just disappear if they don't want to pay. It doesn't mean that they're not discriminated against. It just means that they have the means and the will to just disappear into thin air. I wonder what life would be like if Europeans had that option. Probably more taxes to pay for the single mothers.
Well, single mothers, you just get fucking married. Like, what the fuck? That's not difficult.
But who the fuck wants to marry a single mother?
But I'm trying to change that with my moral propositions that are very good. I'm not going to force it on other people. People do what the fuck they want with their life, but I do think it's like a reasonable. And if you look at my position, is that if the kid had like the same genetic like ancestry as the as the guy who's dating the mother, right? Then they would be logical because then he would technically still protect his own DNA.
The chat just asked how much research does she show? And you have to answer that for me because you watched the whole thing.
I think she has sources. She has stuff linked in her thing.
The things she mentioned at the end about Jordan Peterson, she just sources other people who hate Jordan Peterson. That's not like, if you want to source Jordan Peterson, actually that takes a long while because it has so much content. But it appears that she just uses people who already regurgitated their opinion about him as sources, and that maybe she did some sources about the stuff that happened earlier, but about Jordan Peterson, that she even admitted, I just used stuff that this guy did. And that's not sourcing. That's just copy paste, low effort.
Here's like some of the, I don't know, the there's like some of the sources you have. Oh, that's that video I wanted to show you. There's a song I showed you too. I think that's going to be our ending song, I believe. Because I think that like Derek, do you plan on streaming a little bit longer? Because I think I am really tired now. It's like being for almost 6 hours. Like if I end the stream, it's gonna end on your channel too.
I would assume that he is fine by that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we should wait for him to respond anyways. Like,
well,
for
I'll wait a
some
little
finishing thoughts and shit like that.
Well, we cannot wait to have this like ending of.
If you want to source Jordan Peterson, that takes a long while to do this.
It's actually kind of good, well done. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I've never had a video double stream before. I think I'm just going to like, if I decide to, not stream anymore, I think I'm going to at least post his stream in the chat. So if it's continue over there, it is going to, people can just go there and continue watching it from that end. So that's kind of cool.
Oh, let's just wait for Spacepan to return.
Well, if I end the stream here, then I'm going to continue on his, and if it doesn't end on his too, right? It's going to continue streaming here, right? So because of that, it's not going to matter if we end it here because he's going to go.
I don't even know how it works. I'm going to have to trust you on that.
Oh, I like this. I like he's looking forward to the next one. Yeah, it's going to take all before I do another stream because I have a few. Oh, we have some coming up, right? You know the ones we have coming up about. Oh, I stopped at 12 hours. But do you know the streams that we have coming up on this channel? They're gonna be fun, right?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
What else did you have in the bag?
The race pilling stream I did, and then
oh yeah. Are you gonna do another one of those?
Pardon?
Are you gonna do another one of those? Or...
No, we're gonna upload them separately.
Ah yes, but those aren't gonna be streams.
No, if they are more than an hour, then I'm going to send them as streams so people can watch it like live.
Yes.
Well, that's going to be kind of entertaining, and I'm going to sell it off the stream everywhere, so that's good. And I'm also going to stream a lot of other old streams I have on my computer that have been taken down from YouTube. I'm going to stream those as streams because I basically become a like a TV channel. Like my YouTube channel is like a TV channel. Like for real, it's become that way. Oh, this is so cool. You can go watch another ones if you want to. They're very long, so I understand if you don't want to because like I don't know if I would. I probably would, but it would take a while before I got to it. But like, here's some problem I have with the mythopathic men's movement. Like I love people like Boring Farrell, right? Because, and then this idea of being a single issue men's rights voter. I'm actually going to take it as far as to say that if you're not a single issue men's rights voter, you're technically a female supremacist. Because if you know that you have female supremacy in law and you prefer an other political party that's not going to fix it towards someone who don't want to fix it, will fix it more, right? Then what basically happens is that, you are going to get female supremacy, right? And if you basically say, we have all this system, right? But if you still have female supremacy in law when you have a system, it's not going to be for me anyway. So why would I support it unless I'm a female supremacist, you know? So like, and if people like Warren Foley gonna like support Biden, even though Biden literally went into, you know, appeal, restoring all these stupid Title IX stuff the president was revoked, then he literally cared more about some fucking policy in taxes than men's rights, right? So I would say that even people like him are technically female supremacists, don't self-identify female supremacists, but they are female supremacists. Somebody who would want, another guy who was like, I'm not going to name drop because I think it's a bit rude, who basically said that he was okay with welfare state for single mothers only, right? And he technically, a different person, by the way, he technically also is a female supremacist, even though he doesn't know it, doesn't call himself one, but he is one. Another woman, she basically said that men's rights is important, right? But she still wants the government to pay for fucking like period stuff, right? She technically is a female supremacist. Doesn't identify as one, but she is one. It doesn't care what people identify. If people want laws that gives free shit for women for no fucking reason, right? Then they are a female supremacists. And if they are not a men's rights single issue voter, when they know all these facts, not opinions but facts about the laws, about all the female supremacist states that I listed, right? Then they are female supremacists. That is just it. And if the government not going to take any of these issues seriously, because people say this is going to be my one issue to vote on, and that's it. That's the only way to go. Otherwise, you're never going to get it fixed, and you're not going to get any of the positive things you want with any political idea you might subscribe to if you don't want to include both sexes in it. Because why the fuck would you not, right? And if they are not going to address this, if they're not pro-men's rights, like when it comes to changing laws, then it's not going to be good anyway. It's not going to be for me or for people in general. It's not going to work. It's still going to be shit. You know, what could be more important?
The most pressing issue, and anyone can choose what they find to be the most pressing issue, but if you don't consistently vote single issue on that thing that you find most important, you're doing a disservice to yourself and everyone who is in the same predicament.
No, I'm actually going to say this. Regardless of what you find most important, you still should be a men's rights single issue voter, because you're not going to get any other stuff anyway if you're not that way, unless men and women already have equal rights under the law. That's the only way you can say another thing to be important. That's the only thing. Otherwise, sorry. Like,
we do live in a time and age where everyone says equality is the most important thing. So you have to be a male issue, single issue voter.
Exactly, right? And even if you don't think that, I don't think that, I do recognize that if I want the system that I want, but if I'm not a men's rights single issue voter, and I'm saying that I'm okay with my system being for women only, and we should not be okay with that. But therefore, regardless of what you find the most important, you should always be a men's rights single issue voter anyway. And I think that that's the note I'm going to end it on, because it's getting very late. And we have very good audience.
Space balance doesn't appear to be anywhere.
Yeah, and people
try to message him.
I can try. Yeah, I will do that, and I will also put on a video to end.
That's always nice, unless it's a terrible video.
No, it is a music
cancer. Oh, it might just give me ear cancer then.
Bring it on.
I'm not monetized, but I still have fucking commercials.
Of course. You need to use a Brave browser.
Yes.
They don't pay me for these advertisements. I just like the browser. I think the buffering is on Cheverly sound.
Yeah, I wasn't like, my screen froze, so I hope it wasn't ugly.
Still buffering here.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I hope the music is alright. Did you hear the music properly all the time?
Nah, music's buffering as well.
Better now?
Not yet.
Well,